Oh, Mark, I'm sorry. This is my fault. We got to restart.
What'd you forget?
I forgot that you were still muted from being on the wait screen. Apologies.
It happens all the time, but I guess we'll restart for those on the YouTube that didn't hear me. Welcome back to the Game Junction Podcast, episode number 87. I'm Mark, here with my co-host Brandon.
How goes it, Mark?
It goes good, kids.
Yeah, other than forgetting to switch over or unmuting there, but
Hey man, it's not a podcast episode if there's not at least one minor or major technical issue.
And that came from a viewer, literally.
That's even better.
Gotta love it.
But hey, we got a lot of stuff going on this week. Before we get into that, want to welcome everybody for joining us, whether you're watching us on YouTube, Twitch, or on any of the audio sources. We want to give a shout out to any of our channel members, Patreons, anybody that actually supports the show on the social media, or you just follow the channel. You give us a like, give us a follow, comment down below. We definitely appreciate all the support that you can give us. But for this week, we definitely have some news going on about the Summer Games Fest. Definitely is like the number one thing for sure. As well as, we got an Xbox game showcase. We got some stuff going about, if I can speak, that would definitely help. We have some stuff going on with Call of Duty, some PSVR 2 coming to PC, and a lot more good stuff coming on.
Yay!
As well as, I know I didn't tell Brandon this, but we do have a video coming out this Sunday that I'm putting together on a topic that I talked about 2 weeks ago on the podcast. It's about the anime Eden of the East. So that'll be live this Sunday on the YouTube channel at Game Junction. As well as, this is not directly related to this, but it's kind of like a quick little spinoff. I had a surprise enjoyment when I was down in Salt Lake this week, and I ended up watching the movie Haikyuu, The Dumpster Battle. And if you don't know what that is, I knew nothing about it before I actually watched this movie, or I did a quick, do I need to have read the manga or watched the anime, but if you don't know what Haikyuu is, it's a sports anime about essentially volleyball.
Okay.
And knowing nothing about it, I can say at the very least I was able to go in, watch it, and to some degree enjoy what was going on. The whole hour and a half really focused on really one whole volleyball match. So the better part of an hour, you're watching, one long volleyball match. If you don't know a whole lot about it, I think it's like the best of 3 sets or something like that, and you got to get 25 points or get to 25 plus 2, obviously, if it's kind of like really tied. I'm not all that well versed in volleyball, so I learned definitely a lot just from watching this. But I thought it was a very good show, whether you've watched anything before or you watch stuff after the fact. It's, good show, competitive, just really lighthearted fun. As far as like being a really competitive show with, this, 2 sports teams going after each other, definitely promoted, pushing yourself to the limits as well as, competitive sportsmanship, I guess. It definitely, promoted that, though. It's a quick little thing I just wanted to kind of shout out that I saw. Don't know how long it's going to be in theaters, but I thought it was a really good watch.
Nice. I've heard the name Haikyuu before, but that must be it. You said it means volleyball, right?
Haikyuu, that's the name of the manga.
Because I've heard of that. I've heard of that name.
The English translation for the actual movie is called The Dumpster Battle for the subtitle. I don't want to even pretend to butcher the actual Japanese pronunciation, but I don't know if Haikyuu actually stands for volleyball. But it's a manga and anime. Now there's like subsequent movies that are about volleyball. But it was just a quick little thing I wanted to mention before we got into it.
Yeah, I'm here for it. I like volleyball,
but no, definitely. No, but today was the first day of the Summer Games Fest. I know there was just a recent stream going on. That I know I just because of when it was going on, I didn't get a chance to catch it or catch most of it. It was kind of like back and forth. I'll watch it, but I had some other stuff at work that I had to knock out at the same time. But we definitely have a lot of announcements just come out today, and obviously this is going through the 9th, so it's going all the way through Sunday. So we talk about some stuff here, but there's definitely a lot of good news to kind of follow, or hopefully good news.
Yeah.
You can never tell.
For real. Yeah, I mean, other than Summer Games Fest, we'll also be talking about a bunch of movies. The new Alien trailer came out, new Venom trailer, Star Wars Acolyte is out. Are there other movies I'm forgetting? I know those are the big ones. That's the big stuff, like that's kind of pop culture centric. But the Venom and Alien trailer came out together, essentially.
I think the Bad Boys movie is about to come out, I think next
Oh,
week.
I,
I was
s-
trying to pull that up.
I saw some
Uh,
behind the scenes stuff on that on Instagram. It looked pretty cool.
or no, it came out today or
Oh
last night.
dang.
It's out right now. I was just trying to pull it up.
Okay.
And as a quick glance, it has a 68% from the critics and a 70 or no, a 97 on the audience score right now.
A
Uh,
97 audience score.
yeah,
Dang.
with on Rotten Tomatoes with 250. Obviously, it just came out today,
That might be
so
the
we'll
best
see how it
rated
goes to the movie.
movie in the series because I remember they used to like. I'm pretty sure like critic scores and every score that I can
Yeah, the
remember were
critics
never good for those movies ever.
the the critics on 162 reviews on Rotten Tomatoes gave it a 63. So they
I mean,
collectively aren't the biggest fans,
to
obviously,
me
which
though,
means
that's
it's
still not.
probably
That's like mid grade. That's like a C movie, like based on the score is what I would like tell
from the critics
somebody.
because the audience with 250 people has it at a 97, so it's significantly high. But from the trailers that I saw from this, it definitely looked like the first two. It's a summer flick. You just sit
Yeah,
down,
there's
watch the
like
movie, throw popcorn in your mouth, not think too deep into it.
yeah, yeah. That's what the other ones are. They're kind of silly but fun movies.
You just got to make sure that you keep Will Smith's wife out of your effing mouth.
You get
I'm
slapped
sorry, you
if
could
you
talk
don't.
Will Smith. This is like what 2 years ago now. I don't think he's ever gonna live that down.
Yeah, I did want to also mention we also have like some pretty negative news again this week. We got more studio closures, more people losing their jobs. Why you would ever want to work in the games industry in 2024 is beyond me. It's unfortunate that's like a pipe dream to be able to successfully do that in 2024. It doesn't matter your whole studio gets closed down. I don't care about individuals.
Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate. It's definitely because I know I sent you a video. I don't have anything
Yeah,
immediately
I
set up,
watched
but
it.
there was a video by I think it's Pirate Software or his nickname Thor,
I had
because he
never
used to
watched
work for
him
Blizzard.
before.
I watch his clips. I'm not a big live streamer person myself, or I watch him periodically. But he made a good statement about all these all these corporations are kind of crap, whether it's Sony or Microsoft. They just buy a bunch of studios, close them down. Oh, why are there no good games?
Yeah.
You bought up
Yep.
all the studios and then immediately shut them down because you didn't have money to fund them. So why'd you buy it in the first place? Type thing, which is just
I
frustrating.
saw so like you already know my opinion on this stuff, right? But here's the thing, it's a completely free game, free for you to play. I saw somebody arguing about, "Oh, why can't I play all the characters in multiverses or whatever?" Listen, if this game is free for you to play, like that's different. That's a different story than like all the other stuff. If they're giving you that game for free, of course there's going to be stuff locked behind buying it because you're not paying, the
It's
$70 for that game. You're playing it
it's
for free.
it's like every other mobile
You,
game. It's free to play. Now let's just murder you in microtransactions.
Which like the thing is with this game, like, I played a bunch of the beta. I played with you even, and like this is
Yeah.
I would say it's a little bit different than just like another mobile game, but it is the same concept. Like if you're getting to play you can play these, big handful of characters or whatever, but I mean they got to make their money back. They can't just, spend $50 million on a game and not
Yeah,
charge
but if you're
people
charging
for.
me like $60, $70, and God knows that
Oh,
price
it's
is
gonna be
probably
way
gonna
more than
jump
that,
by
I'm
next
sure,
year.
if you want to get everything. But then there's like
I can't remember who I heard
outfits.
talk. Yeah, I can't remember who I heard talking about it, but somebody was saying like it wouldn't surprise me. I wish I remember where I heard this from, but like it wouldn't surprise me if when GTA 6 comes out, they are charging like $100 for it when it comes out, which is then just going to set a new standard. And to me,
Uh,
that's just ridiculous. I don't care how good the game is.
yeah.
That's ridiculously expensive for a baseline game. Just like
Yeah,
yeah, you might make record sales, but that's a bad
I'm sure they
standard to
have a
start setting.
$100 version because there's always like up to $150 in versions for these games. Like,
Yeah,
most
for
of these
3 days early access
yeah,
is
it's
some
so stupid, but
crap in game
it's
cosmetics
so
that no one
dumb.
cares
And like
about.
the new Call of Duty will be you can, I don't know about the days early thing, but I don't think they do that. But I know that, there's always those versions for any of those any game really. Realistically, you're talking
Yeah,
about like
Ubisoft is terrible about that.
terrible.
It's
Yeah,
it's
Ubisoft is
atrocious.
every game almost.
But I mean, we already saw it happen with the $70 price tag. First game that did it. Now, literally every other AAA games, if you still want to call them that, because they're broken at launch.
Yeah.
It's $70 the new standard. But I mean, it's new standard if you're willing to pay for it, which I'm not. I'll buy a game on on sale because I have a massive backlog as is.
Yeah, that's where I'm at pretty much. Unless it's like a big game that I want to be able to, like a massive game or whatever. But most of the time I'm buying stuff on sales now. Like any Ubisoft game, I don't buy at launch anymore. I
Buy
get it when I
Ubisoft
find
games.
15, 20 bucks, whatever.
I don't. After Ubisoft, granted they've pumped out crap for years now. I think the last game I bought them was Odyssey, and I still wasn't the biggest fan of it. But the whole, no, you're just gonna have to get used to not owning your games. Just left a sour taste in my mouth. I'm like, oh, that's fine. I refuse to support you out of my own personal volition, which is I'm not buying any of your games. Whether that's new, you get the money, or that's used physical copy. I'm just not buying your games. But they also haven't put out a game that makes me actually want to
Well,
buy
that
anyways.
Samurai, or no, I guess it wasn't. Maybe it was a Samurai that we looked at. It looks kind of cool. It's coming out. It kind of looks like Ghost of Tsushima.
Their Assassin's Creed Shadows that comes out in the fall.
Oh yeah, it is. I did.
The Japanese one that had all the drama around. It's a Japanese game, but you're playing as a black guy in medieval Japan.
Yeah, that one.
The irony,
craziness. Yeah. So we can, I guess, go ahead and get started with whatever you want. It's up to you if you want to do the Summer Games Fest stuff first, because there's still like stuff kind of sort of coming out. It's still going on as we speak.
Yeah, I mean it's going on. It's going on all weekend and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So we can go hit some of that stuff. I know at least from the IGN article that we kind of pulled up for what was going on, a Lego Horizon Adventure game was announced, and I don't know how to feel about this. To be fair,
that's where I'm at. If you watch the trailer, it's like ridiculously
it's a really simplified version of that game. It's just Horizon and Lego, but that Lego.
It looks ridiculously good for like. Just I don't know, visually looks, I'm like kind of shocked, but I shouldn't be because it is a PlayStation Lego game. It's a little different than just like another Star Wars or another whatever.
I don't know how to feel about it.
I don't either.
The actual games.
I don't either. It's hard to say. Like it yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it's good marketing for both Lego because I assume Lego, if they don't already, they're probably gonna have actual Lego sets for Horizon. Probably come out along with this game fairly recently.
We already got one. We got the big, what's it called? Whatever that big giant creature is called. We have a Lego set of that already that came out like
the
a year.
Thunderjaw?
Maybe you'd have to look it up what it
one it is. I can remember.
But it came out and like sold out, and now I think it's like available again or something.
Yeah.
Lego
I guess you're trying to reach out because the Horizon games are definitely rated for a more mature audience. So if you're just trying to spread your brand out to a younger audience, you going the Lego route kind of works.
It's the tall neck, I guess it's called.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah,
that's kind of cool. Yeah, it's on Amazon now for $90, so you can actually buy it right now. But yeah, I mean, like, so they've already partnered up once for like a set, so of course they're probably going to do more, I'm sure. And so it kind of works for both of them. Doing that, it's very weird, like kind of random. Like it seems like one of the more random series to do like a Lego game for, but
you'd assume so. But
I don't know. I really don't have to think of it. Like gameplay looks like more Lego, except a little more on the like Diablo Horizon or not Horizon. Diablo. What's the other game I'm thinking of?
Diablo Immortal.
No, it's like more along that style. The camera angle is a little more like out than a normal Lego game. It looks like to me.
Diablo 1, 2, 3, 4.
It looks like that. No, that's what it looks like. How the camera.
But it looks like work as hard. Yeah, but it looks like every other Lego game that I played though. It's got that fixed camera customers. You're moving around in a 3D environment, but the camera doesn't move.
Yeah, I guess.
Or it moves like left or right or diagonal, kind of how they had this game go. But I don't know. Probably not gonna get it unless it goes on sale. Like it's. For what it looked like, I'm like, I'll buy this game if it's like $20 or less. I'm not paying $60 for a Lego game.
Yeah,
but
I'm kind of there too, where I'm not like overly, there's too much to play. It's if you're a gamer or you enjoy games in any capacity, it's still, even though we had all of these issues, it is still the best time I think to be a gamer. There are so many games. A lot of games. I mean, any of the mediums too. TV shows, movies. We're getting so, as much as we, it's been kind of negative this year. It's also like, if you just think about it, the selection of games that a person gets, the amount of games that come out like almost every single day is an unreal.
Because you got to think about it. it's not what has just come out this year or this year last year. It's what's come out, the last 40 years essentially since gaming's been around. It's just you add new games, even if it's
Yeah.
like one or two really good games every year. That's just another added layer of games that continues to come out.
Yep. Yeah, there's so much. I mean, there are so many games that I certainly can't even keep up. And there's still ones that I would like want to play, but I can't, I'm not going to grab right now because I got to play this other stuff that I've got. There's just so much. There's so much. And then, you look at the backlog of games that have came out, since the inception. There's still, retro stuff that I want to get around to playing. I've got an actual list on my phone, and there's just so much, man. So much.
Oh no, there definitely is, absolutely. But I just wanted to say, for that Lego Horizons game, it's supposed to come out holiday 2024, so sometime November, December, realistically, and it's supposed to be coming to PS5, Switch, Steam, and the Epic Store. I guess it's not coming to Xbox, or that's not what they advertised.
Apparently not. Yeah. Interesting.
It's a timed exclusive on console. Like, I don't know.
I don't know either.
But no, we got some other announcements. So there was a Harry Potter Quidditch Championship game that was announced. Didn't know if you had any kind of thoughts on this. I don't know. I wasn't the biggest fan of how that graphically looked. I don't know. It kind of looked kind of cheap, if you ask me.
Yeah, that's kind of where it looks like almost. It doesn't really make sense, but kind of plasticky. That's how I always judge, like when a game looks that way, where it's like almost budget-like.
But I mean, I get it if it's just a Quidditch game, because it looked mostly like, even if it's in-game footage, like it was just like trailer or, trying to think of the right word where you're just seeing video, like cinematic footage essentially. But it looks like kind of like a bare budget, I expect this to be probably $40 because it's just a Quidditch game.
Yeah,
there's not a whole lot else going on. I'm sure there's a story, but it's might as well be inconsequential. But look at the graphics; it kind of reminded me of like a game like, was it like Fire?
It looks like crap, if I'm being honest with you.
It looks like an indie. It looks graphically, it looks like an indie studio game.
It kind of does,
but
yeah.
I had let me try to pull something.
It just
up.
looks
I think it was Firewalker.
Plastic characters. Like I don't know how else to explain it. It has that like plastic sheen to it almost, like where it just doesn't look like they definitely weren't going for the realism here because they like kind of are though. That's the thing. Like they're kind of going for that, but they look like they're wearing wigs. Like it doesn't even look like real hair.
Yeah, it just looks like this looks like a $20 to $40. Probably gonna be a $40.
Definitely ain't gonna be 20. I can tell you that now.
I mean, that's what it looks like. But it just looks like an indie studio made this with a really low. They didn't have much of a budget at all. But this one is supposed to launch for PC via the Epic Game Store and Steam, Nintendo Switch, PlayStation, and Xbox on September 3rd, 2024.
That's good so far. These are all coming out this year.
Yeah, we're getting games that are coming out, within that 6-month window, which you'd kind of expect a lot of games, essentially holiday season. Because I assume for the summer window, we've already gotten all the announcements at this point.
Yeah, and then we'll have to hit the all the indie announcements too, because I'm getting like a bunch of tweets right now. I just got a tweet about a game called Angerfoot.
Oh, there's gonna be so many games to hit each and every one individually.
Well, maybe like a couple of highlights or something. There's a Call to the Lamb Unholy Alliance thing coming out. Like we talked about that game.
Still haven't
before.
played that game.
I know we talked about it too. It's one of the best
videos.
videos.
This is crazy.
I still haven't played it either.
No, I guess one of the other big ones that we got is finally getting Civilization 7. About to just say Civ 7 because that's what I'm used to calling it. Obviously, it was just a cinematic trailer, but we finally got news. For those that are fans of the Civilization series of games, it seems like we get one about every 5 years.
Yeah, I almost said I don't care unless it's Age of Empires, but I'm not a Civilization guy. If I'm being real with you,
we got a new Age of Empires game, and Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition still beats it out in people that play it. So
that's
it's
crazy.
Just a better game.
That's insane. Game is so old. I have it on the DS.
They peaked with Age of Empires 2. They just gave it a new, fresh game. I mean, Age of Empires 2 DE Definitive Edition on PC. It's still getting new updates and DLC and stuff like that.
That's insane. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean,
they've just found a formula that works.
If it works really
well in that
whatever
game.
Brings the money in is what you're going to do. So.
I think it's crazy how well that game has stood up for the past 25 years since it's been out.
Yeah, I played it on
a game 25 years later. Even if you play the original version or the new coat of paint, it
Yeah.
still just looks and plays amazing.
Yeah, that's insane. Age of Kings is from Age of Empires 2, correct? The DS game?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
I
think
thought
it's
so.
the Age of King. I think it was also like a
It's basically like
expansion pack.
one of the expansion packs, kind of standalone. Anyway, I was gonna say what I did. I popped it in a few weeks ago and just played it for like 15 minutes or whatever, just kind of reminisce back on the game. I was like, it pretty much looks like what I remember, kind of like crap, but like it works
Well,
for that
that's
era.
why if you play the definitive edition, it looks and plays the same way, but it obviously looks a lot better.
If it's
Plus,
not
there's
on the
mods
DS, I
and
don't
stuff like
play.
that. You're crazy. Which is like a turn-based game, not the RTS that it actually is.
Yeah, it's
But
different.
if you really are into turn-based games, Civilization is like peak turn-based game.
I mean,
Or at
most
least
people would say that, yeah.
Turn-based that has lasted the test of time, not like I don't know, like a Command and Conquer, which is more or less felt like it's kind of died out. No, that's more RTS. That's my bad, but it just feels like a lot of other games from that era, more or less. You have Age of Empires 2 that's still kind of around with a really dedicated small fan base, and then the
Very
Civilization
small, right?
series. But everything else from like the 90s, from when it comes to RTS and turn-based, aren't really around anymore, which is kind of sad because there were some really good games that came out in that era.
Yeah, they're definitely
Even in like
were.
the end of the 2000s, but they just didn't age well, or what players want definitely changed.
Yeah, I mean that's I guess fair. Things evolve, so there's always going to be
Yeah, fair
changes.
enough. No, definitely. But that game is slated to come out to, they say, PC and consoles in sometime in 2025. So my immediate gut says holiday 2025. So you're still like probably a year and a half out. But obviously we have no idea. It might not want to try to compete in that window. But you got at least probably realistically a year before that game comes out. We also got a trailer for the Dragon Ball Z, or trailer and official release time or date. I can't read. For Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. Which I know you immediately brought. Because I think the last one that we had was Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, which I never beat, but I played a decent amount. I know people that actually played it and beat it, and they absolutely loved the game.
Yeah, a lot of people really. It kind of got like trashed when it first came out because of the style of game that it was. It's not a fighting game.
I mean, it's
but now now I hear good, very good things about it. So
I think if you make it more like the adventure type game with some fighting stuff, it just broadens the horizon for people that actually play it. In Dragon Ball Z, like every single game been a strict fighting game. Maybe it doesn't hurt to step out and make it more of like an action adventure type game.
I am completely with you. I think you got to kind of break that up, and it legitimately we got Fighters. Dragon Ball Fighters was the last fighting game that we got, which
you could bounce back and forth.
Yeah, that one is crazy because it looks like the anime. It looks like you're playing the anime, so it's like insanely good. And now we're going back to Tenkaichi, which is a different style of fighting, more along the lines of like a 2D fighter. And we got the Breakers, which I refused to play and wasn't interested in, and now
I actually got it. I physically have it and never put it on my PlayStation.
You have to be connected to the internet, so physically getting it did nothing.
Which also is weird. It's supposed to play like the was it like
it looks horrible.
Dead by Daylight? It's you and 4 people against like one villain. So you have to like survive and stuff like that. It's good for like a few hours, but yeah, it's not something I could play for forever. I thought the concept was that could work, but apparently the execution was just not that good.
Yeah, I don't know anybody that's actually played it.
Yeah, no. Obviously, the trailer seemed more like it was more cinematics that we saw than the actual gameplay. But we did get an announcement for a premium collector's edition, which is pre-orders now because the game comes out October 11th of this year. You also get an actual stand. It looks more plastic, but I don't know exactly what it's made of. But an actual diorama of
I missed that
Goku and I believe it's Broly. So if you want something, I don't know actually the actual scale or what the quality of the video that it actually had it on was not that great, so I can't see it. But it also comes, with the base game. You get some cards, steelbook, metallic bookmarks, and some other, obviously in-game stuff if you get the premium collector's edition.
Did you say that the statue is Broly?
Yeah, so it's a statue of Goku and Broly. I believe that's Broly, just from how he looks going at each other. But I believe it's from the actual.
Makes me want to get that. I love Broly. One of my favorite. I mean, I know
Yeah.
he's not like canon, but yeah, I always liked him.
I say that. I was gonna try to see how much
Yeah, I'm curious about that because I did not
the
see
actual
that.
cost of the set was.
We should mention. Yeah, I mean, I guess you kind of said it, but this is a next. Well, it's not even. It's a this gen game. Now we gotta quit saying next
Yeah.
gen. It's been 4 years,
So
but
for the premium collector's edition, it's a Bandai Namco store
of
exclusive, so
course
you have
it
to buy
is.
it directly from them. But I wanted to try to pull it up to see how much they were actually charging for it.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing too.
So the standard edition, at least what they have on their website for Steam, is going to be $70. So that's the base. But so the Dragon Ball Z Sparkling Zero Premium Collector's Edition, this one had it for at least the Xbox and the PS5. That actually had the statue. They're both $229.99 USD.
Dang, does it look worth it though? You think?
If you really want that statue, I feel like the statues.
I feel like because like they do
trying to
actually
pull-
pretty decent statues when they do the store exclusive things. Like they're usually pretty decent.
I was trying to pull up the actual
The
image.
game.
Okay, so let me re-go through it again. So the Premium Collector's Edition has the base game, the exclusive diorama, which is 264 by 174
That's a pretty
millimeters.
big one.
I knew it better in inches, but it looks like a decent size. 3 playable cards plus 1 Energy Maker card. Exclusive steelbook, a metallic bookmark double-sided, collectible lenticular card with Ultimate Edition upgrade pack voucher. So it's got the season pass, season bonus pass, 3 days early access, the standard kind of in-game stuff, the ultimate upgrade pack, so some emotes, some costumes, some player card backgrounds, so just a bunch of like in-game stuff. More or less, if you're ordering this premium collector's edition, it's really only for, you can still book in some cards, but it's really for that diorama that you really want. That's what you're chunking out this money for, because there's really no other reason to get it. Like a steelbook and some cards and bookmarks are nice, but they're not really stuff you're probably going to look at once and just put it off to the side. Or an actual diorama, which I hope it's actually made of PVC.
It looks like it, but it's very hard to tell. But they
didn't
normally
say for
they
sure.
are.
If I pay that much money for it, I would hope it's actual PVC. That's when you look at actual models of like characters and like that you buy, the PVC tends to be the most expensive, but it looks the nice.
I will say
the nicest.
The Bandai Namco store exclusives, the statues are always pretty good. They did one for that Gundam game that was like I really wanted that, but it was like $400. And then they did one for that. What's that?
You're chucking out.
What's that other series that came out that we both wanted to play the game but never picked it up? As far as I'm aware, you haven't picked it up. But it's also like the giant robot sort of. What's that game called?
That's immediately coming to mind. I'm not sure. I'm sure if you said I remember.
Yeah, I can't remember. It's like a mech game.
But I mean, like if I'm throwing out $230 before shipping and handling and stuff like that, I would hope this is a really well made. Well, they call it a diorama, but a model essentially. But I mean, it looks really cool. They have in the image, so
yeah, it looks pretty dang good.
But at that price, realistically, I'm like, I can't justify the money for just that.
I will say this.
What was that?
I said I will say this. You already spend a lot on statues and stuff. This, with getting the game and everything, I'm gonna say this one is probably like, kind of like the other ones. Like it's a lot, but it's probably worth it with all that extra stuff. I don't know how much it would all be together, but I'm gonna assume that this is actually one of the cheaper ones that I've seen on there, believe it or not.
So. No, you could justify it, but as much as I like Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, I'm not the biggest diehard Dragon Ball Z fan. So when it comes to this, I'm like, that's cool. $200 for that model, I couldn't justify because I'm not a diehard Dragon Ball Z fan. But if it was $200 for a franchise that I'm definitely a diehard fan on, I'd be more likely to actually go and spend the money.
Yeah, that's
a better way to actually explain it, because that's more or less, as much as I like Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, I'm not a diehard fan. That's like most shonen shows out there. I'm just not a diehard fan, but I've got really good memories for it.
Yeah, for sure.
But I'm curious to know how quickly this is gonna be sold out, or if they're just gonna make enough copies to where that's not an issue.
Yeah, I'm wondering that too. I'm wondering if it's gonna be one of those.
Is it like limited?
Yeah, these usually are, as far as I'm aware. Normally, the Bandai Namco store stuff is, but I will say there have been things that like where it doesn't sell out, but there have been others where they've sold out. So like, I don't know what makes the
I feel
difference.
like
That mech game I'm thinking of, that's one where it didn't sell out, but it's because the dang mech was so big and it was so expensive that I just
it
think
drives away most people.
it
Where
dro-
this is a little bit
yeah,
cheaper.
yeah.
But with it being Dragon Ball, I feel like if it's gonna
Oh,
sell out, it probably would sell it this weekend.
Armored
So like if you
Core
want it,
Armor Core
oh,
6.
Armored
If
Core
you look on
6,
the
yeah.
front page, it's on there, but that mech is unreal. It looks, and it's at 230 now too, but that's not what it cost at launch. But it is
Just
down to
close the page.
230.
I gotta pull it back up now.
Oh, yeah, you're good. But yeah, I mean, like they got Tekken 8 collectors, Elden Ring collectors. Those are all available right now. Gundam Breaker 4. But if you look
I
at,
mean,
if you
are
roll,
you talking about the actual?
scroll down a little bit, you'll see the big one that I'm talking about where it comes with the
Well, because I saw
full.
the one that was like $160.
This one's $450. If you
I
if
didn't
you
see
roll
them
down
under
just
their.
a tad,
At least
you'll
their
see it.
featured products. I didn't see it.
You got click on the collector's edition under exclusive editions, and you'll see all of them there. Like there's a JoJo one with the, I forget what her name is. See, that
Oh,
looks
I
up
saw.
your alley.
Yeah, I see it now. It's 19 centimeters. It's fairly tall.
It's four
Or
hundred
no,
and
that's
fifty
the.
dollars.
I look at the $230 one.
Yeah,
The
yeah, the big.
32 centimeters.
It's a big boy because it comes with that
Sorry,
statue with like
I've got to put that in freedom units. It's 12 and a half inches tall.
that's relatively big. I mean, that's pretty
Oh yeah, for
big.
model, and that's just how tall. It looks like it's fairly wide because it
Yeah,
also
it
comes
does.
with the garage and stuff. The premium edition, not the collector's edition.
Yeah, that Naruto Ninja Storm Connections.
Oh,
That one's
for
200.
$80. Yeah, for $80 you can get the official vinyl as well. As we just scroll through their
Oh,
product page.
yeah,
I didn't realize vinyl had blown up. Like every time I go to a Barnes and Noble, it amazes me how many vinyls of like new stuff they have there.
it's popular, man. It's weird is I feel like it's actually has just recently hit its kind of plateau or maybe even sink where a lot of people I've seen are now selling off the vinyl that they were getting all excited for. And now it's like the diehards that like only the diehards that are, at least that's what I've seen a lot of people getting out of the vinyl game now. Because like I feel like during COVID it got really popular again, really popular. Like it blew up. I think every industry kind of blew up during that time. I think people wanted
Everyone's at home, not
they're
doing
at home
anything.
spending money. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because
That's
they
what
got
they're
nothing
doing.
else to do. You can't go out and spend money on alcohol and stuff like that.
Yeah, so I feel like it just kind of all blew up there. Now I'm sort of seeing it sink where a lot of people's stuff that would have sold out is not selling out, and like just stuff like that. Like there's a lot that I notice. I see people constantly in one of the vinyl groups I'm in saying they're selling out their collection. They don't have time for it anymore. They're not
You don't
really
have to sell
interested
it.
in it. You know,
It's vinyl. You just play music.
it's expensive.
I don't know how you
though.
don't have time for
It's
that.
some of them sell out really quick. Like they make pretty limited batches, and it's like worth like 6 times the cost of when it came out. So like they'll get a vinyl for $40, $39.99. Now it's worth $600. Like that happens all the time.
It's just a fad.
It happens with games probably tenfold that because there's games that came out pretty cheap and is now worth 10 times the cost. But it's the same premise, and same with movies. Those boutique movie releases, same thing. They sell out worth 10 times the cost. So people are actually making money on their purchases, which if you're getting out of it, that's fair. I mean, whatever. Like
Yeah.
you didn't make that price. So whatever you want to do, but I am seeing a lot of people getting out of it now, but it's still, I would say, decently popular.
No, yeah, definitely. I guess before we get into the next section, who would you say is your favorite Street Fighter character?
I'm kind of boring because I'm probably just gonna say. Can you take a guess at who I'm gonna say?
I don't really know. Was it Raiden? I don't know if he's a Street Fighter character.
Chun-Li is my favorite. I
Oh, okay,
only
of course it's
exclusively play as her. Exclusively on every.
I said that. I'm sitting here thinking like I don't even think he's a Street Fighter character. I think it's another franchise he's part of.
No,
it's
she
Mortal
is my
Kombat.
favorite fighting character in any fighting game ever. If she's available in like Marvel vs. Capcom, I play her. Like I don't know what it is, but I feel like this happened in like the last 4 years, but now I just like gravitated to her, started playing fighting games again a lot, and like she's just my favorite in every fighting game I play. So
So it's official. You heard it here first. Brandon's officially a Chun-Li simp. He gives her all his money for that live stream.
not quite to that extreme, but she's a good character.
The bestest. But no, I brought that up mainly because we got an announcement for the Street Fighter 6, the official year 2 character trailers for M. Bison, Terry, Mai, and Alina, if I said her name right.
Wow. Nice.
I don't know if you're excited for that. Like I've said a million times before, I'm just not a fighting game person.
I mean,
I
it's cool.
think the last time I played a Street Fighter game was like Street Fighter 2 on like the SNES or something like that. Or maybe an arcade, but I'm just not a fighting game person.
I will say that I think it's a relatively big deal because it is Fatal Fury characters that aren't even a Capcom franchise. That's all SNK and Neo Geo. But I think that they're doing that to promote that new Fatal Fury Mark of the Wolves game.
I could buy it.
Yeah, I think it's obviously for that. It's to promote that game coming out. So they're like, hey, we'll give you these characters. Let us advertise that this game's coming out. And I think, I got to thinking about this when I saw it pop up, and I feel like they might be a little bit concerned because SNK, I mean, they still put out, some pretty big fighting games that are played like, in tournaments, which would be the King of Fighters games, which is Fatal Fury's spin-off of King of Fighters. And I feel like I don't know what their sales look like in the past. I feel like they might be a little concerned because, unfortunately, since we don't have like Neo Geo systems anymore and stuff like that, I feel like SNK, they used to be at the top of the fighting games of all fighting games, like Neo Geo, SNK, like they took reign over that. But now people aren't as aware what those games are because it's not like we're getting Fatal Fury game every other year, things like that. So I don't know. I feel like it's one of those things where they're like maybe a little bit concerned about the sales because Mark of the Wolves is a spin-off of Fatal Fury, which is spin-off of King of Fighters. So it's kind of a spin-off of a spin-off.
So you would say it's as the kids would say, it's not very cash money.
It might not be very cash money. It looks phenomenal, but I do wonder if maybe Lil Wayne here in the house.
Fair enough. But as far as these characters, M. Bison's supposed to come out summer of 24. Terry comes out autumn of 24. Alina is spring of 25. Then Mai is winter of 25.
Okay.
I don't know why they put those backwards on the actual
winter
graphic.
Of 25. That's a whole year and a half away.
Well, Alina is pretty much a whole year. Spring of 25.
Dang, we're
just in the summer right now. So.
Why are they? I wonder why they're. Well, I guess they do kind of have to do the whole pass.
It's spread out over the whole year. Yeah, so it's supposed to be like a whole year 2, so every quarter of year 2, essentially.
I mean, it's cool. Obviously you want these games to stay alive. Street Fighter 6 isn't old at all. It's not even 2 years old yet. I think a year old. There's so much that's came out. I actually can't remember when it came out, but yeah, I mean, I imagine they're going to support this game for a while, so that's cool to see and kind of to be expected. So
definitely. I didn't know before I started going down, was there some other games that you explicitly wanted to talk to? Because I know there's a lot of stuff here, but we got a lot of stuff, so I didn't want to get bogged down with literally every single thing.
The other big thing I want to mention because it looks phenomenal and a lot of people agree with me. I was actually just looking to see what other people are saying. The Power Rangers game that got announced. So it's like a retro style game, and it almost looks like it's going back to that Genesis and Super Nintendo game, and it's called Rita's Rewind. So like the name, plays into the whole it being a retro style game, and it looks like it could have came straight off of the Genesis or Super Nintendo. It looks like that Power Rangers movie game and then the other one that came out, but it looks really good, and it's a beat 'em up style game, but it's also got FPS and racing elements to it. If you watch the trailer, it jumps into this first person racing aspect, and it looks weird because like this type of retro style game is not supposed to like look like that. Like it's going first person. It looks crazy. Yeah. But it looks really good. It looks like it came straight off of those consoles. And like the name and everything that happens kind of plays into that. But all the original Power Rangers, it says a bunch of iconic villains in the trailer just looks really good. Um, like really, really good. So I'm pretty excited about that. Uh, yeah, it looks. I'm watching it back again. It
Yeah,
just looks really
yeah,
cool.
yeah. It looked like they took inspiration from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle games, and they're like, "Hey, let's turn that, but let's go with now Power Ranger."
At
'Cause that
50
seems to do pretty well.
seconds, the first person elements come in like real quick. Yeah, you can see where he's riding like a motorcycle. It's just like crazy. It turns into like a first person kind of shooter because you're like shooting on rails. It's
Oh yeah,
I don't know how else to explain it. But yeah, then like the Met where they get into the Megazord looks really cool, and you only get to see it for like 2 seconds in the trailer, but like you jump into the Megazord and go full first person fighting, like actual first person, and it just looks absurd and like really cool. And then I wanted to mention the Mecha Break game. I just thought it
yeah. I
looked
was
kind of
about to. I'd
cool.
bring that up too. It
I want
definitely
you to
looked. Didn't
take
see a whole lot, but I was like, I'm getting real Gundam vibes here.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean, like even kind of says that Takayuki Yanase from Gundam helped work on it. He works on Gundam, Armored Core, and Metal Gear. So obviously, yeah. I mean, it's like kind of pulling straight
Yeah.
from that. They look like Gundams, like literally.
Pretty much like straight out. Like the design.
Like, how are they
very reminiscent?
Yeah, very much so. It looks really good.
Because it looks like we got really brief like in game, but it looked more like potentially like a cutscene, not actual gameplay. But I'm definitely
Yeah.
when I saw that, like I definitely want to see more because in August of this year is when they're starting their summer closed beta test. So probably maybe holiday of 24 or spring of 25 at like the earliest if they're doing like a closed beta at this point.
Yeah, I might have to see if I can apply for if they got like a application to apply for it or something because it looks cool.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And then Alan Wake 2 is getting DLC as well. Oh, I mean, not to look over that so quick. It's called Night Springs. It's out in less than 24 hours, apparently. It was a surprise reveal, so it looks kind of cool. But right under that, the new Skate remake, EA Skate, which was like the other big popular skateboarding games, looks like it got a trailer, a 4-minute trailer, and the console playtests are on the way. It says so they'll be able to test it out. But this is pretty cool to see the series kind of get rebooted because people love those games. For the longest time, like Tony Hawk kind of went off rails and like literally, and Skate became the popular.
Yeah, I remember growing up, the Tony Hawk games were definitely like peak gaming or peak skateboarding games.
Yeah, man, I love those games. But yeah, it looks like this is finally sorta. The trailer's like not really a trailer. If that makes sense. It's just like a dude talking at the very end. There's like a little very quick sort of. It's like it looks like an open world online, like online only game. Looks like you're like kind of just playing with people online. Maybe you go into like a world or whatever, and you guys are all skateboarding together. That's what it looks like. So it looks significantly different than the other games. I guess it's cool to see the series come back though. So, an Among Us animated series is coming out. Did you see that?
No, yeah, definitely. No, I guess got a comment. Apparently I'm having an issue. My audio is not going through on the Twitch.
Oh, it's not going through at all.
Yeah, it's like a whole even
this whole time it hasn't
going live.
Oh, F. Well, that's not good. You got monitor and output put on for me. Depending on how you have it set up, might have to have.
Yeah, I'm just testing something real quick.
Oh, yeah, you're good.
Okay, no, I realized what the problem was. Had to deal with audio tracks.
Oh, okay.
So a problem that should have not existed at all. I was in there like, no, everything's clean on my side, and I was like, oh, almost immediately knew what the problem was, so I started clicking around. But hey, thanks, Living 80s, for letting us know.
Oh yeah, hey, how's it going, man?
I know he came in saying, hey, Mike's not working on Twitch, but only on the YouTube. And I think I was messing around with some other stuff, and I realized what the problem was real quick. That's unfortunate.
Dang.
I have to mess around with some stuff after the fact to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Yeah. So there's a rumor that came out. Yeah, I put this in here yesterday, so this could maybe not hold a lot of weight now, but I don't know. It didn't specifically mention like Summer Games Fest, and we still do have a couple events coming up. So the Xbox Game Showcase, and there's other stuff happening through the weekend, so it still could happen. But there was a rumor coming that a Hogwarts Legacy Directors Cut was coming out with Rocksteady and Avalanche Software. Um, yeah, it didn't. There wasn't sort of any other information really in the app, but a Director's
Yeah.
Cut, I assume, maybe like sort of like the Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut, where it's kind of like a remaster or something like that, and you get like all the content in there and stuff like that. Is what I'm guessing, but we didn't really get a lot of information, so I'm not entirely sure what that means. But I still haven't played Hogwarts Legacy, so and
I
I
played it.
wanted to. I wanted to.
There's people that liked it. I don't. I got bored with it real quick after a few hours, and I put it down. I've never picked it up since. But that was just more like a personal thing. It didn't itch the kind of game I wanted to play.
Yeah,
But I mean, it played well. I didn't have any issues with it. Like technically, it's just I ultimately didn't care for it all that much.
yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like it was one of those ones where I was like, I'm just gonna wait until it's pretty cheap, and I just haven't picked it up. There's just
I
so
can
many
see that. But
games.
I was also never a big Harry Potter fan. Even growing up, I didn't really care for it all that much. So
Well, I guess there is like a big update coming out. I guess there was an article about that a few days ago that will add in a number of sought after features. Apparently, so it looks like
does it tell us what features those are,
yeah,
or
it says extensive photo mode. Players can refund talent points and access a previously exclusive minding your own business mission. Uh, Azkaban coat, taped up glasses. I don't. So it looks like maybe like a lot of like cosmetics, sort of. A few
yeah,
other things like the photo mode, which I mean, come on, that should be there at launch. At this point,
that's
like so
great.
many people
I've
use it that
but I say like I'm the one person who's like I just don't care. I'd
I
never
don't
want to
either.
actually use the photo mode
I
unless it's
don't
for like
either.
a really easy in-game achievement.
But I do see what other people do, and I get why they want.
Yeah, it looks amazing what some people can do with that.
Yeah, and I'm not that person, so I just have never cared. But like, what
I'm
I
not that
see
good at
some people do is pretty crazy.
yeah, I'm just not that good at photography in general. So
Yeah, it's just not something I care about in games, but I know other people do. So, um, I did want to mention this real quick because I have it in the notes, but there is a surprise update for Astro's Playroom featuring quests to rescue special bots based on PlayStation characters. Um, Trophy enthusiasts will enjoy the added bronze trophies for rescuing special bots and a silver trophy for rescuing all of them. And they want you to go back and play this, so you buy Astrobot, the new game.
yeah,
But Astro's Playroom is phenomenal, so I'll have to check that out. I mean, it's
no,
free
it
on
is.
everybody's console, and I'll definitely. I don't care about trophies, but there's like some added stuff to it. I'll play it. I still think it's one of the best looking things that we've had, and it was free with your console at launch. I still think visually it's one of the besides Ratchet and Clank, those two that was a launch title. I think those two still have not peaked out on the best looking thing on the system, in my opinion. And they should look good because it is PlayStation, but I still think those are the best looking things, and we're almost 4 years in.
Work as hard as you do.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Nothing else just looks as good. But I mean, I guess if we're on the track of talking about PlayStation, the PlayStation VR 2 players can access games on PC with an adapter starting on August 7th.
I called it.
I think we kind of knew when the rumors kind of came around that they were
Yeah,
teasing stuff with the PC. We just didn't know what exactly it was going to be. Uh, so the new generation of VR games with innovative gameplay. Oh no, sorry, I started reading that the wrong place. So essentially, they want to enable access to additional games on PC, implementing the diverse PS2 VR game lineup available on PS5. Today, we were happy to share that we're rolling out the support on August 7th. So the big selling point is you now have access to both buy and play Steam's extensive library of VR games. Because if you don't know, when it comes to PC gaming, Steam
yeah.
is like the golden child of where you just go to buy games, essentially.
Yes.
To start, players will need to purchase a PSVR 2 PC adapter, which will be available for an estimated retail price of $60 US, 60 euros, and I believe it's 50 pounds at select retailers. But that's what we expect. They haven't actually come out and made any official announcement. With the cable, this is obviously sold separately, but it's compatible with DisplayPort 1.4, which is good to know. And then they listed the minimum PC requirements, which is Windows 10 64-bit or Windows 11 64-bit. That's 64-bit's kind of standard. Processor, minimum of a Intel i5 7600 or an AMD Ryzen 3 3100. Zen 2 or later architecture is required. I believe that's for the AMD one. At least 6 gigabytes of RAM for the GPU, GTX 1650 or later. Any of the NVIDIA RTX series and the AMD Radeon RX 5500 XT or later, or the AMD Radeon RX 6500 XT or later.
You got to have some
And
pretty
obviously
beefy hardware there. So
yeah. But I mean, it's the added benefit when it comes to VR. So if you have recently got into PC gaming, you should have stuff that's fairly equivalent.
yeah, yeah.
Man, my old 1070 couldn't have done this at all.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, if you're doing a new setup, yeah, probably. But I still I see people go still kind of lower in, like below kind of mid grade with their PC setups. Surprisingly, a lot of the starter bundles still isn't like anything high end or even high medium. So you do got to kind of have a beefy setup, but it's to be expected with VR now, especially. I imagine that if you're wanting to buy this, you probably already have like a pretty good setup, and this is gonna be even more niche, I think, of a sale.
I feel like it is because if you've yet to even get into VR gaming at this point, I would just say, since you already need to have a PC that can run some of this stuff, just go into the PC gaming VR market. Why even bother with PlayStation for like maybe 5 games or less that you actually want to play?
Yeah, that's the other thing.
I just feel like the hardware is just going to be better, and it's more, you have a wider variety of quality of hardware if you just look at the PC market.
Yeah, my only thing with that, so first of all, PlayStation wise, like really the only PlayStation game that we've really got, and I could be wrong, but I can't think of anything else, and I've kept a close eye since I do have one, but there hasn't been much to keep an eye on. Is just the Horizon game that came out at launch, Call of the Mountain. Like it's really good, but it's not something I'd be like, just for this, buy this $550 headset, right? Like, and then you got another $60 or whatever for the adapter.
Yeah.
I will tell you,
when it comes to playing on PC, and like if you already need these specs at that point, you can probably get some equivalent or just a little bit more expensive. That'll be just better quality end to end, and it already has the library established. You don't need this additional adapter.
Let me ask you,
other fun stuff.
Does MetaQuest 3? I've never had a MetaQuest, so I don't know. But is there like an option to plug into a PC? Do they like sell an accessory or something so you can make it a wired headset for more power? Because I
think it's just wireless by default, but I'm pretty sure.
Well, see, that's why I'm like, what's the other option then besides this? The old Steam headset? Like that thing is so outdated at this point.
Because I know MetaQuest is owned by obviously Meta, Facebook, whatever you want to call them, and it's got their own library, but I don't know if it connects.
That's why I was wondering, like, what is people's other option unless they're going for something pretty outdated? That Steam headset came out forever ago at this point. That's been out for like probably 8 years or something like that. So it's pretty old, and it's I'm like, what is a new updated option?
Yeah, so Valve's Steam Link app allows you to wirelessly stream games from your Steam library to a MetaQuest 3 headset.
Okay, so there's no plug-in option, though, right?
No, but I mean, I'm pretty sure if you're playing that, you have to connect to a PC anyways, because it's just that headset. But I mean, everything being wireless is more ideal than it being wired, especially if you've ever been extensively into VR gaming. With the amount of stuff that you move around in some games, like that wire can definitely get in the way.
It can.
I think the MetaQuest 3 and some of the newer headsets have, I can't remember exactly what they are, but they have detectors, so you can essentially know if you're going to run into something. You're not just completely blind with a screen in front of your face, and you've got no idea what's around you.
Yeah, the PlayStation
so they have been getting better.
That too. It has that open where you can just click a button and you see everything again mode.
Yeah.
So like you don't have to take your headset off at all, which is really nice.
that's gonna be better for VR. I think it's only gonna get better when it comes to playing a game, but knowing
It
kind of
is
what's
a
around you.
it's a very beefy headset. Like tech
Yeah.
wise, it's like other than that, the Apple headset, like it's and now the Meta Quest 3 is close to I don't know if they're close like on the same level. I can't remember. I watched a thing about this a while ago, but it's very beefy hardware. However, these VR headsets they go out of date so quick. Tech gets better very quick now. It's unreal how quick a thing gets outdated. I feel like some of the stuff is outdated when it comes out, like the Switch, for instance. It was already outdated before it even came
I mean,
out.
that's just that's the problem of like when you start working on development, it's gonna be something better just around the corner. But the way technology advances so quickly, it's just you do your best to future proof, but knowing that's gonna be around for like 6 to 8 years,
Yeah.
by the time it hits its midlife cycle, it's gonna be outdated to some degree.
That's why like these midlife cycles happen, are always
Yeah.
happen now because we didn't always have where we get like a refresh console where you get a slim and
I
stuff like
think
that, but
did it really first
last
happen
last
when it came
gen
to it was PS3 and the Xbox 360 were the first systems, but that was more by necessity of
they didn't
PS3
have
is just too
upgraded version.
expensive.
They didn't have like
No,
new
no,
hardware
it wasn't.
upgrades.
No, but it really started of different versions because the PS3, let's be fair, it needed to be slimmed down. It was way too expensive. It was killing the
Oh yeah, that
sales.
was a mess.
And then
That was
the
a big mess.
original 360, the Red Ring of Death, there was hardware issues. So there was like
Yes.
a full like three different versions of the
Three
360,
three versions, yep.
just to fix hardware. And I think that's what really started it because they're like, hey, let's make a different version that at least either improves or fixes some issues. And then people bought it, or people that had yet to get one bought it. So it's like, let's test the water with the how quickly technology improves. Put out a base model. About 4 years later, it's put an upgrade, and then your next console another 4 years essentially. That way, you're not falling behind the curve by a whole 7 or 8
Yeah.
years potentially.
That's the thing. Like you kind of have to do that now because if you already look at just since the PS5 and Series X came out, like they're pretty outdated already. Like you're seeing that in the PC world, and I would say like it's not horrible, but like it they are definitely outdated. The chips and stuff they use like
Yeah,
are
but
already behind to begin
that's
with,
kind
sort
of
of at
unfair.
launch.
We get new GPUs and CPUs, motherboard. We get like
Yeah,
every year there's a whole new cycle when it comes to AMD and Intel and stuff like that. They're every year they're putting out new hardware, so
every year.
that's hard to keep up
Sometimes
with.
every 6 months if you look at like the refreshed things and the
Yeah, if you've got $2,000 to drop every
yeah,
6 to 12 months on the top of the line stuff that drops every year.
it's crazy. Oh my god, it's crazy. Uh yeah, I don't know. I was thinking back to the 360 and Xbox did something very unique with that where that third model that they dropped actually came out when the Xbox One came out. So they're like, "Here, let's launch a new budget console for people that
That's
can't
crazy.
afford to get the new
Yeah.
platform at $100 and
But even then, I
we'll still
remember
sell 360s."
for like $80 to $100 at the same time, you could get a used 360. I like the version I had was
Yeah.
the second version.
Yeah.
You can still get it, refurbished something at the GameStop, relatively cheap.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, but I don't know how successful that third 360 did, but
Can't
I think
imagine it
for
was that.
them, they're like, let's just get rid of this crap that we have,
Yeah,
and
I think they just had a lot of excess inventory, and it's just like, well, we'll just throw it into an upgraded
yeah,
model because we have to get rid of this old stock, and hopefully we can recoup some of the loss
yeah.
instead of just essentially junking all that hardware.
I mean, that's smart, and I'm sure they sold like now. If you're somebody that wants to play 360 now, that's the version that's what I have myself. That's like kind of the version to have. It's the most reliable. You know, it's the slimmest model, just barely slimmer than the slim. But
Yeah.
it is there, and it just kind of looks better, if you will. But if you're like buying one off the marketplace or something, that's the one you want to look out for. And they're obviously probably the most uncommon because not a lot of people did that. You know, not a lot of
Yeah,
people
it's
went
just
out and bought a outdated thing when
yeah. At that
you
point, just
know.
just get the next best thing.
At,
Why not?
yeah, yeah. So interesting move there, but it
Yeah,
makes sense
and
if you're trying to get rid of stuff.
no, I didn't know if you want to go into this because we kind of already brought up the stuff with the multiverses, but there was some patch notes for some fixes for Iron Giant, LeBron's basketball, and stuff like that.
I think that was before the podcast started that we brought that up. I don't think we
Yeah, because
talked
I
about
know
it.
you put it out somewhere, but I didn't know if you still wanted to talk about it. We can
It's
move
up
on
to
to the next
you.
thing.
It's up
I
to
don't
you.
know anything about it, so
It's just a
for a game I haven't played in
little
over a year.
update. There isn't much to say. You pretty much just said it all right there in that.
The
There's already
title wouldn't.
another little update
Yeah.
for it's only been out for like a week or something, maybe 2 weeks. I don't know. It's
Oh,
it's
the patch
relatively new.
itself.
No, like the game itself, like the full 1.0
Oh, we were playing in
version.
early access, weren't we?
Yeah, it
That's
just
crazy.
launched. Isn't that crazy? That's like over a year later or something. It's been like a
Yeah,
long
well over a
time.
year.
It's been a long time. So it took that long to. That's what I'm saying. We didn't bring this up because this is before the podcast, but I saw somebody nagging and complaining. Oh, why are they charging? For like characters or whatever, like all this. The thing is free. It's a free game. So at that point, they've got to sell you something because I can't even imagine how much money they've sunk into this game. If it's been that long for the 1.0 version to come out, like they've been working on this game for a minute. Uh Apparently is much better than like when we played it. And it had issues. It had a lot of problems when we played it. A lot of problems. But then I played it again. I feel like a month later, it was like a little bit better. And so they've worked on this game for a while, and there are millions upon millions of dollars they've sunk into this game. If you just think of the people they're paying, just the people working on it, consistently 5 days a week or whatever, the team's got to be pretty big. It is Warner Brothers, so
They have the money at the very least.
yeah, they got the money, and so they sunk some money into that. And yeah, that to me, everybody knows how I feel at this point. I hate microtransactions. I hate all that stuff, especially in single player games. But this makes sense. If it's a free game to you, they've got to make money. I know business. I'm going to look at stuff through a business lens too, and as a consumer, and they got to make money. So there's nothing to complain about if you're getting to play it for free. Just be quiet, shut up, go do something. I don't like microtransactions, but if it's free, it's a different story. You can still play the game. You can still play the game fine. You still got 10 characters there. If you really like the game, then you'll buy yourself a, $3.99 character and play that guy too, whatever. But be quiet and go do something.
No, fair enough. And I think we already mentioned this a little earlier, or maybe I misremembering, but Avalanche Studios has closed its New York and Montreal locations, around 50 employees, which was a whole whopping 9% of Avalanche Studios' overall staff.
It sucks, man.
Yeah.
Sucks, I feel like did we report on any closures last week? I can't remember.
Well, how much has happened over the past week? I can't remember.
I feel like there's been, maybe max like 3 weeks 3 episodes that we haven't mentioned it. I feel like maybe last week was one of them. I can't remember. They're starting to blur together because for a while, every single week we had for like the first 3 months, we had studio closure announcements and we're talking about that. And it sucks. It's weird because Avalanche Studios just teamed up with somebody for a game. I feel like we were talking about that before the podcast. Something was mentioned. Oh, well, Hogwarts Legacy Directors Cut. Never mind. So they're working on that. So if that is the case, that's kind of weird. That there could potentially be studio closures and they're coming out with a new game.
But when it was like the last game that they put out that was actually like a really good game that did well, it's like the question.
I don't know because I don't know everything they've worked on. To be honest with you,
I did see some people talking about it. And they were like, or some people were saying like, "Who cares?" The last good game was Just Cause 2, which came out like forever ago. It feels like.
Dang, it's been that long since a game.
Well, not since a game, but for Just Cause 2 specifically.
Well,
Just Cause 4 came out in 2018.
Okay, so that's not even on this list if they worked on that, but this is showing the last game to come out before Hogwarts Legacy is Cars 3 Driven to Win on PS3, PS4, 360. I have it on Wii U. And it's actually a way better game than it deserves to be. It is like ridiculous. I tell everybody if you find that for Wii U or whatever, pick that game up for $10. It is worth I would say it's worth every $20 that you spend on it. And it's crazy because it's Cars, right? Like I have no attachment to the series. It's ridiculously good. But besides that, Disney Infinity 3.0 in 2015. So they haven't done a lot. It looks like it used to be a pretty prominent studio because they put out a lot of crap and also a couple good things here and there, like Dragon Ball Z Sagas, which I love. I know most people don't like it, but I loved it. And they did the TAC games, TAC 1 and 2 and 3, which
Yeah.
I wish that series would come back. They also did one of the worst Mortal Kombats of all time, Sub-Zero. Uh, so
Oh, fair enough.
I don't know. That's a good question. I know that's a long time between games. 2017, that feels like a lifetime ago at this point, doesn't it?
No, yeah.
2017 feels like it's been long.
In a
It's what it
quite
feels
literally
like a
to me,
lifetime
like, to me.
ago. Yeah,
That's what, like 8 years ago or something like that.
yeah, that's Wii U era. Like a whole nother lifetime. I don't know. That's kind of crazy. It looks like they've been probably pretty dead. I mean, they did Hogwarts Legacy was a big game, right? Like it won awards and stuff like that. So that was a massive game. So they might have been. I mean, that kind of makes sense. That kind of I could see that they most of that team has probably been working on that for a while. I can see that. Who knows if
they
it had
have
a
to be.
refresh or something like that. Like they might have had a Metroid Prime refresh or something, and something happened. But 8 years isn't unheard of for games now. Cyberpunk was worked on for over that. Um,
Not really. It realistically had a standard about a 4-year development cycle.
I feel like it's got or at least got talked about 10
Well,
years ago, right?
it was announced. It was announced. Probably like a good 2-3 years before it actually ramped up into full development.
Because I think
But
when we
there's a
talked about it this
misconception.
year, and it's been 10 years, but that was just being talked about, right? Like it actually
Yeah,
started
no.
development later.
Because I remember, yeah, we talked about it, but it was announced when they were still working on some of the major DLC for The Witcher 3 was still being worked on when that game was announced. And
Yeah.
it was still like another year or two before the final DLC for that game even came out. And they obviously was in pre-production, but I think when you go through, it's like they realistically had about 3 to 4 years of full active development, where like everybody's hands-on working on that game, and it still needed another year to be
Yeah, it still
developed.
needed a while. They should have waited to put it out, and it would have been a different story if they just delayed it.
That game was originally
wouldn't-
delayed almost a whole 9. It was like 9 months originally was delayed, and it was still that broken at launch.
It's crazy when you think about it, because like
They
it is
were
a
trying
good
to
game
rush that
now,
game
but
out.
that
game
that
was-
rushing gets you nowhere. We see it all the time.
No.
It gets you absolutely no. I would much rather wait on the game than see
I
a
think
game
most people
get
would
a
have.
disastrous launch.
It's another reason why you don't overhype and talk about your game that far out in
Yeah, I
development.
agree. Yeah.
Or at least that much. But it's the other issue of its game's not ready, but the shareholders want it out, so we have to pump it out.
That's the problem, right? These shareholders, all the money involved, everybody's hands
Forcing-
involved in this game is,
Or that
they don't
the
even touch
shareholders,
it.
the money, forces the higher ups' hands to be like, well, this game's come out, we don't care if it's broken or not. And then you
Yeah.
pay for the bad publicity and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, like the studio worked on Hannah Montana Spotlight World Tour, which that was a game that they should have delayed for a little bit too. It's really bad on the DS.
Hannah Montana or Miley Cyrus? Which one?
I don't know. Is there a Miley Cyrus video game? That's even crazier.
What that the whole thing with the at least with the show on Disney, the whole the
Yeah.
secret double life, which
Yeah,
looking back,
like,
is really stupid.
it was just really
I-
dumb, but
I thought it was stupid then, but
yeah, I mean, I did too. I feel like maybe
Disney show.
yeah, it was pretty dumb. There's a lot of Hannah Montana video games though. Let me tell you, there's looks like there's 7 of them. It's crazy.
That wouldn't surprise me. I'm sure a lot of them are really crap to begin with, but
Oh, you haven't played them. Knock it off. There's one I'm called
Montana on DS.
Hannah Montana Secret Star. I have that DS game. I'm not, it came in a bundle, but it's still sitting over there on my shelf.
So it's official. It's live. Brandon's a secret Hannah Montana fan. Huge fan.
I like the games
Have
on
a
the
shirt and
Wii.
everything.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Wii games.
I can only shake my head in disgust.
There was a canceled Hannah Montana game too. Do you know about this? It's called Pop Star exclusive. It was going to be the 5th game for the series. It was going to be a first-person photography game. I'm serious. This Way Forward was going to develop it. Way Forward is a great studio too. That is bizarre that Way Forward was going to make this game. That's legitimately interesting to know. Way Forward makes some great games. So
All I can say is good to know. and it just makes me ask why we're talking about Hannah Montana video games from like 15 years ago at this point.
I don't know. We can move on. Somebody's
Like if it's
interested
being
out there.
tortured.
Yeah, you know.
Assuming they're even listening to this podcast, like, oh, I remember that's huge into it.
I'm a big fan.
I came in like a wrecking ball. So I can't sing. It's not a good song.
That's not a Hannah Montana
it's
song.
a
That's a
meme.
Miley Cyrus song. Thank
Same
you.
difference.
That's the
It's
golden
it's
era of Miley Cyrus, if you will.
not really. It's different side of the same turd, if you ask me. But
Yeah.
I don't
mean,
like
I'm
her
not a
music.
big- I don't
No,
know.
but into something a little bit more straightforward, game related. Silent Hill 2 remake producer says that the original Japanese team wanted to update with drastic changes. They didn't want to essentially they didn't want people to enjoy the same thing, which to me just blows my mind. At that point, just make a
What?
different game. If you're playing a remake, you just want to play the same game again. If you wanted to play something different, you make a different game at that point. That's just the initial reaction I saw to like the headline
Yeah.
of this. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense.
It-
Either you're running cover in line, or you don't understand what a remake is supposed to actually be.
It makes me wonder what's kind of going through that Japanese team's mind saying that, because like
I get it. Some things change with a remake, but it's just like I want improved controls, improved graphics, but more or less the same story, maybe some extra content, more or less. But I still want that core same experience. That's why I want to replay the old game again, especially if it's really hard to go back and play it.
well, see, here's what they're probably thinking. Because it's Silent Hill and Resident Evil did this successfully, they're probably thinking they kind of wanted to do a refresh where they sort of just change these sort of twists and turns with some of the games. Like Resident Evil 4, at the core, it's the same game, but like some of the things got changed in the story where I guess it's kind of what they originally wanted to do or were unable to do at the time because of technology. If they're thinking like that and there's just like different, sort of changes along the way, but ultimately it's like the same sort of game, then yeah, I mean, like Resident Evil has done that successfully. And you look at things
the-
like,
But like at the core of the game is the same. If you come out and say like I don't want to make the same thing again, like well then just make a new game at that point. If you don't want
Yeah.
to make the same thing, because at its core, people that want to go back and replay the Silent Hill 2 remake, they want that same experience, that same gameplay to not change all that much. They just want to maybe change a few things on how it's played or it's kind of told, but this essentially the story is right there. But they don't want a completely new different game or it looks completely differently. Outside of it just graphically looks better.
yeah, if you look at some of their statements that they said in the article, they like one of them is although opinions sometimes clash, in the end we managed to get it right. If you watch the trailer, you'll see that it has been reborn in a modern style while retaining the good points of the original version. Acknowledging that game creators don't want to make the same thing they created again. They don't want people to enjoy the same thing. So I think there were a lot of parts that they wanted to change drastically in the remake. But in the end, thanks to the opinions of Blooper Team, who are big fans of the original, the remake is highly faithful to the original. So I don't know. I feel like that headline was maybe a little misleading because it doesn't sound like that's what they were saying exactly.
I don't know if he's speaking English, is this just being translated? Or it's
I
the
think
issue how
they're-
it translated. It's just it came off as like kind of a that doesn't read. I don't know. It came off as kind of bad.
Because I can't see a Japanese studio saying that to begin with, because they, just
Not outright.
they don't normally
Not
like
without just-
say sort of things that are like our headlines that grab you. Like no, they're just a little
Yeah.
more straightforward, and they usually don't say the negative things like that for headlines. From
The only thing
everything I know
didn't
and
like
see.
was, and they didn't say what we come to expect. The whole it's a modern style. I'm like, if you're talking like gameplay, that's great. But the whole you hear that, and I've thought of like, oh, we want to make this for modern audiences. And that just means like we're gonna change a bunch of
I
stuff
don't
that
like
doesn't need
that
to be changed.
because you know what that means. Yeah, that's usually not good. It's usually they
cultural war
wanna-
crap right there.
Yeah, it's usually something political.
But I mean,
and-
like that's I think that's why it was said perfectly modern style, at least as far as the gameplay, because I'm sure some of the old gameplay just hasn't aged well. You go back to like late '90s, early 2000s, some of those gameplay styles are just
yeah,
they didn't age well.
that game like is one of those ones that like it it's still a very expensive game. People still love it. Like I replayed it a few years ago. Like I would say most of the game control wise is like it's like that where they wanted to do something, but they couldn't quite do it, if that makes sense. Like it sort of, some of it doesn't hold up. Other parts of the story, all of that stuff holds up great, but like the gameplay itself, I would say as a whole, doesn't quite hold up. Yeah, people might get mad at me for that, but it just doesn't hold up. And I love retro games, but like
A
some
lot
of
them,
those,
especially
if
the
you play
early
the tank
3D
controls
games.
through Resident Evil, I will tell you all day long, those controls suck. They suck. All those games, they suck. Tank controls are horrible.
That's
And
like
I hate it. I hate it.
It's like every N64 game. The controls are just terrible by
You
modern
literally
standards.
control the character like a tank, and it was designed that way. It was meant to, and because you had one joystick, it was meant to slow down the player so it felt more scary, that you couldn't do things as
Yeah.
quick. You had to take the time to actually like turn around with the controller, and
It's intentional game design.
yeah, it was
With the
intentional,
atmosphere in mind.
and that's why it doesn't hold up. That's because we're used to two joysticks now, but
Yeah.
at the time they're working with one, so they did it on purpose. But yeah, those controls suck. They suck, and they hold up for that game because they were intentional, and I know that in my head that that's why they were doing it. But they still suck.
They just suck. Get over it. Your opinion's wrong.
Yeah, exactly. You're wrong.
But I mean, I guess speaking about horror games, Blumhouse has revealed 6 new horror games.
Saw that.
And I'll be outright, horror is just not a genre that's at the top
You
of my
like
list.
any genres? I knew you were gonna say that. Oh, I don't like fighting
It's
games.
just-
I don't like
It's,
that.
it's what 2-3 genres. I'm not a fan of
There ain't
dance
that many
games.
left.
I'm not a DDR fan. I'm terrible at dancing. I'm not a horror games. It's horror and fighting games. Most of that, like I play most of anything else, whether it's like a puzzle game, action adventure, exploration.
Oh, when's the last time you
platformer.
played a puzzle game? Like a straight up puzzle game, like Tetris or
Well, I play puzzle games on my phone, but like an actual game that had like heavy puzzle elements.
yeah.
It was a 360 game. I have to pull this up.
So it's been a minute.
Yeah, I don't know if I still have it. I can check real quick.
Yeah, you're good. But it looks like we got Fear the Spotlight from Cozy Game Pals, Sleep Awake from Eyes Out, Crystal Theater of Idols. That's up Mark's alley, Theater of Idols from Vermilla Studios. The Simulation from Playmite Studio, Grave Seasons from Perfect Garbage, and codename Project C from Half Mermaid Productions. Every one of these studios sounds like a fake name. Half Mermaid Productions, Perfect Garbage,
They just sound
Play
like a bunch
Me
of indie
Studio.
studios.
They all sound fake.
Yeah. No, but I just wanted to say the game was that actually had heavy puzzle elements. It's called Catherine. I don't know if you ever played that. I know
Oh,
there's
yeah. I
there's
like
a
that
remake,
game.
but I had the old version on the actual 360. It's like the actual legit game that had heavy puzzle elements in the actual game. I thought it was a really good game.
That would be the puzzle game that you pull out. Not
By
like
Atlas.
a Tetris.
I think I randomly found
The
it.
game's great.
When I was going through a GameStop
Atlas
years ago.
makes very little bad games. Like I can't even think of anything off the top of my head. There's
I mean, it's
some
an old,
stinkers.
It's an older
but
game. Xbox 360, the old Xbox Live logo. As I was just looking at the back.
What's that remake called? I forget.
I can't remember.
Or
I didn't get
remaster.
it.
It's not really a remake. It's just like got
I think
all
it
the
added. It ended up.
DLC
It
in
added. Yeah, it added all the. Because I think the one I have is just the base game and just
Catherine
that
Full
alone.
Body. I think it's called. Is that right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Full Body.
I think it
yeah.
came out
That
a
had
few
some
years ago.
stupid name. It's good though.
I mean, it's an M-rated game, at least when it came out. So
Yeah, I feel like that's like kind of pushing it
'Cause
for
if I
that style
remember,
game. It was like
it's been years. It's been years since I played, but the actual like puzzle, because like it happens when he's sleeping, and there's like, it brings in other people. I don't know. It's been years since I played it, but I know the puzzle, most of the gameplay happens when the main male character he falls asleep, because you obviously play as him.
There's some weird stuff that happens to the people.
Man,
Wait,
it's been
what's
like
up?
10 years since I played that game.
Quick shout out to Gunther is in here. We got Toyfun Hector saying how goes it, fellas. And Lionheart Game 13 said that he would, I don't know what that's to. He said he would buy it. So
Yeah, and then I guess over on the Twitch we got Living 80s. He just also commented Xbox now wants everyone to play Candy Crush.
that's true. It's funny because they just put out a trailer about that app.
Yeah.
The phone app the other
Oh,
day.
yeah,
There
I
was like a
remember seeing
trailer for it. I'm like, oh my god, they are so tone deaf to anything going on. I feel like they're just
Candy Crush very obviously makes them a lot of money.
Yeah, 100%. But like, I haven't even heard somebody say that game for. You said it about your phone, but I haven't heard anybody even say that name in at least 5 years. I've not heard that name at all until they said it. I forgot it even existed. Legitimately, forgot it
I
was
think
even
it's
a
still
thing.
highly relevant. I see it all the time at the top of like
Anybody
the store, like mobile phone store charts and stuff.
anybody our age, I've never heard talk about it. Uh, it was like popular with everybody for like a
Like when we were in
year or
high school,
something.
it was like your parents played that game or something like that. That was like the
Exactly,
demographic that
like your
played it.
grandma. Realistically, it was like one of those type of games. But yeah, like your parents would play it or something
I
like
mean, it
that.
became like your parents that got really heavily into like Farmville. Was that demographic?
God, Farmville and Farmville 2 on Facebook. Achievement at Christmas. Yeah, I
You
forgot.
need more friends to expand your farm.
You know how annoying those stupid posts were? Like looking for people so you can
I
get.
I think I did the same thing when I played it.
For real? I believe that.
Like I need more
I
room for
believe.
my farm to grow. It was really big when it
I
first
never
came out.
played it. I never played it once.
I got heavy into it for a few months, and then I just kind of got
God.
bored of
Go
it.
play Harvest Moon or something. Or what's the one really popular one that just got that update? And that game is massively popular though.
I don't know. I feel
I
like the
forget.
core audience went over to the farm simulator games. That's where it's at.
And that's like a
Or
whole
Euro
different
Trucker.
game. That's like literally a realistic farming. That's like way different than that
People
Farmville
get
stuff.
heavily into that game.
They,
and I just
I mean,
don't
that
get it.
farming simulator is popular too because there's a new one that comes out every year. So there's
Yeah.
obviously a core demographic that play that game. But I just think it's like entirely different than the Facebook game.
You know what? We talk about that. And I think about I was like, oh, people want to go back on the farms. The same thing like when Minecraft got really big. It's like this is proof that the kids yearn for the mines. Send the children back in the mines.
Yeah. You know what's funny is somebody brought this up the other day to me, and they're like, because my daughter didn't play, I've tried to get her like to play different retro games and stuff. Like nothing I think we played has like held her interest for very long at all. But then I'm like, thinking, and this person brought it up the other day, like these kids are playing stuff like Roblox and Minecraft that looks like what we would have been playing, when we were kids.
Yeah,
like
right.
it looks like that game, like the aesthetic of it. Roblox, like that, the aesthetic of that, like it looks like a really bad PS1 game. You know what I mean? Like that's what it looks
Yeah.
like, or N64.
Like it's like an intentional demake, essentially.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I'm like, okay,
Hey,
you know.
at least we had class at the height of Pokemon craze.
Yeah.
So
I
I
would say.
had an entertainment from both video games to cards to television where we made small animals fight each other, and then it was a big thing in the news. Like, oh, this is gonna promote animal fighting.
Yeah. No, did you ever see the thing? Yeah, because like you kind of came from a religious background too a little bit. Did you ever see the thing about where they tried to say it was satanic because of the red beam in the Pokeball? Like
Not
I heard
that,
this
but I remember
multiple
hearing other
times,
things.
multiple churches that we went to.
Not
There-
specific. I never heard anything about ever talked to that.
My
whole
mom made me
church.
quit watching it for like 3 weeks or something like that, and this is like at the
I-
height of the Pokemon craze.
I did think it was funny though because my parents didn't like it when it first came out, even though I still had the game. But a few years down the road, my dad was played Pokemon for a little while and stuff like that, and it's like, oh, this is just
Yeah.
ultimately stupid.
I mean,
people
like,
just hyping stuff up for
had-
publicity,
Yeah,
sensationalism.
that happened for like 3 weeks, and it had been out for a while at this point. But like for some reason they went, and you can look it up. There's a video that's like a minute long on YouTube about Pokemon being satanic, and that's the exact video I watched and we were forced to watch in church at multiple churches I went to because the ones I had to go to were freaking Pentecostal crazy people.
Oh yeah, it's not ideal.
Not ideal. Hallelujah.
The whole evangelical
Literally
on
happened in front
steroids.
of me. Probably 150 times during my childhood. Heard people yelling in church and screaming and talking in tongues.
You're gonna burn in the awful, sinful fires of hell.
Yeah, and then you heard somebody go, "We should go," like that. Like I literally heard people do that. I swear to God, I can't make this up. I watched people do it multiple times.
It's like one of the few spinoffs I just like I never got. I still don't get it.
I don't either because they're obviously faking it. There's no speaking in tongues.
The whole fire and brimstone
God.
sect of Christianity.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff. But anyway, they would say that. They would say Satanic. It was the red beam and the Pokeball that was representing, all that stuff. And
You
I'm
see, like
thinking,
the original Pokemon game, like it's just like green hue on that old screen for the old Game
it
Boy.
does- yeah,
You
like
don't even see colors.
we never even saw a beam until the anime. Like I don't think we ever saw it in
Yeah.
any game that I
Or
can think of.
until you had the Game Boy Color come out and stuff,
Yeah.
and you actually had colors.
Yeah, when it first came out though, I think we learned about the red beam from the show. I'm pretty sure that it wasn't in any
I learned
game
about anything
until
from the show.
the Game Boy
All
Color
I,
games.
all I learned was I'm gonna be the very best, like no one ever was. To catch them is my real test. To train them
is my
is my cause.
I get that whole thing. I can repeat that back. It's crazy. That's one of those things
Yeah.
that I just like never forget. I think will be with me forever. I think it'll be with me forever. When I forget that song, I'm gone off the deep end. Go ahead and put me out.
Pretty much. But I think I heard about this. I don't remember how. It was like within the last week or two. Speaking of like old songs and stuff like that, you remember the old like when Cartoon Network actually made really good bumpers. I think I watched a video on like Cartoon Network bumpers,
Yeah.
and they didn't. I think it was. I can't remember his name now. He does
Mr.
a bunch of
Coffee's in
really-
here and laughing.
No, he does a bunch of like movie reviews. Nostalgia Critic. I blanked
Oh,
on the name
yeah,
for a second.
yeah.
He did a video on some of that, and he didn't bring it up, but I was thinking about it. It was the old Ed and Eddie bloopers, like the whole.
Oh, yep.
There was the music video that they had where they were shrunk down really small. Then there was the old like 70s-esque video they did about Plank, my best friend.
My best friend. Yeah, hold
I
on.
don't know.
I'm trying to remember how it goes. God dang it. I found you in the cold. Seriously, it mentions the parents, and gosh dang it, I thought I would never forget that either. I might have to look it up. I
think the
remember
actual
that.
lyrics
Like
for it.
I can watch it in my head right now. He talks about the parents and whatever, and I might have to look it up myself. But yeah, I remember that stuff very well.
Oh,
I used to sing it to you. Do you remember that? I used to sing that
I
to
do
you.
remember that for sure.
That's why I'm like, why am I forgetting how it goes? But yeah, that was hilarious. That was a good time, man. That was a good time. Plank music video.
I guess I thought it was a section where they actually talked about his parents, but I
They
can't
did.
remember.
They did. My best friend Plank. I found it on YouTube. First one that pops up.
Oh, it's like, oh yeah,
It's like
I
a
met your
music
mom and
video.
dad I met your mom and dad the trees, but please don't get Dutch elm disease. It
Wait,
rhymed
what?
really well.
Dutch elm
Like,
disease.
they went
Yeah.
hard for like no reason in like the late '90s into like through the 2000s with some of their bumpers and stuff like that.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, shoot, I brought up Ed and Eddie before we went live. The
But
Kanker
it was
sisters.
the whole cart. They turned like in the bumpers, the Cartoon Network, it's like a whole city and stuff like that, and it kind of evolved over time.
Yes. Yeah.
But I'm sorry, it always, since we're down
Do you-
this route already, it's always peaked the whole Cartoon Fridays.
Oh, I almost
Or,
brought that
you
up
remember, like, the
because I did
whole,
a
like,
post
after
about
school?
it the other day. Yep, cartoons, and then
Like, the
Cartoon
whole,
Fridays. Yeah.
It's been a long week or something like that. The whole introduction to their
yeah.
Cartoon Fridays.
Yep. Yeah, I forgot how that goes, but there was a couple iterations of Cartoon Fridays. Because at first you had the guy and the girl, then you had that same guy with the black girl, and then I want to say it was just him, and they were like completely different iterations of it.
Yeah, but I mainly remember the intro theme where it starts at the video, goes to the parking lot into the actual studios and stuff
That's
like
the-
that. where
that's
it's
the
got
first-
real people in the
yeah.
cartoons. That's the introduction and the peak that I definitely remember watching.
Yeah, I think it was the best, but I mean, I watched all three. They were still all three when we were kids.
Yeah, you'd watch that and you're like, all right,
But
I gotta go online and play
like,
Cartoon Orbits.
Do you remember, like, I think that you might have, I'm sure at some point came over here a few times but that was like at least for me and my sister, my brother too, but my brother was like a little, he's significantly younger than me. So he, some of it I had gotten out of or whatever by the time he was, when I was the same age. And it was a thing where we sat down and watched it literally when it came on every Friday until it was like over. It was like a thing every week. Like that was what our Friday was. That's what we did. Play video games and watch Cartoon Fridays. It was like a schedule we revolved around for a long time. Like I didn't miss any Cartoon Fridays. It was like my favorite thing every week.
They do a lot of their
loved
premieres.
it.
They do like special movies on
Tons
Fridays and
of
stuff
them.
like that.
I mean, there was a bunch of stuff where, like, yeah, we got to watch first episode when it premiered. Like Pokemon, I watched that live when it first premiered here ever. Like that premiere, like I was watching it live. We were counting down time, and then I remember even for Bakugan, I remember this. One of the Pokemon movies premiered, and right after it was the very first episode of Bakugan here ever. And like I watched that when it came out, was excited for it. Then when it came out, I didn't really care about it. Like it wasn't my thing, pretty much. But I was excited for it because I thought it was gonna be like another Pokemon type deal. And you know, I watched that movie premiere for Pokemon, and I watched that premiere of that show. There were so many where I watched that live, that premiere for the first time here ever. It was just like a really cool experience. So Ed, Edd n Eddy was that way. I remember that evening that premiered, the first episode. I remember that. Foster's Home. I remember this. The very first,
yeah.
it was a movie. It was a movie
Yeah, it
that was
was.
like the 3 episodes or whatever, pretty much pushed together. And I watched that live at my grandma's. I remember when that came out. And then like they really never showed that movie again. Just for the first like couple weeks, they like showed it again a few times. But like
They,
that
like,
was kind of a
just recut it up
special
into regular
thing.
episodes.
Yeah, it was like
Yeah.
kind of a special thing for the people that watched it then, and that was really cool. Like every one of those, man. That is just such a cool time. Like I
And
do reminisce about that quite often because it was.
And I'm sure you can find some of them online, but I didn't found those specifically for like Cartoon Network related stuff, but I do know like you can find like 3 hour, 4 hour long blocks on YouTube videos where it's like
Oh
there's
yeah,
like a
yeah.
whole block of like old school Toonami and stuff like that, commercials and all and stuff like that. It's crazy.
I
That
remember
people
the
still
night
preserve
that
some of those videos.
Yu-Gi-Oh premiered, and they actually premiered on Toonami. Weirdly, came out on Toonami, and like my mom let me stay up that night to watch that. But here's what usually happened: Yu-Gi-Oh came on at 9:30 every night. Toonami is on now. Our bedtime was 9:30, so very rarely, well, I wouldn't say rarely, but not that often did I get to stay up and watch Yu-Gi-Oh 2. It was on 9:30 every Friday. I remember that, very well. And like sometimes when she was in a good mood, I could stay up and watch Yu-Gi-Oh. But a lot of times, I missed some episodes. It'd be like 2 weeks. Like my mom was mad on Friday, so I didn't get to watch it. And then, didn't know what was going on in this episode, but still watched it. You still watched it even if you missed some. Like if you were able to, you watched it and figured it out later. You know what I mean? That was the thing about
Oh, yeah.
cable is that like when you missed an episode, you don't have that
You
many
missed it.
chances for, Toonami where they might premiere it through the week one more time before, but it's Toonami, so it's on late. And, it is what it is. You missed episodes and, might be able to catch
like,
it
move
again
on.
through the week, but if not, then you just have to watch it later. And then that was what was so special about the Cartoon Network, because I don't know if you remember this, but Cartoon Network used to not really sell their DVDs in the stores. Those season sets were exclusive to their online store. And it wasn't until
It's
much
like-
later that you could buy those in like Walmart or
Yeah,
a
it's
place
like
like
till
that.
now. You go through and that's like
Now
Ed,
you
Edd n
see
Eddy's
them
like 50
everywhere.
bucks
They're expensive.
for just the DVD. It's not even Blu-ray. It's just DVD.
There's like a row of like 7 or 8 DVD seasons or like complete series sets for Cartoon Network. But still, like you think about the grand scheme of things, all those shows they had, and there's like, for me, at least at my store, there's one row that has like 6, 7, 8 of them, and that was it. And I'm thinking, man, there were so many more shows that like I would love to buy, a Cow and Chicken series set or whatever. Foster's in there. It's like Ed, Edd n Eddy, Dexter's Lab, Powerpuff Girls, Johnny Bravo. I can't remember what else, but there's like Sheep in the Big City and
Yeah. Oh, that's a trippy show. But I know you brought it up as like Mama had a chicken, Mama had a cow.
Dad was
Proud.
proud.
He didn't know how or something like that.
Yeah,
He
didn't care how.
That's
Yeah.
that's a crazy show.
That was a wild show, man. Because like the devil was in it and everything. I'm like,
yeah, and he's just like naked, and you're like, how is this appropriate?
yeah, dude, it was a
It was like an
different
Adult
time.
Swim show.
And then like it makes me think that like sometimes I say how stupid the things are that are on now, but like realistically, if you think about it, like some of the stuff that we had on too was pretty stupid. Like
Just as stupid.
it was just as stupid, if not some of it dumber, that would never fly now. But it worked. Johnny Bravo, like that would never come out now. That would never come out now. That is
Hey, Mama, how's it going?
how Johnny Bravo isn't canceled yet is beyond me.
To be fair, like every chick he hit on just decked him immediately. He failed
Immediately.
constantly. Like, it never worked for him. So like,
If
there's a
anything, he
subliminal
taught us
message.
that like, sometimes you
Don't do
try
that.
again. Or, whatever, you fail till you find the one thing. But
And he was the epitome of a mama's boy for sure.
oh yeah, man. I mean, like, yeah, at the end of the day, that show is if he's just constantly getting
Oh, God.
rejected. And he also
Yeah.
only worked out his arms. He never did leg day. He skipped every leg day.
Oh yeah.
His legs were like super skinny. I don't know if you remember, he's like jacked up here,
Yeah.
but his like legs, he has like no legs.
And he's jagged. He just constantly gets beat up and has like the stupidest ideas. Oh man, I haven't watched that show in years.
Oh man, I like it. It's a good one. I was looking here to mention Ed and Eddie. There was a bunch of other music videos that came out when they did that. They tried that. They never came out with the show, but they did like these like special things they would show like between cartoons much later where they kind of redid Ed and Eddie. Do you remember that where they like sort of remade it, but it was like not an
I remember
actual
the remakes.
show?
I remember the old
Way
episodes, and then we waited forever for that final movie to like end the series.
Yeah,
But I don't remember anything like that.
Yeah, they did like these remakes where
Because
they
it
were like
was
the
like
music
that-
videos and stuff. So it was never a show. But
Yeah, I remember like the bumpers and the remakes, but God, I remember it being like a big deal when it was like the end of the series. They're actually doing the movie, and you finally get to see like what Ed's brother's like. And
Right,
he's just a
yeah.
complete dick to him.
yeah, I remember. Oh man, that was one of the best. That's up there among the very
That was,
best
like, that was a
came
hype time
out.
period.
It is one of the best cartoons. I mean, Foster's was great too, and like a lot of people, honestly, we watched that probably later than most people were still watching cartoons, I guess, like at that age, because I remember Foster's like nobody knew besides you, like nobody was aware of it. People were like over cartoons or whatever. It was at that
I
age
don't
where
know when
like
it came out.
much later than those. By like
Hold up, no, I
six
can't remember
years
now.
or something. I forget, but I know I was already.
It came.
Must have been
it came.
12?
It aired. It came out in 2004, 2009. So it started airing. We were still like.
So
in,
Ed and
like-
Eddie came out in like '98 though. So that's
Yeah,
pretty.
so
That's
'cause-
pretty late.
Because Foster's came out, it aired in August of 2004, so that'd have been 5th grade, I think.
Because like
For us.
'99, January 4th, '99, Ed and Eddie came
Yeah,
out.
I can
Because
believe
like
that.
Dexter, Powerpuff Girls, and Ed and Eddie were like those old style Cartoon Network, and like Foster's came out with this digitized cartoon that was
Yeah,
like
it was
much.
before like digital was like fully implemented. Like, was still like they came out when hand drawn was still like
Yeah.
the primary thing.
So 5 years
I was like,
later,
nah.
yeah, that's.
I think early on it kind of made sense. You're still technically in elementary when Foster's came out, but it stopped airing when we were in high school. So
Yeah, I would have been in 2000. What year did Blue or I keep saying Blue?
August of 04 for Foster's.
Okay, so
would've
I
been
would have
5th grade.
been.
Because
Yeah,
we were
12,
in 3rd grade,
right?
03, because that's when I first moved there in 2003,
Okay,
which would have
so
been I think 4th grade.
5th grade is 12, 13, right? Or 11th?
Age wise, oh,
Yeah.
man, I don't know.
Because, yeah, I mean, 93 is when I was born.
How old are you now? And subtract the year to subtract this
I think
year
it
to
would have been about
2004.
12. So, yeah, I'm getting that pretty spot on. Yeah, so it would have been about 12 when Foster's came out or
It's
something.
still in the right area. Kids trying to act like they're older than they actually are.
Yeah, because Billy and Mandy, thinking about that, and that came out and like around that a little bit before that Foster's time, which
It
was
was that next
2003.
era.
So 1 year before, 1 year, but it was still that hand. It was like that right in the middle of that more digital sort of cartoons on Cartoon Network, but and then there was the hand drawn just 5 years before that. But isn't Billy and Mandy more along the lines of like kind of a mix of hand drawn digital, where it doesn't look like
I would-
too digital, but it kind of looks like it's still hand drawn, but
I think it
Sorta
had the
not.
old art style, but it was full digital. If you had to ask me, I'd bought that it was full digital.
it
It just
does
had the old simplistic art style to it.
kind of pull off thinking that it could not be that as well, because it does like it's different than Foster's felt perfect in how the characters look, and Billy and Mandy, I still look at the faces, it still looks like a hand drawn cartoon, like to me, much different than the way that Foster's look. But yeah, it was like it's crazy. Like even then, tech was pretty quick, man.
Oh yeah. And Flapjack was just weird when that came out. I think it came out much later.
Yeah, that was a later one, and Camp Lazlo, and what else? Camp Lazlo
you
was
had
pretty
Johnny.
big.
Yeah, you had Chowder and Johnny Test and stuff like
Chowder.
that came
That's
out
that
much
era.
later.
That's that like third. I always think of it as like the third era because there's that era right before too where we were,
Yeah, because
the
Chowder
Town
Chowder came out in
Chickens like
2000.
that first gen
Yeah,
and
Chowder came out in 2007, so we would have been like what, 7th grade, like late middle school.
yeah, it was yep.
So it was like right at that era, you pretty much just stopped watching it by that point.
Yeah, see, I watched Camp Lazlo and Chowder was I was kind of checked out for Chowder. I
didn't
didn't
really care
watch
for
it.
it.
Yeah, I didn't really watch Chowder. I feel like Camp Lazlo was like the last Cartoon Network
Like the
cartoon
last
I
movie
really
that
got
you really
into.
watched.
Yeah, I really
Yeah.
got into that. But Chowder, I was pretty checked out for. Never really got into it. It was like that time where I was like getting out of cartoons and, we were middle school and pretty much I didn't really
Actually,
watch Cartoon Network much.
You say that, and I think Codename Kid Next Door came out in a weird time because it came out from what, 2002, 2008. So you're like still like prime time a kid when that came out. By the time it ended, you're pretty much like transitioning to essentially be a teenager.
Because they had that movie too.
That's a weird
They had like a
transition.
weird
Yeah.
movie.
So it's like
as
it came
well.
out like right at the same time with like you were doing the same thing they were, essentially transitioning to like growing up. You don't really want to, or maybe you wanted to type thing.
Yeah.
Which I think is interesting.
I think that was on for quite a while. 6 years. That's a pretty good run on a
For a cartoon, it had like
for
a
a-
continuing like overarching, like it
it
had that
did.
villain of the
It was
week,
still
but it had,
episodic,
like, a
but it
plot.
like all went to one story. Like,
Yeah,
there
each season
was an end goal.
had a continuing, plot and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was one of those ones like that where you could definitely miss a bunch of episodes and still know what's going
Yeah.
on, but it had
It had a really, I know it ended a really weird, bittersweet like transition when the show ended though,
yeah.
and it's like, yeah, you're not a kid anymore.
It's kind of a bummer because like we kind of knew what happened all along. Like you become a teenager and you're on the adults team, and
Yeah.
that's kind of true, man. That's kind of true. Like it had a little story there. Once you're a teenager, then you pick on the kids and
Yeah,
you pretty much
that sense of like imagination and wonder starts to go away.
yeah, it's gone. It's all very, very true too. So, but yeah, that might have been, 2008. That might have been like the last thing I probably ever watched on there then, because well, I say that and then like, actually, I can't think of anything else. I mean, there might have been like some here and there or whatever. I can't think of anything, so nothing's like sticking to my head. That was like one of the later ones that I ever cared about. But Camp Lazlo was for sure the last thing I got into on there. I remember that because when Chowder came out, I watched an episode here and there, but I just didn't get into it. So
I do remember when Lazo came out. That was like right around the time streaming started to become a legit thing. Because I remember watching that like on the old, like on our like family computer and stuff like that.
oh,
Like
like
over the summer and stuff.
the episodes on the website and stuff. You mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Because I think
remember
around that time, maybe not like when it first like 2005, 2006, about the time YouTube came about. It was about the time that streaming started like first take off.
Yeah, I definitely remember having been watching YouTube or whatever there for some time. 2008 is when YouTube started, I think, right?
I
What are
think
you
it's
laughing at?
2006, 2005, 2006.
Oh, maybe it did. Maybe I'm thinking of Facebook.
No, but no, I was
Can't
thinking it's
remember.
like, because I don't know why this came in, but it definitely popped in my head. Bring that up. It's like I'm sure if you could talk to your doctor, like you realize Netflix that you should have to mail you movies. Like what? It's
Yeah.
not always streaming.
Actually, I was about to bring up because you were saying that, and we got a disc sent out, and I have it now. I rebought it because I had it when I was,
Yeah.
growing up. But you had a Wii disc. You put the disc in there, and then you could watch. Then you could stream Netflix. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
They
No, I
made
never
one
had
for
that. I remember
Xbox
Netflix-
and PlayStation too, but I got the Wii one.
Because I remember Netflix advertising. There was like a game company I remember seeing commercial for. It's like instead of going 5 miles down the street to rent a game, they'll just like, hey, they explicitly rented out games, so they mail it out to you.
That GameFly, that is still around, by the
Oh,
way.
yeah,
People
that's
still use
crazy.
it, and they still sell those video games all the time. I must have bought like 15 to 20 games off of them. When they're done renting them out, they sell them, and I bought them, like $20, $30, whatever.
Yeah.
I bought a bunch of games on their sales, but
That
yeah, that's
era
still
where-
around.
That transition from renting to you can mail order it to we're just gonna straight stream it at this point.
That Wii disc is pretty crazy if you think about it, because it was like a early unlock key on a disc to be able to use that app. But like literally, I'm like thinking about it. I was like, man, I bet if I watched like a YouTube video or something what that looked like. I can't imagine how bad that compression stuff was with the Wii because it wasn't an HD console. It was an SD console. So you were like, it looked pretty bad. But that disc is kind of neat. I think I paid like $15 for it. But I was like, I had that when I was a kid. I gotta grab that again.
Yeah.
I'm like looking back
Oh,
on
fair
here. I
enough.
was still watching on CRT, and I think I told this story once, but I still had a Trinitron CRT TV that I used that I had that was my TV when the Wii U came out. I was still using one, and I upgraded the TV for the Wii U because it had an HDMI built in. Uh, I upgraded it for the Wii U.
Crazy.
But yeah, I was still using
Yeah.
Trinitron. That's a long time to have a CRT TV.
Oh,
I must have
definitely.
been one of the latest, like actively, daily users out there.
Yeah, probably. No, Mr. Coffee had some comments and some other people did. It's like, I feel old. My Cartoon Network was old school Saturday morning on the regular channels. There were some banger cartoons like Pole Position, Visionaries, and Rubik's Cube, which I can't say I know really any of those myself.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, Dan100 said hello. Hey, like, hey man, appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah.
Some more stuff from Mr. Coffee. A complete DVD set of Robot Children is real expensive and very rare to find.
I
I don't know
believe
if you know
that.
about that.
No,
It's another
not that
cartoon.
one
I've never
specifically.
heard of it. Just being frank. It said not really the cartoons back in the day had style and class of its own. A lot of modern cartoons have the same mouth being look. I
They
think if you go
do. They
much
do
better before our
sometimes.
area, they do. But there were some cartoons even when we were growing up that were just straight trash.
Yeah, there was.
I
There
think
was a lot
I
of
think
there was
Camp
a lot
Lazlo.
that failed. I think there's more that failed than did
Yeah,
well, went past the season. Like, cause if you think
I
back,
think
like my life as a Robot Jones,
Teenage
you
Robot.
remember? My
I
life
bet
as
say like
Robot
my life
Jones.
teenage robot.
See,
Yeah,
that
I
was a
remember the Teenage
failed.
Robot one, but
That was a Nickelodeon show, but My
yeah.
Life as a Teenage Robot was a Cartoon Network show that failed. I remember watching the premiere for that.
But no, I think maybe I don't know about Chowder a little bit, but I do remember
You gotta look
like
up
Camp
Robot
Lazlo
Jones. I
was
guarantee you remember Robot Jones.
I'm pretty sure I do, but I
If you
remember
look
that
at
one
it,
specifically just being like brain rot. It had a few seasons.
dude, I loved Robot
Uh,
Jones, but it failed.
oh, you speak of
I loved it. I had a bunch of Cartoon Orbit, like pretty rare, one of the rare
oh
stickers.
yeah, now I understand now.
Yeah, I love that. That's a very old stylized show too. Like it's got a very classic style to it, where it could fit in with
Oh
some of the real like classic Scooby Doo and stuff like that.
yeah,
If you look at it, but I love
because
that
there's some
show.
other stuff. Do you remember Hi Hi Puffy Yumi?
I sure do. Yeah.
I do. I remember. I still listen to some of the music because that was like a band that was around before and after. Uh,
Yeah, I remember
had
that
some
one
really good
well.
songs. My
Yeah,
Life in Times of Juniper Lee.
I remember
Had
that.
about
Yeah,
3 seasons.
remember that one.
Atomic Betty was a weird one. I'm just going
Oh
through like
yeah,
shows
yeah,
I
I
don't
remember
really
that.
remember.
Yeah.
There was another one. I think it was on Disney though. It was a movie where it was like cells in the body essentially, and then it became like a
Oh,
television
yep.
show.
That was what was that? Osmosis Jones.
Yeah, I do remember that one being one of
Yeah,
those ones. It seems like it did well.
yeah, yep. I remember that one. Trying to think of what else there is. Let's look up.
That's probably a lot to be fair.
Oh,
There's
there's
the whole
tons. Wait,
the chalkboard one.
Chalk Zone. That was a Cartoon Network
Yeah,
or Nickelodeon one though.
maybe it was. And then there was another one. Like my gym partner's a monkey.
Yep, I
It
remember
was
that
just
one.
I think that's prime brain rot really.
It is, but I like that show a lot. I got into a lot of them, but like I said, more failed. I mean, Samurai Jack was, we still get game. We got a game like 2 years ago for that series, that
It
I
was a really
bought.
popular
It
one.
was it was pretty popular, but I
And
don't
it
know
came
if you
back
remember
like
it.
10
It was
years
on
later to finish it.
Tanami. It premiered on Tanami
Yeah.
first, then went to Cartoon Network and came back to Tanami. When it came back, it went on Tanami. So that was an interesting one where they cut
Yeah.
down some of the stuff to it and put it on like prime time because it was doing so well. I assume is
Yeah, they
why.
wanted to boost it.
Yeah.
I said, "Damn, my kid loves chowder." I could never get into
I
it.
couldn't either, man. I
Game,
know I tried.
yeah, GameFly's still around. Their game selection is rather thin. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know
I'm
anybody that
part.
actually uses it.
I never used it even when it was big. But I was a kid. I didn't have any money.
Yeah.
I'm part of the DVD collection Reddit threads. Someone this week posted that they found the whole Robot Chicken set and costs were in the hundreds for used. That's crazy.
That
And
is insane.
there was a cartoon back in my day where a kid, when Gets Wet, turns into a car.
That sounds familiar, but
I remember an anime having a similar process. I can't remember what it's called, but when this kid got wet, or maybe it was just warm water, he would transition from like a boy to a girl or something like that because he had some weird curves when he was in China.
that just sounds like some made up premise. You said
No,
it just rolled off your tongue too.
Let me actually
what?
pull up the name of
You
it.
remember
It's
the-
not the first anime that does that kind of premise. I just can't remember what it's called.
Do you remember
It was a
Banana
really popular
Splits?
one.
Do you remember that one? That's a really old one.
It sounds familiar.
It's like a Hanna-Barbera show. It's pretty old.
Come on. It has to be here. It was such a popular show. Oh, Ranma Half or One Half.
Oh yeah, I
It was
know
like
that
a-
show. Yeah.
That it came out in '89. That's like
actually,
when I
you're
think
right.
of something like that.
It's funny that you bring that up. I was looking at PCFX the other day because there's 7 Tenchi Muyo games for it, and Ranma One Half. I think there's 2 or 3 games for it as well in there.
It was a really
was
popular.
It was very
manga and
popular.
anime
It was
from,
one
like,
of the.
especially
It
in the
was
90s.
potentially the very first one I ever saw and learned what a manga was, because I remember in the back of, I want to say it was comic books, I saw like a mail-in order thing that you could send into like Viz or whoever it was, and like you could get manga, and that's
Oh,
how I
yeah.
like learned what it was. I didn't know what the word was, and Ranma One Half was one of those things on there. I want to say that Inuyasha was on there too, but Ranma One Half I think was because it actually came here as a comic book too. They released it comic book style, but it was really just a manga and like a comic book.
They just reversed it.
They just reversed it, and it was like actual like comic book size and everything, and it was like very interesting. But I had a few of those, and that's how I learned what it was. And I think I really kind of got into the whole Japanese culture and all that sort of stuff like around that time when I discovered what that was, because I was like very interested, and my library would have like 5 manga at first, like and I was going in there like asking for them. They had like 5 of them there, and one of them was Spider Girl. I swear to God, I checked out I remember a time when they had so little that I had checked out every single manga they had, and I went there with my daughter for the first time in like probably 5-6 years or something the other day, and now they got like this massive manga and anime selection, like huge,
Yeah, it's
huge selection.
popular. I think it's arguably more popular than comic books are now. Like the manga just replaced it. Though to be fair, the comic book industry feels like it's had issues over like the past decade.
Yeah, it's definitely has. Because I legitimately can't think of anybody right now off the top of my head that is still actively reading any comic books.
And to be fair, like the amount of manga that we get, like how big sections, like we get like a fraction of the mangas. That are made. Like
yeah.
you go to like you're in Japan, you're able to go like to a bookstore or manga. It's just wall to wall filled with nothing but manga.
It's so popular.
It's there's so many different types of it there.
It is
that just aren't popular enough to get translations.
It is way more mainstream than I could have ever imagined as a kid, and I feel like that's really only happened in like the last 6-7 years that it's gotten like main.
I think
it hit a point where like, oh, you're like, okay, there's all these people at these conventions, like, but it really still wasn't big. It still wasn't like mainstream. It was still that sort of semi underground here where there was just more people that were into it. But now it's like hit that mainstream. You hear these rappers talking about anime and manga that they love.
Well, I think
it's like it resonates
playing these has grown up.
Well, I tell you what, it really resonates because I see it all the time. It really resonates with the Black community. I see way more rappers and just Black people in general that are super into it and love Naruto and One Piece and like all these shonen anime especially. And it's like very shocking to see it at that high of a level, because I never could have imagined that as a kid ever.
I mean, is that the meme like when about Dragon Ball Z? Like when the Akira Toriyama died, somebody made a meme about like, hey, check on the Hispanics or something like that.
I don't know.
Like super into Dragon Ball and stuff.
I don't know about that one. Dragon Ball,
it doesn't shock me how big it is, because you go to like bookstores now, like I've never seen like straight comic books outside of like comic store. If you have like your graphic novels, they take up like maybe like a third or like maybe a quarter of the amount of space that actual manga take up. At least in every like Barnes and Noble that I've been in. But I think part of it's comic books have just, the quality, the story writing has just gone downhill,
Oh
and people look
yeah.
for that style somewhere else, and it just happened to be manga, where the
Uh,
quality on it is better.
Mr. Coffee said there's a horror movie based on banana splits. Came out a couple of years ago. I'd have to check that out. That sounds crazy. He said go into a Barnes and Noble. Comics take up a couple of shelves. Manga takes up a whole wall. And he said, well,
Yeah, it's crazy how big it is.
the new trend is rappers now dressing up as video game characters. I'm sure. I mean, it just all that stuff just is gotten to a level that I personally could never imagine, because even video games is not anywhere near the level it's at now when we were kids. No, nowhere. Now you've got, 35 to 40-year-olds, sometimes a little bit older, that like they also are playing games more than probably even me and you get to play. You know what I mean? Like now it's hit that where we could never imagine with our parents playing the way that they
like
do.
Your 40, 50-year-olds are like that first generation of gamers.
Yeah.
They've finally grown up, you have the money and stuff like that. So I think it's just a matter of games and manga would just be a matter of time, because the kids that grew up first reading it eventually had to grow up, and now you're starting to have kids and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, for sure. Because I mean, you're looking at the Atari 2600. That for sure makes sense. It's just something I could have never envisioned, because it was not even anywhere near that level.
You just see it as
our
like
population is
just
also massively bigger, and there's a lot that contributes to that. It's just gotten to this level, like I couldn't imagine it ever being like on the mainstream news, and now I've like seen so many of these like mainstream news reports on like anime, manga, and like things coming out, these toys and stuff, just stuff I would have never saw as a kid. Like I remember they were reporting on that big Batman animated series set that's coming out. It's like $500. Was on mainstream news. I walk out there and it's on the news. I'm like, okay, like we gotten to that point, huh? Mr. Coffee said also in Black Panther movie, when Killmonger appears first time in the Royal Chamber, he is wearing Vegeta Saiyan armor. I didn't know that. I'd have to go back to that and
I didn't watch the movie, or at the very least, probably it might have been inspired by it.
It's really good. That first Black Panther is really good. I don't remember that. So
yeah, but no, yeah, I had a nice little tangent we went on there for a second.
Hey, it happens.
Yeah, it's definitely good stuff. But the new studio Kindred Spirit Games, formed by ex Mediatonic staff. I can't pronounce that. MEDIA.
Didn't you live in Japan for a time and you can't pronounce things?
I've never been proficient in the language. And when you say that, when I actually was studying the language over there, it was far easier to pronounce words by reading the kanji or the kana than actually reading the romanji or the English version of it. Like
that is,
because you could know exactly how it needed to be pronounced. When it's written in English, sometimes you don't properly know how it's supposed to be pronounced, the way certain words kind of line up and stuff like that.
So basically, you're saying you need to get good, is what you're saying.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Do you remember Shaolin Showdown? Do you remember that one with the X?
Oh my, yeah.
Yeah, it was only out. It had 3 seasons in 1 year, and that's it. It got canceled
because it had that little short kid.
Yeah,
who had
little yellow,
the Buddhist symbol on his head or something like that.
Yeah. Do you remember Jackie Chan Adventures? Do you remember that one?
Big into it, but I do.
Oh, I loved it. Oh my god,
that was like when Jackie Chan was like at his peak popularity.
Yeah, searching for the talismans.
Pretty much. Cause that was about the time the whole what's it, Shaolin Dude and Shaolin Knights were like really big movies.
Oh yeah, yeah. That was around that time.
Was it him and Chris Tucker? I think.
Yeah, Chris Tucker. Yeah. The movie's pretty funny, but it's really dumb. I saw it like 5-6 years ago again, and I was like, man, this is really stupid. Like it's
really into it as a kid.
I liked it a lot. Anything that like hit like Asian culture at all in any sort of way, I was like really into. But I don't know.
Yeah, but a pair of alum developers from the Medi have formed a new team called Kindred Spirit. So Megan Ralph and Jewel Herber established a new studio at the start of this year, 2024. The duo, according to Herber on LinkedIn, are already at work on their debut project. So apparently they worked on games like the last big one was Fall Guys. Herber worked as a lead client engineer, and then Ralph worked as a lead developer.
That was a
They were
massive
also
game there for a
co-workers.
minute.
Yeah, they're also co-workers at Summerhill creator Land and Sea. But it's like, yeah, they're just, hey, we're gonna split off, do our own indie studio, do our own thing, and then essentially waiting on their next game to come out, however long it takes.
It looks like Rouse worked at Ninja Theory, which is a really good big company, and then Sony London. So he's also worked at
Yeah,
like a couple very mainstream studios. Yeah, I
I mean,
mean,
it's
hey,
always
that's
good to
cool. We're
see.
losing studios, so like to see a new studio pop up is pretty shocking, I thought.
I think I've said this before, and I'll say it again. It's where AAA struggles, the indie is just going to continue to
Always.
thrive.
Yeah, I know. I'm happy to see. I was telling you before the podcast that, some of these indie games, I was telling you, like, have some of these very unique concepts that would never happen in a AAA game. And I was watching, we'll have to pull up the Day of the Devs lists, see what all was like announced. There's this game where you were playing it in 3D, but the guy, you don't see anything but the hands. He's got a Game Boy in his hand, and on the screen is a 2D game. So you like control it by watching the 3D game and 2D game on the screen when there's stuff you can't see in 3D, if that makes sense. You have to
Yeah,
watch
it
a
does.
trailer for it. It is so unique. It's something I could have never imagined,
Yeah, AAA games don't want to take that risk anymore.
Yeah, it sucks. But I tell you what, there's just so many indies. Like you look at Animal Well, which is a new recent one that really hit it and took off. Like so many people playing that game. And it's doing really well. And I mean, there's just been so many. We've Call of the Lamb, what got a new big DLC expansion or whatever, which did very well. Like that one really took off. There's a lot of stuff here recently where I feel like a lot of indies have taken off more than like AAA games have, because I'm hearing about them all the time. Like, oh, this one's, it's getting like 10 out of 10 reviews, and like it's unique, it's new, it's something different. It breaks up those monotonous AAA games that, like, let's be honest, I feel like it's 50-50 on whether it's going to be another the same sort of game of something else that we've had 20 times over, where they're not doing anything like new, and they're not taking chances in a cheaper and easier capacity where they're not losing millions and millions of dollars like
Yeah,
the way they should
and
be doing it.
I guess I don't know if this would fall into the indie or maybe the AA studio area, but like two of the biggest games so far this year are from small development teams and or new development teams to the gaming industry when it comes to PC and console gaming, with Helldivers 2 and Stellar Blade.
Oh
Like
yeah.
two of the best well-known games that have come out so far in like the first 6 months aren't AAA games. They're small studio games, and they're just blowing it out of the water essentially.
Yeah, I mean, easily, like that Animal
I'm like,
Well
we're
game.
what?
I know neither of us have played it, but it is one that I really want to play. I've got my eyeball on it. I'm gonna play it at some point soon. Um, but like, there's
Oh, I
just
guess Sandland as well had just come out. Like these are
Sandland.
not big
Yeah,
studios. Like arguably three of some of the biggest games. Like we're already 6 months. We're already in June, and
yeah,
we're
yep.
like no real AAA game that's gonna blow it out of the water has come out. It's smaller studios that single what you would consider single to AA that are really just setting a high standard with a lower budget. Like you don't need $600 million to make a game and it'd be good.
So I watched a trailer the other day for this game. I'm gonna have to find out what it's called, but it is a kart racing game like Mario Kart 6. It's specifically a N64 indie game, kart racing game. Like it's going after it like to a T. It could have came out on the Nintendo 64. I'm trying to find it here, but
Is it just come out or is it a fairly new?
there's
Or is
just a
it,
trailer that just came out for it. Like
'cause I
just
know one
like
that
a
kind of
like
looks.
it like 4 days ago maybe it came out. It was like
Uh,
before I mean I sent it to Lucas like maybe 3 days ago, but
yeah,
it's
because there's one I
new.
kind of knew of. It's been in early access for like 9 years at this point, but it's called Super Indie Karts Ultra Racing. But it came out in 2015, even though it's still in early access.
That's not
But it
it.
looks.
It's like a
It
dark.
doesn't completely look like it though.
This does to a T. Like every aspect of this looks like a Nintendo 64 game. I was like shocked. I was like, this could have came out on the Nintendo 64. It specifically also goes after the 64, not the PS1. Like it's trying to look like a 64 kart racing game. And somebody was calling it like Bloodborne karts, like as a joke, because it's like got this dark
Yeah.
aesthetic to it, almost like Castlevania ish. but it's a kart racing game. I have to see if I can just type in Bloodborne kart. I can't remember what it's called. I feel bad. Nightmare Kart. It's called Nightmare Kart.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I couldn't find it.
Oh, the game was formerly known as Bloodborne Kart. So yeah, if you look this game up,
Oh,
you'll
okay.
see what I'm talking about. This looks like a 64 game to the T. I was shocked. I was like, this looks like Castlevania 64. This looks like, and I was like, this is a kart racing game. Like, this is insane. And it's releasing free on Steam and itch.io. So it's a free game. You can support development if you want to, but it comes out 5/31. Oh, so it's out now. So
Yeah, it came out May 31st.
yeah,
At
it's
least on
out
Steam
now.
it did.
So this game, it looks like a 64 game. Like, for some
It
reason,
has the graphics. It looks like a Bloodborne type game as far as how the graphics look.
apparently it was formerly known as Bloodborne Kart, but it's not. From my understanding, this is not by any means an official, like, this is like an
Yeah, they
indie
had to
game.
obviously make the name different.
Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, that's what they're going after. I don't know much about that. I don't care. I'm just like interested in the aesthetic and like the fact that there's gameplay on it too, and it looks just like you take Mario Kart 64 and you make it dark, and like that's what it looks like. It looks like Mario Kart 64. I like so much so I was like comparing it on my phone, looking at it on the laptop. I was like, dang, this looks just like Mario Kart 64. So it's really, really interesting. What people were, doing now and like stuff like that. I saw the other day that, oh god, what was it? Not Banjo Kazooie. Crash kart racing for the PS1. Somebody made the game online, added online multiplayer for it on PC, and there's a whole Discord for it. It's free. You can play this for free. But they made Crash Team Racing the first game with online multiplayer. So like you don't obviously play the physical game, but you can join this Discord and you can download this, and there's people like constantly playing it like online together through that Discord. It's like the craziest thing ever, man. Yeah, so
Yeah.
Crash Team Racing finally has online multiplayer thanks to fans. Race like it's 1999 with the original Crash Team Racing. It's a new PC mod. A group of modders disassembled and rebuilt the classic PS1 title with enhanced features and more to come soon. Over 650,000 lines of code were used to create the mod, and fans are encouraged to help contribute via GitHub. So this is nuts. This is a 1999 game. It's got online multiplayer. Like the fact that you can do that, they're taking the actual game and they're breaking it all down and apart and adding. It's just crazy to me, man. Like where we're at.
Dedication to the fan base.
You can take a whole like real game like that and do that, and they're obviously getting away with it. PlayStation, Sony, whoever owns Crash, it's not Sony. Whoever owns Crash isn't doing anything about it. I can't remember who that is, but yeah, crazy.
You say that now, I've got to find. I need to verify it.
Mr. Coffee.
Oh, it's Naughty Dog.
Yeah, Naughty Dog. Yeah.
So of course we're not going to do anything with it.
AAA games cost development are too high. They're choking themselves. Yeah, I completely agree with that. 100%.
It requires the games to just sell astronomical. When it doesn't,
and
it
it
just
won't.
fails miserably.
It'll never hit those numbers they want them to hit, especially when you're putting things out like Concord. Like that. Why are you putting out in their PlayStation State of Play? They had two games that were the exact style, like exact type of game as Overwatch. That's what they were. And one of them was an official Sony one. And I'm thinking, somebody put it great. This is exactly how I would have put it too. They said they're about 6 years behind on chasing trends. Like that was popular a long time ago. Overwatch 2 failed. That was a flop when it came out, and they said, hey, disregard this other game you might have a physical of. You can do nothing with it anymore. We're moving over to 2. And it flopped. Nobody cared like they did for Overwatch 1. That's about 6 years ago that people cared. And that's where they're at. They're chasing trends, and then it takes them 6 years to make the game, and that trend is no longer popular. Those type of games are not popular anymore, and we're getting a bunch of them. We just got like 4 of them announced. Star Wars Hunters is another big one. We just got a bunch more gameplay for it today. Nobody cares. The game looks to me horrible. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Why are you making these arena shooters? It's not been popular for a long time.
It's just gonna take him to continuously fail and lose money.
They had two
Hopefully they
arena
change their mind.
shooters in their state of play. Two. That Marvel game coming out, that's an arena shooter too. That was in their state of play. Star Wars wasn't even in the state of play, but that Marvel Rivals was, and that's two of the exact same games they had in their state of play. I would have been embarrassed putting out two online multiplayer only arena shooters that they look the same. Like, Overwatch 2 failed because they couldn't deliver everything they promised. So there you go. I don't play Overwatch. I just know I watched it fail right in front of my eyes, and
It's just the same game.
I was
that
like,
you had to rebuy
this
again.
one I got on my shelf now that like I played 2 or 3 times. I can't even do anything with it now. Might as well make it a coaster or throw it away. Like, makes me mad, man.
Go outside, use it as a frisbee.
Whatever, it's useless.
Yeah. And then I guess the last of some of the initial stuff that we had is Epic Game Store is giving away over $100 worth of content for free on June. So it's giving away Redout 2 and a $100 pack for the Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms starting June 13th. So that's next week. From June 6th to June 13th, which just we're in that window now, Epic Games users can claim Midnight Suns for free.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I meant to do that today actually, so I'm gonna. Yeah, thanks for mentioning that.
You want another free to play, or it's free now, but yeah, another Marvel game.
I claim every. I know most of the games I got on here are crap, but I just claim any game that's free. Whatever.
That's what I do with PSN.
I have so many PC
free.
games between the services just from claiming free. I've never bought a single game on any of these.
Hey, why not? Some of them are fairly big games.
Yeah,
that came
some
out
of them
5
are.
years ago.
Some of them are big games. Things I wanted to play and didn't buy, like, are now free. So I whatever. I'll claim the free games.
But I know we kind of already touched on this a little bit. But what do you feel like the future of VR is?
The trash can.
That's I said VR, not PSVR.
The trash can. Here's the way I want it to do well. I can't say I'm like a big gigantic VR guy, but the little that I played has all been very good experiences. So I think it's great. My problem is I don't have room to play it. My stupid PSVR 2. I can play one game I own. I was like a nerd. It was like, oh man, I'm gonna buy all these, rare PSVR 2 physicals that are coming out in like other countries, and I've got like 6 or 7 of them that are like PAL games only. Couple Japanese PS5 games that never came out here, and I was like all about it, but my thing will only let me play a couple of them because you have to have so much room. It forces you to have this room, certain amount of room.
You're just screwed.
Yeah, and I just don't have the space. That's my legitimately. I would have played it probably 300 times more if I had the space. That's legitimately my only excuse. I think I hope it continues to grow just like anything else. I think it will. I think it's just gonna take that time, man, to get people into it, and it's gotta also be at a level where like the PSVR 2, you have to be plugged in. You have to. Yes, you get more juice, but you have to be plugged in. There's no wireless option. So like that's a problem.
And then coincidentally, there's an article that came out today on Yahoo Finance where they stated, according to the latest research study, the demand of global virtual reality and gaming market size and share was valued at approximately $22.4 million US dollars in 2023, and is expected to reach upwards of 26 million. That was 22,400 million last year, and is expected to reach upwards of or in excess of $26,000 million in 2024. And it's they expect it by 2033 to hit $103,244 million by 2033.
It's just going to keep growing. It's going to be a niche. Yeah. It's not even really niche. It is actually pretty mainstream only because of the MetaQuest. But look, I know a bunch of people that their kids, they got multiple headsets in the household for their kids. Like, it is very popular, and that's all that matters. At the end of the day, you need to capture the youth, and the youth is going to make all this stuff grow. Just like games were only for, us when we were growing up. Like, sometimes
the other
something would
thing,
hit my dad, like Ocarina of Time
yeah,
and Zelda games, but like it if it's popular with the youth, that right there tells me it will eventually be majorly mainstream. That's all
I
you
think
have
it's
to
a
do.
I think it's a mixture of that as well as the more time goes on, the more affordable and accessible
Yeah, it'll
VR
be more
becomes. It
affordable
gets
and
better. You're not paying this initial R&D cost because you're one of the first users essentially, so you're not paying like $1,500 for VR. I think it's just getting cheaper. The library is getting better. There's more developers for it. The games are just getting better in general.
I will say this, like we also say that, and then the other thing is too that the MetaQuest 3 as well as the PSVR 2, like they're both more expensive than both of their predecessors. Like that's more the PSVR 2 is $550. It's on actually on sale for $450 right now. So if you are interested in it for PC, I would grab it now. But also the MetaQuest 3 is also $500. So
Yeah.
they're more expensive than their predecessors because they couldn't get them cheap enough to, so
Yeah, but I think give enough time, eventually the cost will
eventually,
get
yeah.
driven down, or it's like you can get a high end model, or you can get a more
I
affordable,
mean, in 5 years,
lower end model.
we're going to have a model that, is like 3 times whatever the ones that we have now are and
Yeah.
potentially cheaper, whatever. Or at least that headset is cheaper, MetaQuest 3. Yeah, and there's a MetaQuest Pro that's $1,000. There's the Apple Vision Pro that's like what, $2,500. Like there's other
Something like
options out
that.
there if you want to go more expensive. But yeah, I mean, I think it'll definitely get cheaper, and I think it'll definitely get way, way, way more popular than probably you would have expected me to say, or even maybe you, but I think it is for sure going to be. It's just going to continue to grow in popularity.
Yeah, and
So
I think it's just a matter of it grows. There's more games, there's more development. Eventually, becomes just naturally cheaper over time, or maybe not
yeah,
cheaper, but just generally more affordable. And then the people that really
and
wanted to play it, they grow up, they get more money, and it just kind of grows from
and I
there.
think it does also that yes, the new headsets are great, and I've seen a bunch of gameplay. So obviously on my screen of like the MetaQuest 3 games, and they look way better than MetaQuest 2. But I think it also does got to hit a certain level of these games looking a little more polished or running better because I played some stuff and they're a little janky with the frame rate, a little janky with the visuals. And I just feel like it hasn't hit that level with the development of these games where they don't feel so janky, if that makes sense. I'm not saying
Yeah,
everything I play is like bad or all janky,
it's not like
but they
first
all have a
generation where you're still trying to
jank
like,
to it. They all have some
yeah,
kind of jank to it. That makes sense.
because they're still trying to like figure it out, like what works best, essentially.
Yeah, and I'm not saying games have to like look good for people to care, but I do feel like VR has to get that place where somebody feels the realism more when they put on a headset like they want to feel. They want to feel like they're escaping everything. And you kind of gotta, and then you put on a VR headset and you're kind of like, oh, this is kind of sort of not what I was thinking. But also, people do, like there's people that can't handle them as well. So there's always going to be a crowd of people. And that's the other thing. I saw somebody talking about this not that long ago, but I think when VR gets to a level with the way that it looks and feels, a lot of that sickness is caused from frame rate issues and the frame rates not being, locked into like a 60 frames per second. It's
Yeah,
that frame rate adjustment that's causing people to get sick and stuff like that. So it's because it's not able to hit like a steady frame rate for these games that people are feeling like they're getting sick when they put them on. If it were like a
yeah, I can believe
steady
that.
60 or a steady 30 and like stayed the same, like it wouldn't be that way so much with people. But yeah, that's the other thing too that I meant to say about the sort of way that these games run and perform. Like you gotta have it. It's gotta look like, you know, it's gotta run a like a solid 60 or whatever, or a solid 30 more is more likely right now. Where it does feel like you're just playing a game with a VR headset on, and rather than watching the TV, if that makes sense. And the other
Right, yeah, it
thing that's
does.
getting very popular is AR, augmented reality, which is capable with the MetaQuest 3, and that's very popular right now too. And there's these
I
games
mean,
that'll
you
like
can,
switch from AR to VR like on the fly,
yeah.
where it'll now everything's out here with the headset on. So you're like watching all the stuff interact with, the sort of world, which is crazy when you think about it. The 3DS did that.
Yeah.
It's been around
I
that
don't think
long.
But I mean, like, AR's around even with your like your cell phone, your smartphones. They
That's
can do
true,
a level
yeah.
of AR as well. It may not be as immersive as having like
Well, yeah, you don't have a headset
the
on your
Apple
face.
Vision on your face or something like that. But I think it could very well head that direction.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I think we're probably just a few years out from that for putting on, you know, your phone on a headset. Like Apple makes a headset where you put your phone in it. I'm calling it now, and then you can
No,
do AR with your phone.
actually, Futurama already did an episode where they took like the popularity of like the iPhones and they took it and it's like a small little thing that goes like back of your eye and it just projects in front of you and stuff like that. Same concept.
That is called the uh Elon Musk um project, whatever that
I
thing.
mean, it's the same thing.
Yeah, but what's that called? What's his thing called?
Some kind of like brain chip or something like that.
Yeah, we're not that far off from. I legitimately see people. I can see that there's 5 million people ready to do it right off the bat, and we'll just see what happens to those people that do it. Because I can tell you right now, I'm not one of them.
I'll take like third or fourth generation.
That's like, hey, let me build Facebook into your body. We'll just control you with it in 5 years, and you know, or
what
just
are you
kill
in
you.
the middle of a sleep? Here's an advertisement for the next Call of Duty.
Did you see that this week they added ads to Instagram? I haven't seen them yet, but they added them
on Instagram.
They added
it's the
ads.
same concept.
It's the same as YouTube.
Or I think EA's the worst about it. They just you paid $70 for a game that has microtransactions.
That's crazy.
Real world ads in the video games. Like that's unacceptable.
I saw one of the companies saying like, "Oh, here's the way that we can make games cheaper for you," or
but it's not.
Be able to offer more free games or whatever, like getting advertisers in games. And I'm thinking
that's greed. They're just gonna pocket that money.
That's an instant turn off to me. Now ads have gone on forever for games. Like I can remember back in the 64 era and the PS1 era, there would be ads in games, but it was something that was baked into the game. But you would see the ads. It was the same deal, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't like distracting or like
no, it was different.
Egregiously bad and obvious that they're just cashing a paycheck at that point.
It's crazy to me. I saw this coming as well because it's been talked about for several years at this point, and there was a game that did this before, and I cannot remember the name of the game, and it flopped hard. People were mad. Ads running a game. I cannot remember what the name of this game is, but it would like stop your gameplay and everything and run an advertisement.
That's bad.
I'll have to see if I can find it. Yeah, but
that's quite literally like every mobile game in existence, and it's
basically what it was. I think that's what it was getting compared to, being a mobile game. Yeah, so it's craziness, but I'm not shocked at all, man. Everything's about ads. Everything's about pushing stuff and making that money. So ads are going to be probably in everything. And then there's like a paid, service you can get that make it ad free.
Yeah, it was streaming at one point. It was ad free, but you paid for it. You didn't get ads.
Oh yeah, Hulu ads, man. That was crazy.
I remember Hulu was a thing. It was free, but ads, and you paid just the $7 to get.
Now you have to
pay. And now you're getting ads.
Now you pay.
You have to pay a little bit more to not get. That's what turned me off to a lot of streaming services, just outright. I'm just like, nah, I'm done. I'll cut the cord. I'll either buy it physical or
League of Legends. League of Legends did that too. Apparently, did the ad thing.
So it's so egregiously bad. Like you don't need to do this.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's insane, but like nothing shocks me anymore, which is sad. Like these companies gotta fail, man. Apparently, 50 times over in a year to get any sense knocked into them, but
man.
It's all about making that
big
money.
To fail.
Oh, dude, there's so much. These companies are absolutely destroying themselves this year. Like it started the end of last year with a few studios being closed down, but they apparently have to burn to the ground to understand or get any of it because. And these companies that want to chase these trends, man, by the time you get that game made, that trend's going to be long gone. These trends are quick and, some of them last a year, but that's if you're lucky, I feel like, with a like trendy game. I feel like that's if you're lucky. There's so few games that hit that trend, pop culture medium like that. Fall Guys is a great example. That's a game that was like a trendy game for like 4 or 5 months during COVID.
Yeah, that just
like
dropped off.
It was big for a couple of months and just dropped like nothing. And I even so much so that I even played it and streamed it a few times, but then it just died. It just died.
Oh, cause it's the same thing. Oh, there's nothing unique.
Yeah,
After a
they
while, you
did
just
the
kind of get bored with it.
seasons, but yeah, it's like the same thing. Even if they change stuff up, it's like that same janky on purpose game that it just gets boring after a while. Like
Yeah,
it filled some time, when people weren't working. Like that was cool. But I didn't play it for
yeah.
very
It
long.
it,
I pretty
it,
quickly
it had no
deleted it.
staying power.
No, it didn't. But yep.
I feel like we've talked about this before, though. What do you feel like the popularity of retro gaming is? Is it like more popular than ever, or is it kind of hit that plateau?
I think it's hit that plateau. I think it got it's got staying power that it's got it hit a certain point where now it hit this threshold and it's like got a staying audience. It's bigger than before COVID, but it's still dropped down significantly. Like people were getting, bored during then and ordering, retro games online. So I feel like it's hit a pretty good point where it's staying at, but I feel like it's definitely dropped down to a few years ago because you can see that in prices of games. A lot of them have gone down. There are those very, very rare games that have gone up and just keep going in an upward trajectory. But a lot of them have just dropped. Even like a bunch of my games, like I can look at my Game Eye app and track every single one of them. And just in general, I think my collection has gone down something like $3,000 less than what it was during COVID. Like you can see, and I've got a spike going way
Yeah,
down, which like for
that's
me is things should be more affordable. I'm just saying like that is a good marker to see that a lot of those
yeah.
people that bought during COVID for like a trendy thing or like they just had nothing to do, now they're selling that stuff off. You know what I mean? They're not
Yeah,
keeping it.
because it
And
was you bought it maybe to try to flip a quick profit. The
they
problem is
wanted to
it
relive.
got
No,
it got
not
too
those people.
expensive.
Not those
But
people.
there was a lot of them that drove that those are the ones that drove the market wild.
They did, but there was like a big crowd of people that just wanted to relive their childhood too. It wasn't all, I would say that there's way less people that were doing that and buying during then, and more the people that just wanted to revisit their childhood or have something to do. But there are a lot of those. I just don't think they're like the main people driving
Yeah.
that.
And I think the concept of retro, because it's going to determine like what genre is retro that's going to peak. It's going to go like in peaks and
Peaks and
valleys
valleys.
essentially.
Yeah.
Then the next one that's going to be is probably going to be your I think to some degree you're already seeing it. The whole N64 to the GameCube, PS1 to the Xbox. That'll be like the next wave you're going to ride probably in the next 10 years.
We're actually past that now. We are in the 360 games going way, way, way up as of the last month because of store
Yeah.
cure. It has
But I mean,
gone
yeah, you're on
prices
that,
like
you're on that.
this.
So like as your
Way
Super
up.
Old Retro goes down, you're on that already on that uphill for
I already
that
hit.
next generation
Yep.
of games.
Yep. Those 360 prices, which was a specific console people said games were never going to go like way up for. Those prices for all of them are going way up. And
Because you can't find them anymore.
and the store's
It
closing
makes
down,
sense.
so you'll have no way to buy them but physically or
Yeah,
play them illegally. And 95% of people are not going to emulate. People aren't going to get that deep into it or even have like a desktop PC to do so or whatever. Most people are going to either play the physical or they're getting it digitally or whatever. But
hashtag ride the high seas
exactly.
or sail the high seas. My bad.
So, ride them.
Yeah, you're riding a wave. It's the same concept.
Yeah. There's something I was gonna say and I can't remember.
I just completely blew it up.
Oh whatever, it's fine. Oh man.
Yeah, no. So is there a pop culture
Oh,
series that you want to play every video game for? So I ask you
Tenchi
first,
Muyo.
you might be disappointed.
What?
A lot of old '90s games in there.
Yeah,
That
there's a
definitely
lot
peaked.
of visual novels because that's what a lot of them are for the PCFX.
It's just a lot of anime games in general.
Yeah, I can't even imagine how many. I'm actually looking it up, see how many video games there are. I imagine there's
Thing.
7 just for the PCFX or whatever. So I don't know. Let's see how many there are.
I have at least one for the not, I don't want to say the Super Nintendo, but it's the Japanese version of the SNES. I think, essentially, I'm blanking on the name of it.
Famicom.
Yeah, the Famicom.
Super,
I couldn't think of it.
super famous.
I had like Master Systems and the Sega. I'm like, that's completely wrong.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, I know there's some RPGs for Tenchi Muyo for sure.
Yeah, because they call it the Tenchi Muyo Game Hin. That's the one that I have. I mean, I can grab it real
Yeah.
quick.
Yeah. There's and Magical Girl Pretty Sammy. This is a Tenchi Muyo game. Heart No Komochi. This game sounds terrible. I would never want to play a game called Magical Girl Pretty Sammy ever.
Oh,
But it's a
that's a
Tenchi Muyo
spinoff.
game. Yeah.
Yeah, it's based off. They did like a whole like an
Uh,
episode special.
this is why
But
I have
no,
zero interest in this.
You know, I bought it. I ended up buying it for like $25 at some anime convention in Atlanta. Like in
Oh
2018,
yeah, it's the
I
first
think.
one that popped up. Yeah, that one's an
Yeah.
RPG, I think. I think that was an
Yeah,
RPG.
it's like a turn-based RPG as far as like the combat.
Which would be
style
really
is.
cool, and that's translated by the way, so you can play that online. There's a fan translation.
Well, this one, yeah. But I mean, it's in the because I bought this. It has its old cardboard box. I don't think it's sealed, but it's got an extra plastic on the top of it. And I actually don't want to like open it up, rip it out.
I love Super Famicom boxes. I think they're cooler than Super Nintendo boxes, in my opinion.
I might eventually. I also don't have a Famicom right now, so I don't have any way to actually play it. But
Yeah. Well, there's converters for Super Nintendos, but I mean, you're not gonna be able to play it anyway. It's all in Japanese.
Super Famicoms aren't that expensive.
They're not.
Maybe here in the U.S., but like if you bought it in Japan or had it imported,
No, they're
like,
very cheap in Japan.
You get like a
$20.
Super Famicom. Yeah, I was about to say they're really cheap.
I've seen people's videos on how cheap
you
they
get
are.
Yoshi's Island with a Super Famicom, and it's gonna cost you about the same, well under like $30.
Yeah, it's very cheap there. I will say it has. I read an article the other day, but probably about a couple weeks ago, where they were talking with Japanese retro video game stores, and the problem that they have now are American people coming in there buying up all their stuff, all of it.
Yeah.
And like now prices in Japan are rising for retro games because they have so little. Like these people are coming in and buying, and I know somebody that does this personally. I just saw one of his pictures the other day, and he goes about every month and he gets loads of stuff and sends it back. Tons of stuff. Like he does that very thing, and he flips them, for sometimes like 6-7 times the cost as there, and it makes it worth it with his trips because he knows what to pick and what's really worth the money here. So he's making enough to make the trip worth it and all that jazz.
But it's gonna start affecting that market as a whole.
It already is. It already is affecting. His stores don't have as much stuff to sell, and so now their prices are going up because you can't find a Wonder Swan anywhere because they know they can come back here and flip it for 5 times the cost. Get
I think
$300 out of it.
that.
Especially these rare consoles is the big thing. The rare stuff, like these ones that flopped in Japan that never made it out of Japan. Like there's a ton. There are so many that you would never even think of a bunch of these. But it's actually my number one video game grail. It is one I've wanted. I don't know. I started actively collecting after being a kid in 2012, so the year I graduated high school. And I specifically remember, and nobody was really getting back into it yet or anything like that, but I got into it when things were still cheap. And I have wanted this since I discovered it that year. And I do have one of the things I learned about that year, but the Laser Active is this crazy rare console. It's one of the most expensive out there. Essentially, this is a Laserdisc player that has its own exclusive games, but there's also a thing on it called these packs, PAC, and they have a Sega Genesis pack and then a TurboGrafx pack for it, as well as a karaoke pack and a PC Engine computer pack. So you can hook up a computer to it, but also you can hook up the these little, they're like this big, little tiny things. You stick it into the big Laserdisc player. You can play Sega Genesis games, and then you can play TurboGrafx games. And then they have a karaoke pack to plug in microphones. But it does play its own exclusive games, and there's not that many for it, but there's packs alone. A couple of those packs go well over $1,000 for just the packs for the console, to play it on the console. So if you want to get all in for it, you're looking at about $5,000 to get all the packs and all that jazz for it. So it's insane. The packs are actually, like I think the TurboGrafx is more expensive than the actual Laser Active itself. I know that PC Engine computer one, I think it's called the PC 98 or something. is like the rarest one for it. And I saw a guy get one the other day. He's like, "This is the final one that I needed." This guy's got like 4 or 5, 6 laser actives. He's like posting about them all the time. He like repairs them and stuff. But he's like, "I've had this on my watch list for 8 years. That's how rare it is." This guy's looking every single day. He's trying to find it all the time, and he completed his collection for that. So, um, he lives in Japan as well. So that's how he gets it. He's got an insanely absurd collection. He's after just all the rare stuff too. He's like, "Yeah, I don't want any of the common stuff. I'm looking for this crazy stuff that you cannot find every day." Like, I get a kick out of that. And there are those people. I kind of do as well. But I mean, that's by no means like, I like my regular console stuff that's not rare at all. Which is 95% of what I play, but like I do like the weird stuff as well. I get kind of a kick out of finding that stuff too. So it's fun. It's fun to find something that like you didn't know. Like, who the heck would have known there's a portable CD player that plays Sega CD and Genesis games, but you can also carry this to school and listen to your music. It's literally a console and a portable CD player. So let's see if I can grab it real quick and I'll show you. But
a win-win regardless of whatever direction you're going in. Saw a thrifting YouTuber, and they found a Sega CD pack by itself in a Goodwill. I mean, that's a really good, probably lucky find, realistically. Living over on Twitch is saying hardwired VR to your brain. Yeah.
Portable CD player. Isn't that crazy?
That's crazy. So where's the screen go? Oh, I gotta wait till he gets back. Yeah, no, it definitely is really super cool. SFC TMNT games go for over $70 to $80. Yeah, I guess it's not completely egregious, but it's still expensive. At least compared to probably when it came out. There are plenty of SFC and Mega Drive games that rising fast. Musha for the Mega Drive goes for $100 to $200. Yeah, the retro gaming market is just crazy. That's why I personally, until Brandon gets back, you might have a different opinion, but I'm an advocate for emulation. I want to be able to play the game, but sometimes it's just hard to preserve it, and or it's just ridiculously expensive. When emulation could just make it very affordable for everybody just to at least go and play the games themselves. I'm curious what Brandon's doing. He's taking forever. I guess while he does that, whatever he's doing, I guess before we wanted to move on, we were asking, what's the whether you had like a go-to type of genre of music, essentially. I always feel like I know what Brandon's gonna say. I know for me personally, it gets toss up. I don't have like one, but it's a mixture of pretty much metal and J-pop. I have a soft spot for J-pop. Though I'm sure he's gonna say, yeah, not surprising at all. You're being the local weeb and all. I don't mind emulation, especially if you can't play it normally. I think that's just the growing direction that it's going. Because eventually this old hardware, these old cartridges aren't going to last forever unless you can essentially remake the cartridge and the hardware. And emulation is just a way to kind of keep it around forever. But you run into issues like proper control schemes and fun stuff like that. Shooters listen to classic rock and metal. Yeah, those are definitely both really, really good genres.
Lame.
Do you have like a go-to genre of music yourself?
Hate music.
Yeah, I can tell.
Not a fan.
From what I understand, Brandon's a fan of Mongolian throat singing.
Oh, that's my favorite.
Like not even.
Or just I've never heard of it in my life.
Super down.
I don't know what that is. I might have to look into that. Is that a real genre of music?
Mongolian throat singing? Yeah, it is.
Throat singing?
Yeah.
I wonder what that's
for. Really specific. If you've heard it before, it pretty much sounds the same.
Is that where they blow into the? Or, never mind. I forget what culture it is that does that. Blows in this like long tube thing, and I forget what the instrument's called. But
So it's called Mongolian Tuvan throat singing. The main technique of which is known as Kome. Yeah, it's probably something I butchered. It's a style of singing practiced by people in Tuva and Mongolia. It's noted for including overtone singing. In 2009, it was included in the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Oh, just UNESCO. Why bother read that whole thing out? But it's just like essentially, it's just throat singing. It's just essentially coming from your throat in a really deep voice.
Interesting.
That's the version that most people would have heard.
I see Tuvan throat singing.
It's Mongol Tuvan throat singing is pretty much what it is.
It sounds absurd, like something I'll probably not check out anytime soon.
Trust me, you've heard it before.
Scary throat singing. Why they gotta say throat like that?
No,
I think of the wrong.
But to be fair, I really would have captured you or guessed as you being more of like a mumble rap fan, if I had to guess.
That's my favorite genre. I love it. I love when people mumble and rap.
Mumble rap. Oh, what was it? The some really weird. I don't know if they're rappers or not, but was it like the Beach Boys? Not the old Beach Boys, but the
Beastie Boys.
The island. Was it the Island Boys or something like that?
Oh, the island. An island boy, just trying to make it.
I'm pretty sure they don't do that genre of music. Like cover
I'm
tattoos.
pretty sure they actually do something else that I don't know if you've seen, but it is disturbing. It just okay, just look it up. Like maybe you can find it while we're talking about it right now. About just put in brothers. I don't know, but it is disturbing. Probably the most disturbing thing, and I don't know how they're legally able to do it. I don't think they are. But somehow they're getting away with it. Oh my god, ruined all respect I had from them rapping in the pool. Oh man,
I see stuff like 2 days ago about them being arrested in Florida.
Yeah, we'll see why they were arrested and what happened. I don't know if it says.
It was something to do with reckless driving.
Okay, that's not it. Just put in
one of them.
Put in OF, Island Boys OF, or something. I don't know how to tell you without. I can't say it, but unfortunately,
I can't find anything.
Whew, it is disturbing. Legitimately, maybe you can check it out later, but it's like completely illegal. I'll just say that. About all I can say. We got there's even competitions in the country, Switzerland. I put RPG. Oh, you found it?
I had to go to Reddit of all places to figure out what's going on.
Oh god, yeah. Isn't that crazy? Oh my god. That is like actually illegal, right? Like
I'm sure it is.
Yeah, okay. I thought it was
but
like
it's like
it's probably on like a state by state basis, but it is
they're watching too much hentai is what they're doing.
Yeah, cuz it kind of does make me quickly think of that cuz that's yeah.
What's that something banjo music?
Banjo.
Alabama something.
Oh. Yeah, it is legal there, huh? Kentucky. That's what I think of. Instantly think of Kentucky. Yeah. Oh, or no, hold on. West Virginia. That's the one I'm thinking of too. At West Virginia, it's definitely legal there.
Take me home.
West Virginia is like another country. Oh my god.
It's just west of Virginia.
Yeah, well,
like come on, it's not that hard.
It's got that southern heritage, that's for sure. Cousins.
Not really. It's north of the Mason-Dixon line, so it's technically not south.
Wait, what? Say that again.
You know what the Mason?
Yes, I know what it is.
Mason-Dixon line. So it's when you think traditionally south, you think of the Mason-Dixon line.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess it's getting real close. It's getting real close to it, though, right? Like, because
really.
people think they're southern in Ohio, and I'm like, we are not even in the South.
Like that's standard north.
I think of idiots that with the flags and stuff. I'm like, dude, you are in Ohio.
No, I'm wrong. Most of West Virginia is south of the Mason-Dixon line.
I thought West
Mason-Dixon
Virginia
line
was. I thought it
is
was Southern
the
State.
think of the border between Maryland and Pennsylvania. That's essentially the Mason-Dixon line. But
Okay, I thought it was the South. I did think it was.
Technically, Ohio is considered more south of it because I'm pretty sure traditionally once it hits the Ohio River, it just follows the Ohio River. So technically, all of Ohio is north of the Mason-Dixon line.
Yeah, we're not any part of the South, right? None of it is. Is that right?
Ohio's never been considered part
I didn't
of the
think
South.
so. Because
Virginia is like borderline South, realistically, if you want to think about that. When you think of South, you're thinking of like Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee.
Right.
There's probably one or two other states I'm missing, but that's like what you consider the South.
Yeah. Okay. I thought so.
Florida doesn't qualify though; it's its own thing.
Yeah, it is its own country.
Everybody down south doesn't consider it.
I was listening to a podcast. Is this guy that he's like a metal musician, and he moved to Florida from Canada. And like the guy on there with him, this guest they had on, he's like, that's like a whole nother country from the rest of the U.S., isn't it? Like talking about all the stuff he's seen already.
You heard the concept of a Florida man? Like I watched a video.
They actually brought up about wrestling gators. Yeah,
the dude's like just in like a cutoff shirt, shorts, no shoes, and just wrestles a gator in the little road.
So stupid.
Carries him away.
Have you ever seen the guy? I can't remember his name, but he's in this metal band and he wrestled a bear. Have you seen those videos? But like, there's like no, but the guy does live in Russia, or he's Russian. I think he's living here now.
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, I can't remember what the band's called either. Let's type in metal musician wrestles bear, but yeah, it's pretty crazy. And it's funny because there is a band when I was in high school, when we were in high school, that was really popular called I Wrestled a Bear Once. That's the name of the band.
I mean, I saw something that said Alex.
Yeah, Alex Terrible
wrestles a giant bear.
Yeah, that's him.
I don't know if that was the right dude.
Yeah, that's him. But yeah, he's Russian, so you're spot on with that.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Probably offered the bear a vodka when he was done. Quench its thirst.
Oh man, yeah, this guy's like insanely popular. Band is massive here. Alex Terrible moved to Florida. Yeah, this guy moved to Florida, so.
Yeah, I've never heard him before, so.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Don't think I'm wrestling a bear anytime soon. This ain't.
I'm much more of a fan of sketty wrestling.
Of what?
Sketty wrestling.
I don't know.
Spaghetti wrestling. Which where you get two, somewhat at the very least, at a minimum, slightly overweight people. You have a giant pit of spaghetti, and you just spaghetti wrestle.
Yeah, it is. Quit making stuff up.
I'm not making it up. There's a whole episode of South Park that deals with it.
I haven't seen South Park in probably 6-7 years.
I'm pretty sure South Park invented sketty wrestling because it's.
I can believe that.
It's Eric Cartman on a scooter wrestles Honey Boo Boo.
Oh my god. Is she still around?
I have no idea.
Didn't her mom die or something?
I have no idea.
Whatever her name was. What was the mom's name? Honey Boo Boo's mom? I can't remember. I think she died.
Elena Thompson.
Yeah, but she had like
or is that
like
is that the adult or the kid?
The mom. Oh no, it's one of the sisters died. One of the sisters died. I remember.
I never watched this show. I remember when it came around. I'm like, why are people watching this?
Yeah, I didn't understand it either. I don't. I think they live in West Virginia too. You can tell. It shows.
I remember on the South Park episode, there's like, because she had to get a heart replacement in the show, and she got to replace it with a pig heart. It's like, Honey Boo Boo, what are you gonna tell them judges when they ask you about your pig heart? Like, child, my heart is sweeter than honey, child, or something like that.
Oh my god, yeah, that sounds like how they talk.
The whole like Southern accent type thing.
There's a whole rabbit hole we can go down with her family too. It's pretty disturbing. Her dad and stuff like that. Ugh. Weird. Go down the Honey Boo Boo rabbit hole if you guys ever get time on Reddit specifically.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend.
Mama June. That was her mom's name. Mama June.
I don't think it's her legal name, but
no, that's what they called her though. Mike
I don't know if that
Sugar
much rabbit
Bear.
hole.
The dad's name was Sugar Bear.
Was it
Why are
like
we talking about Honey
is,
Boo Boo?
is this a wrestler or are we getting some inappropriate content with these names?
I actually, family's disturbed. I'll tell you that.
I could imagine.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, we go deep in Honey Boo Boo lore on this
That's
podcast. If you
all
haven't
we
told.
do. That's what it's about. It's our favorite stuff, Honey Boo Boo.
Next week, 8-hour Honey Boo Boo deep dive.
All right, so what else do we have on the game side of stuff? Because we got definitely some movie stuff with those two trailers, Venom and Alien trailer, and then Star Wars Acolyte stuff to get into a little bit.
I mean, at least is what I immediately had written down.
Getting tired.
Let me try and find some game specific stuff. Oh, that's more movies. Clock Tower Rewind, a survival horror game video. Previews new features. If you're into
saw that. It's
Clock Tower Rewind.
It's
Unlimited Run.
originally a Super Famicom game, I believe. It didn't come out here.
Yeah, because they're doing pre-orders. They just started May 31st to June 30th on Limited Run Games.
Yeah, they're doing some pretty cool stuff because they're the ones that we talked about last week.
Yeah,
that are doing
I remember this game. This is like a remaster of the old Clock Tower. It's kind of like a point-and-click adventure horror game, essentially.
And then it came out here.
This game came out. Yeah, it came out here in the West.
Is the series has gotten incredibly expensive. 2 and 3 are like ridiculous in price.
Yeah, it's Sunsoft and Limited Run Games, Clock Tower Rewind, an enhanced version of the Hifumi Kono's original 95 Super Famicom survival horror point-and-click.
The original
game,
didn't come out here, but 2 and 3 did. Pretty sure the original never came out in America.
It probably got a fan translation or something like that.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I've seen people play the original game and it's in English. Because I was watching the trailer, I'm like, oh,
it might have, but for some reason I didn't think that we actually ever got that first one. But we got 2 and 3, which are super, super expensive because they didn't sell back in the day. So, but I could be wrong on the first. I don't know. I just thought we didn't get it. But yeah, it looks cool. I definitely have not played the original. I played 2 and 3. And it's one of those weird games where it's like completely different than the sequels. It's like a different type of game. So it'd be interesting to try that. But yeah, I think it's cool that they're doing that. I'm all for it. Anything that's expensive or inaccessible or didn't come out here, like making it accessible on the modern platform, all for it. Because it'll have, it might already be out, like a regular digital release too. Like you don't have to buy the physical to play it. Like they always have. They're always digital too. So I'm all for it. That's the way that 95% of people are going to play it. The general mainstream audience aren't buying from limited run games, but to have the opportunity to get a physical is cool.
No, definitely. Earlier this week on Wednesday, NIS America announced that it will release RPG Maker with Gotcha Games new software in its RPG Maker series in the West for Nintendo Switch on October 11th. That also said it will release on PS5 and PS4 sometime in 2025.
Nice.
So if you're in the whole concept of dabbling in making an RPG game in a game,
I've always found that series, and I played a couple. I've always found it very intriguing, but the couple I played, I think every time I kind of felt the same way. Like I couldn't get into wanting to make my own game in the game.
You have to already have like an interest in game development.
You do, and I did. I mean, I did as a kid, but the way that the games work are a little bit different than like just doing straight up development. It's interesting. Well, yeah, because you're getting all these.
It's pre-made stuff.
Yeah, you're getting all the stuff that's already made, and I like just couldn't find the interest to want to spend the time doing it within the game and the limits of the game. But it's a very interesting series. They actually had a spinoff called, I think it's called Fighting Game Maker. But like you can make a fighting game, which is really interesting. So they've had like a few spinoffs of like other genres.
A bit more limited.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Because they also say, because this is the one I played, was the Kodokai released the previous entry, RPG Maker MZ, on PC via Steam back in 2020. I did dabble in that game a little bit. Obviously, I don't really care to make a game, but I got it on sale for dirt cheap, so I got it. Why not and give it a shot?
Yeah. Yeah, they're interesting. It's always cool to see like what people do come up with in those. And I've seen people like, try to make other actual RPGs like kind of within the game with the limits of the game and seeing how close they can get to that said game. I always find that really interesting. Somebody tried to do like
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 7 and one of the RPG Maker games. I can't remember what, but pretty cool.
Yeah. And I know we hit on it briefly about how big of a fan you are about Candy Crush.
Oh god.
Couldn't get you to shut up about it.
Yeah.
But Capcom announced on Monday a new smartphone game for the Monster Hunter game franchise titled Monster Hunter Puzzles Feline Isles, which will launch for the iOS and Android on June 26th or June 27th in Japan. Pre-registration for the game starts on Monday. And if you watch the trailer for this, it looks like a mobile game. It's the whole Candy Crush to essentially attack a monster type thing.
That is
It's just
disheartening.
it's a mobile game by Capcom with Monster Hunter skin thrown on it. That's really all it is.
So dumb. But I get it that the cats from Monster Hunter are like kind of like cartoonish and sort of.
Yeah, I mean it looks like a cartoonish type
There's
game,
been there was a puzzle game that came out before on actual. I think this is a PSP that got a puzzle game in Japan. So this must be a sequel of that. I forget what that was called. But there already is like a spin-off game that came out years ago for Monster Hunter that is a puzzle. Yeah, okay. So yeah, there's looks like potentially a couple of them, but yeah, PSP came out. Feline Puzzle. And it looks like there are a few. So there's already been a couple of them.
Yeah, no, that was the rest of the at least video game specific stuff that I had. I don't know if there's anything more that you wanted to hit up.
Game wise, I don't think so. I don't think I've seen anything else really. There's been a few things that have popped up from the
we're
Summer
definitely
Games
gonna get a lot of
wrapped up.
We're getting a lot of news this week, and I'm sure next week's gonna fill in.
Well, I guess
a lot of what we already missed.
I guess we should sort of talk about. We got it here in the title and thumbnail and stuff, but I guess Xbox Game Showcase coming up, and is there anything that you are expecting to happen to them? Do you think they'll potentially reveal a handheld? Do you think is anything coming up? There's a rumor I saw of a Halo 1 remake coming. I did see that potentially being announced on the 9th, so 2 days from today, as of this recording. Fable, it could be some stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we've heard rumors about another Fallout game in development. It's not being done by Bethesda, but I don't know if it's any close to being done.
Yeah.
I would obviously, the only thing at this point that I really care is a Bethesda game, and it's only because they're owned by Microsoft now. But do we hear anything about Elder Scrolls 6? Since we know that this game is in development now. After, I mean, it's still fairly. I would assume it's still fairly early in development because their last game just came out that past fall, the space game. It's so insignificant I can't remember the title. But I just want I would like to hear about it, but I just feel like it's too far out from release for Elder Scrolls 6. Outside of that, I don't really have a game that I really care for.
Do you like the Dragon Age series by chance?
I mean, I was passively into that, but I was never a big Dragon Age fan. Not like some friends that I know. They're like really heavy into Dragon Age.
Well, we got the announcement of a new Dragon Age. They showed, just like Metroid, they showed the title, which is Dragon Age of the Veilguard, and we got the news that it's going to debut soon. So that could potentially happen on Sunday, which would be when the Xbox Game Showcase and the Call of Duty Direct premiere. But it is interesting that we already got an announcement. They're just saying, hey, it's going to debut soon. Here's the titles. And like they showed the font and all that jazz, the logo design, but that's all we got. And I'm not like a big Dragon Age guy myself. Like I think Inquisition, it was called.
I think it's the last one that came out was Inquisition.
I think I like that one. I feel like there's one other that I like mildly liked. What, Dragon Age Origins, is that right?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
the first
I
one. That's the
I
only
like
Dragon
that
Age
one a
game
little
that
bit.
I've ever. It's the only one I've played, but I've never actually beaten it.
Well,
And it feels like a game that came out in like 2008.
it's been a while since we've gotten one, so it sounds about right. I mean, it's a pretty big series. It's just not one I've like gotten heavy into myself. There's too many screens for me. I hated the screens. I know that, like the menu screens. I hated
Yeah.
going through. I just don't like games like that anymore. I don't have the patience. That was my problem with. That was one of my big problems with the last big Xbox game to come out. I can't remember what it's called. Just like took it out of my head. It was so bad. What's the name of it? I can't even think of it. It was
I know some
pretty
people
much a
are.
flop, but
Yeah, I know as far as some of the other predictions, some people were expecting another Gears of War game to come out, or I think it's Gears 6.
yeah,
Though
that's
I
yeah.
wouldn't mind seeing because we got the first game remastered and it definitely came to PC, but we've not had anything for the original trilogy for 2 and 3. So it's like we're gonna do like remakes for Gears, like the whole original trilogy, to come either to Game Pass or to just be remade. Uh,
Yeah.
I preferably if it's on PC because that's where I like to play it. Because I bought the first one years ago on PC and I played it. And I want to go back and play the trilogy because to me Gears is
1, 2,
1,
and
2, and
3 are
3.
the
That's
best.
it.
Yeah.
The rest you can just ignore because I think
I
they're kind of bad.
liked the last Gears game, Gears 5. I thought it was fine. Gameplay was really good. I could have
Gears 4
cared
was
less about
bad. I'm
Gears
sorry.
4 was horrible.
Gears 4 and Judgment were just not good.
Judgment was awful too.
Judgment should have been a DLC for
It
3.
reminded me of them trying to do like ODST or something, or like,
Yeah.
one of those Halo kind of spin-offs, but what kind of a spin-off. But it was attached to the main series, so that was like kind of the bummer. But Judgment was
It was like it filled in the backstory for Cole and
that's what like ODST. That's
the
what it
other
felt
dude.
like
I
to
can't remember
me.
his name, but it felt like it should. It felt and it played and it was a short. It should have. It pretty much was DLC made into its own game. It was not a long
Pretty
game
much, yeah.
for a full price.
And it wasn't really good either, in my opinion.
It just told their backstory that you kind of already know the bulk of what happened.
It felt like filler, if you will.
Yeah,
it's kind of like
pretty
what it
much.
felt like they wanted to put a game
It should have
out.
just stayed as DLC for Gears 3, and people
Yeah.
wouldn't have hated on it as much.
Yeah, I agree. I would love to see something with Gears come up. Now, like I said, I didn't mind the last one when the Series X launched. There wasn't a ton to play, so I played through the full first thing. I know there was like a ton of DLC, and I never played any of it. But I thought the gameplay itself was fun. I just could not get captured into the story of that game, which is kind of where it lost me, and I did fall off. But I did put a good, I don't know, at least 10 hours in that game, so I put a good chunk of time in there. But Gears 4 I just did not like at all. Judgment I didn't like, so it's a hit or miss on whether I'll care. It sucks because at 1 through 3, that story, man, I thought it was great. I thought it worked very well. It reminds me of Halo 1 through 3. I feel like it was peak Halo 2. I mean, those are the only ones that you can have me care about whatsoever anymore.
Yeah.
Halo 1 through 3 is great. But Halo 4, terrible. Halo 5, didn't like it. Infinite, I didn't like at all. Did not like Infinite at all.
Halo is another one of those games that, because I think it was it 343 that originally?
Yeah,
No,
343.
Bungie.
No,
I thought it was,
sorry,
Bungie
yeah.
that originally made it.
Bungie and then 3.
Kind of like with the other things, it was the original trilogy, and then they told their story. That's it. The story's over. The rest have just can't live. No other game has lived up to the original trilogy of Halo.
No, it had me excited that Bungie was doing what's their big games right now? I can't remember what they're called.
They're still working on
whatever the big online
Destiny
2, yeah, Destiny.
which is just a
could not
disappointment
care
of a
less.
game.
I cannot care less about Destiny at all in any capacity. I could not get into either one of them.
Bungie's long since fallen off what they used to be, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, and like they're a different company now. Those people that were working there then are probably not working there now.
Yeah,
it's just
shifted
and snowballed into a whole new company with whole new people. And
well, they made the mistake of being they were bought or they partnered up with it was Activision Blizzard when they made Destiny or it's Destiny 2 for sure, but I'm pretty sure they did Destiny 1. I might be misremembering that.
I have no idea if I'm being real with you. I'm not sure. I just didn't. I don't. I know there's a new Destiny 2 expansion, and people were mad and upset about it. There's apparently a bunch of issues, some kind of problems with
Destiny
it.
2 came out like what in like 2018. Like game's been out for a while
It's
now.
been out, yeah, it's been out for a minute, and it just got a new expansion. I know there's like some type of problems with it where people are like losing save data or like losing
Like
things,
Bungie
and
just needs to go away from the Destiny IP for a while. They need to make a different game.
I saw somebody post that they couldn't play the new one. They wanted to play. They hadn't played Destiny 2 at all. Apparently, you had to buy all the expansions before it too. Is what like the post was about. And people were like, "Yeah, this is why people can't get into it now because there's all these expansions you
Oh,
had to buy
because they started
before."
taking away some of the planets aren't. Maybe you could play through the main story, but the planets are unaccessible because they didn't have the room to have like all these new places in the game. So they started
It's
cutting
called
content.
the Final
Or s-
Shape, is what the new DLC
yeah,
is
they
called.
started like cycling certain planets and certain content, which I thought was like a terrible decision because that's
So
like,
you're
well, if you
telling
haven't
me
already
I gotta
played it,
invest $150 or whatever to even start the game and then get the new DLC? Like this DLC,
that's the problem. It's too confusing. Where do you start?
that's what the whole thread was about. Was all about people that haven't played before are wanting to get into this because like there's the problems with it that are going on, whatever they are right now. I think save data or something. But then there's also like a group of people where it's kind of revitalized it a little bit, and this whole thread was about I can't play it unless I buy all the DLC before it. And it's like,
That's how it
who
really
would do
is.
that?
That's a terrible decision.
That's stupid. You should be able to just jump into this new DLC if you want to make money. If you want money to flow into the
You
game,
buy the base game, you buy the 20 or 30 bucks for the new DLC, and it
yeah,
automatically gives
that
you all the old DLC.
should be all you have to do.
It makes it far more accessible and more cheaper
And it just
for
doesn't.
people that want to come in.
It's been 7 years. Is that right?
Yeah, I think it came out 2018.
Shaming at Christmas. Yeah, it's about time for something else. It's
Let
called the
me
Final
verify.
Shape, so I'm assuming this is
No,
the
it's even
last
older than that.
DLC.
My bad. It came out in September 6th of 2017. It's even older than that.
Jeez, that's
This
crazy.
has been out for a while.
That's it's about time to move on to something. And I mean, like they definitely have lost a massive player base like they once had. Like sure, there's
Like in
a
Destiny 1.
hardcore audience, but like
Yeah, because
I
this
can't
game's been out
imagine that's
far
keeping them
longer.
afloat.
Because Destiny 1 came out in September 2014. So it was only out for 3 years before the second one came out. And
That's
this one's been out for
wild.
like what? Pushing 8 years now? 7 years, something like that?
Yeah, there's a collector's
Yeah, it's
edition
pushing
for the
7 years.
game, but you don't get a game code with it. $175. Destiny 2 The Final Shape Collector's Edition. No game code. That makes no sense to me when they do that. Like here, buy this
I don't
collector's edition that's sold out, but you don't get the game with it.
I feel like they bungled it. Like if you want to play a game like Destiny, you're better off just playing Warframe.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And that's on Switch too, right?
And Warframe's a free to play game.
Yeah, free to play. Yeah, that one's on Switch. That's the one I was talking about. I was listening back editing last week's episode, and I brought up. I said, "Hey, there's this like shooter I know people that play on the Switch all the time, and it's Warframe. That's the game."
I I've only known people that play it on PC, so I probably didn't realize
Dude,
it.
people, yeah, the only one I know are on Switch. I didn't know. I thought it was exclusive to Switch, so I don't know
That game's
nothing
popular.
about it.
That game came out in 2013. That game's been around for a while.
Yeah, I know people that still play it. It's crazy. But
I mean, it still keeps getting
So, you-
content.
we have talked about it a few times because I brought it up a couple of times. But did you see about the Yakuza series coming, the TV series?
Yeah, I think I grabbed one of the notes somewhere here. I don't
Yeah,
know where I
this
put
is
it though.
my thought with this was with wow. I mean the game Like a Dragon when that came out, that opened the floodgates to being, and I think it's because of Game Pass. Like when it came on Game Pass, I think that's why. But like it kind of opened the floodgates. People needed something to play. It came out at the perfect time in 2020 when people were home. But I would have never imagined the Yakuza series being anywhere near like a mainstream series enough, especially to get a TV series. But it really has. Like people are invested in the series now. When it was called Yakuza, people could have cared less. Like when I played those other games, Kiwami, all of them, any of them.
Yeah.
I've been playing since Shinmu on the Dreamcast, which Shinmu 1 and 2 are technically like Yakuza games. They're like the predecessor to Yakuza. And I've been playing since then. and people just could have cared less about Yakuza.
Yeah.
And I love that the
So,
series is called Like a Dragon Yakuza.
well, apparently the proper translation from Japanese is like a dragon. The
Yeah.
Yakuza was just what they called it. But no, it was announced on Tuesday that Amazon is producing a 6-episode live-action series based on, Like a Dragon. And the episode will debut on Amazon Prime in over 240 countries and territories in 2 batches on October 24th and November 1st on Amazon Prime Video,
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
which is the only streaming platform that I actually still have at this point.
Yeah,
But
I only
hopefully,
have it because it's comes with my Prime membership.
yeah,
I don't
pretty
think
much.
I've ever watched it one. I can't think of anything off the top of my head anyway that I've
There's like a
watched on
handful
it.
of things,
What's like a
but
big series that came out on Amazon? I wait,
probably the
Fallout,
Lord of the
right?
Rings,
Fallout. Yeah,
Lord of the
okay.
Rings, Fallout.
Okay, so that's the only thing. I see. I didn't even remember it being on Amazon. But yeah, I guess I watched some of that. So I did. Yeah, Lord of the Rings. I think I watched maybe like an episode, maybe 2. Like immediately, I was not
Okay,
interested in it.
Amazon a few years ago had just back in 2013, Amazon acquired MGM, so Amazon has a really big library of TV shows and movies now.
Yeah. I mean, I got it on there, but I just it's not one I don't really go. I don't know. I haven't even booted up Netflix anytime recently.
Yeah, no, yeah. Technically, Amazon owns the James Bond IP as well.
I to be honest with you, Pierce Bronson is not there anymore, so I just don't care.
He's not.
I never liked whatever the guy's name was that was Bond after. Never liked. I guess Skyfall was kind of okay. I kind of liked it, but I just didn't care. I was checked
James
out.
Bond. James Bond peaked with Sean Connery. I'm sorry.
I mean, I would
60s,
probably
70s.
say, I'd probably say the same thing. I think you're right. I mean, but I like Bronson as well. I mean, I think it's mostly
he did
because
one good movie that got turned into a really
I liked
popular
it.
video
Doesn't mean
game.
they're good. It doesn't mean they're good, but I liked them at least then. I haven't watched any of those anytime recently, so I'm not gonna stand behind saying they're good movies. But
Oh, fair enough.
yeah.
But I guess this is quasi game related. Yin Press has licensed the Dark Souls Redemption French manga or French comic book at that point. Realistically, I didn't even know there was such a thing.
I didn't either.
Dark Soul. There's a Dark Souls comic.
That's why. So this is new.
But So Yin Press announced on Monday that its licensed author Julien Blondel and artist Shonen's Dark Souls Redemption French publisher Mana Books spinoff of From Software's Dark Souls game and will release in English on August 27th. So it's a French comic that's being translated to English.
Interesting.
That I didn't even know was a thing.
I never heard of it before, but I'm not like that deep in the Dark Souls.
No, but I mean, I guess we'll see how. I don't know how. I know Dark Souls has a fairly decent deep lore, but I've just never gotten into the games to be able to pick up on a bunch of that.
I did want to say real quick, talking about the Like a Dragon. So Take said, he's the director of it. He said, I poured out my heart, soul, and experience that I garnered over 35 years into Like a Dragon Yakuza. The unfettered appeal for Japanese content from within Japan and other parts of the world has been growing exponentially. While Prime Video Japan continues to offer a variety of content across genres, including anime, adapting an internationally popular game franchise that has such deep resonance and layered characters, presents a unique charm that makes for an extremely compelling watch. So I just want to say that he's very proud of it. So that's good to hear because I mean, like Fallout was great. So they did something right. I mean, with the game stuff. So it sounds positive. So I'm looking forward to it. It's only 6 episodes. Shoot, I'll go through that.
Yeah.
Talk about it.
I know we both were big fans of the Godzilla Kong movie. It was recently announced by the Hollywood Reporter on Thursday that Grant Sputor he worked on I Am Mother or something like that. Will direct the next entry in the Warner Brothers and Legendary Editions MonsterVerse franchise.
Well, did you know that Shin Godzilla is getting a black and white version and it's being worked on right now? it's gonna be coming out soon.
On top of
or
it's now
whatever.
streaming in the West. If you don't
Yeah,
already know,
yeah,
I,
that's
I,
streaming
I
here.
really glad because that
Me
black and
too.
white version of
I
-1 was a really good movie.
Very, very good choice for them to do that too, because I've heard of a ton of people that aren't even like diehards have watched that because it came out over here, and like people are
Yeah.
just still. It's like a new, like people are like it just came
It's
out again. I'm seeing
it's
all
so
kinds of
different.
stuff about
A
it.
lot of people missed it the first time because
Well,
they just
yeah,
didn't
they
realize
did.
it.
Yeah,
But it's such a refreshing take, an old take on monsters and Godzilla
I
that
love it.
just
Yeah,
haven't seen in it's been decades since we've had a movie like this. Have you had a chance to watch it yet?
I haven't got to watch it yet, but I am going to this week. I think probably Monday because Grace wants to watch it, so we'll be home. And I think we're gonna watch it then. I'm probably just going to start off with the black and white version, see how she does with it or whatever. But now that they're doing Shin Godzilla in black and white too, that makes me kind of excited because I kind of like that. It's gimmicky, but it works for that
Yeah.
because kind of that's where we started. They're
Yeah.
black and white for a while, and
I'm just saying, go back to what we talked about. It feels like a few months ago because that film was obviously shot in color. They had to go back and
yeah.
essentially color correct it for black and white, and
Yep.
they did such a good job. It looks like it was shot in black and white. That's how good that movie looks.
Yeah,
At
see,
least when I
that's the
watched it
only
in
way I
theaters.
would care about watching like a movie that was
Like,
made
it
in
wasn't
color
just
and black and white.
we threw on a filter. Like they put work into it. Like it looked
Yeah.
really good. Like it was shot in black and
Well,
white.
that's what they're doing with Shin Godzilla now. Now, I've talked about my opinions on the movie. I think it's a good movie, but I hate the transformation scenes and it takes me out of the movie.
Fair
I
enough.
hate the transfer. But like overall as a movie, it's like fine. Like it's a good movie. By
I'd be
no means
interested to
even into
see-
my top 10 Godzilla movies, but
No.
you know.
I just say I'd be interested, even if it's done right. How does that movie feel in black and white? Because the -1 feels right because of the scene, and it's so reminiscent of the old movie. It's shot in like right after the World War II, like late
Yeah.
40s, early 50s. Like the era feels like it fits with black and white compared to a more modern movie. Does it? Even if it's color corrected properly, does it still feel like a film that is
Right.
enhanced with black and white?
And I mean,
Well, I think
like
that's the benefit
they could
of
do
the
the
OG
same
God.
thing. They could do the same
Yeah.
thing. The other one, was shot in collar. -1 was shot in collar.
Yeah, but the
Um,
whole aesthetic. The first thing I thought of was the original Godzilla. It's that same era of Godzilla. Like it just fits, especially with how like dark and gritty and ominous Godzilla is. Because there's big portions of it where it's like he's coming, but you either don't fully see him or you don't see him. It's kind of like this haunting thing until he's like
Yeah.
fully there in his glory. Like
My-
the ramp up to Godzilla actually appearing is really well done.
My other problem with Shin Godzilla is I just don't like the way Godzilla looks in general. Once he's transformed to Godzilla, I don't like the red, where it's supposed to
too
be sort of
different
his bloody
from what you're used
skin.
to.
Yeah, and he's
Yeah.
got like this gigantic chest. Like I don't know how to explain it, but it just like it looks so off to me, so much so that I like the aesthetic of the MonsterVerse Godzilla more than I do this, version of Godzilla and Shin Godzilla. I just think it just looks so off to me. Like it's going towards the Godzilla I like, but with the red skin and everything, it just throws me off of it. And
Yeah.
those transformation scenes, oh my god, they are brutal. Like they're just so
Just saying.
bad.
-1's a better film, night and day. And I would even say this. I think it's objectively -1's a better movie than Godzilla Kong.
Oh yeah, I'm
the New
sure.
Empire.
I
think
haven't
it's
seen it,
hands
but I'm
down just a better
sure.
film.
I will always prefer the Japanese stylized Godzilla, even though
Well,
we don't have him in a suit. I still
Also,
prefer that aesthetic.
also gonna say it's a kaiju movie where the human characters that you spend a majority of the time with are actually very well written characters
why-
because they
yeah.
have to carry the show. Because Godzilla's there,
Because
but
he's still not in
there
it
for the
much.
entirety of the movie.
Yeah, I think it's like a
Maybe-
total of like I saw like 17 minutes of the movie or something. Like if you were to
Yeah.
put it all together, that's it.
I
He's
can
not in
believe
it much.
Like the
So-
most that he's in it is the final fight against him.
But that's how the old
when he's
Godzilla
there,
films were.
But when he's there, it's impactful when Godzilla's on screen
See, that's all that
because
matters.
you're attached to these actual characters that are actually going up against Godzilla and stuff like that.
yeah.
Which just adds to the height. And plus, like the first time he actually shows up in, I think it's Ginza or something like that. But the first time he actually shows up in Tokyo, like it's well worth the wait. Like his atomic breath is amazing.
Yeah, and the other thing about that movie is that, once again, it doesn't take any other kaiju to keep the film rolling. I like I like the Godzilla movies where it's just Godzilla 2, and it doesn't take any other kaiju to keep, entertainment
No,
value into the
it's
movie.
just Godzilla,
You
but the
have that.
whole
It's not
entertainment.
a horror movie, but you have that horror aspect, and that's
There's
what.
horror elements of it
Yeah,
that, at the very least, give you that
it's
that
it's
angsty
supposed to
feeling
be
because
scary. People don't know what's going on, and
you
yeah,
know he's coming, but you
yeah.
don't know what's going to happen or what he's going to do. But I think it's just really well done because while he's there, it's the actual human characters that drive the plot. They're the ones that you see the movie through. They're the ones that you grow the attachment. So when Godzilla gets there, you want them to succeed because if not, they're not going to make it essentially. So you're
Uh,
definitely like pulling for them.
Mr. Coffee brought up. Uh, he said if you have PSN or Xbox, you've been getting free DLC for it for Destiny. That's true. I have claimed some stuff there. He
I think I've
said
missed a lot of it.
I just like everything else. I just claim it, so I'm sure that I have it
Well,
there, but I don't
there's
care.
there's there's months that I have missed the PlayStation Plus stuff.
Oh yeah. He also said The Boys is on Amazon, so that's true. I did watch season 1 of The Boys. I never watched any more, but it was good. I just man,
I think
I
I
don't
watched
know
an
what it
episode or
is with
two of it.
shows bringing me back for another season or whatever. It's just so hard to keep my attention now. There's
Yeah,
too
there's
much.
just so much.
There's too much, and which is a good problem to have, but there's so much. Like if you like comics, there are so many things coming out. If you like anime, oh my god, good luck keeping up. Like there's just
Yeah,
so
right.
much media in the past, 30
Yeah,
years that like there's
I
still
didn't.
stuff in my list from, the 90s I don't want to check out.
Yeah, I didn't mean to bring this back, but I was like, I just realized while you're talking, I
Mhm.
was like, we went like 2 months talking about nothing but Godzilla constantly. Like it's been a few weeks since we talked about him,
Yeah, I know. I was
and
wondering
now
if
I'm
you were
sitting
going
here
to say
like,
anything.
I was sitting here like, the moment you watch the movie, we're gonna sit down and actually sit down and talk about that
Yeah,
movie
we
for
will.
a
I'm
whole
going to
segment.
watch it this week, so we'll
Because
hopefully be able to talk about it next Friday.
that might just have to be a spoiler segment because I want to know what you feel like in depth on certain scenes of that
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching it. It's shocking it's taken me this long cuz any other time I
Well,
just would have watched it
it took
online or
this
something
long
with.
to yeah, it took this long to get a proper release, which was the unfortunate part.
It did, yeah. Yeah, I saw a guy get the Blu-ray, 4K Blu-ray set in, I
Yeah,
believe.
imported
And
from Japan.
he
The
took
problem
some
is
pictures of it.
there's no English subtitles. It's just straight Japanese. So if
Oh,
you don't
really?
speak the language, yeah. Well,
That sucks. That's a cool
It's the
set too.
Japanese release.
Yeah, but there still is a lot of Japanese media that comes out now that it just like automatically has English subtitles on it. Like
Yeah.
tons of stuff. Games, movies, whatever. So it is I'm kind of surprised that there isn't
But
anything
from
else.
what I understand, it was only the Japanese language. Uh,
That kind of
Speaking of that,
sucks.
I'm,
But
I'm probably gonna have to try to rewatch it. I might try to rewatch it this weekend to get a refresher.
have you only seen it once?
The one time, well, I just got lucky. I was like, "Go Godzilla's in theaters," and it was the
Yeah, you
minus
weren't
the
even
one the
thinking
minus
of
color.
anything of it.
I didn't even realize it was there, and I happened to catch the black and white, which I thought was the only release. Didn't even know it was there. Didn't watch a trailer for it. Had no idea what I was walking into.
Yeah,
Which I think is
that's
like
pretty
probably the
cool.
best thing I could have done.
Yeah, that you didn't see anything beforehand. Yeah, I think
You
so
couldn't have been
too.
more
Just
blind on a movie.
that's the best way, man. When you discover a movie like that, doesn't happen to me
It's not,
often these days, but
Sometimes
yeah,
I feel like it like you hype up a movie and it just doesn't live up to your expectations. But
that's the
like I couldn't
problem.
help
Yeah.
but hype this movie. I think it's that good.
Well, did you let's talk about the trailers that came out this week. So, if you watch the Venom 3 or Alien trailers cuz they are crazy.
I
Both of
unfortunately
them
I
are
haven't
crazy.
been able to.
Okay, so the Venom 3 when you watch them now, they're both like a
Well,
minute
I'm gonna pull
30.
them up now.
The Venom 3 trailer. You're pulling them up, so I'll get your take on when you watch it. But the symbiote attaches itself to a horse. So there's a Venom horse that you see in the trailer, and it's absurd. It's as absurd as you'd think it is. Um, it's just craziness with both of these trailers. I was kind of surprised. So, Alien has not captured me in a very long time, and I think it's that way for most people. But this one actually looks like it's taking it right back to the first one, where it's more of a horror movie. Like you're trapped in space. There's not there's not action like there is in Aliens. That's more of a sci-fi action movie. The first one's more sci-fi horror. And it
Yeah,
looks like it's got some of those elements in the trailer, if not like all of it, but it looks like it's taking it back to like a horror movie. Where you're trapped in space in the space station with an absolute dreadful creature. You don't know what's gonna happen. It's craziness. And then the Venom trailer actually looks really good. I did not care too much about Venom 2, or care for it. I mean, I like the first Venom, so I'm kind of hoping it kind of rolls back to that. But it's just like craziness, and this just kind of ends the Venom chapter, from my understanding. I think this is the last like standalone Venom movie, so it kind of looks cool. A couple weird things in the trailer, um, but it's definitely interesting. So,
Yeah. As far as the alien, like hopefully it captures the feeling of the original Alien with the what's it Sigourney Weaver.
yeah.
Is that the right actress's
Mhm.
name? Where it's just that whole it's more or less like a horror film with everything like against you. But
Yeah.
I guess we'll ultimately see. That's kind of what the trailer that I saw kind of gave me vibes. But I guess we'll ultimately have to wait and see.
Yeah, because you like see in the one section of the trailer where the alien is about to blow somebody up, coming out of their chest, sort of thing. You
Yeah.
could see their chest glowing and about to blow up, and you could see the alien moving around. So I'm kind of hoping it is that aspect, because beyond really Aliens, the second one, I think most people check out of that, and a lot of them I think are really bad. And if you talk about like Prometheus, I didn't like Prometheus at all. It's supposed to be like the prequels to Alien, and you couldn't have me care any less than
The
I do about those
only
movies.
when it comes to Alien and Predator, the only movies I liked were the original of both, with the
Yeah,
Sigourney
that's
Weaver with the aliens, and then
I like the
you can't get any more
second of both
classic.
of them. The second Predator, most people say is not like great, but I liked it where he's in the city. It's like cheesy, but it's like I think still good.
That's
Uh,
just something so iconic about Arnold Schwarzenegger in Predator One when he's in the jungle and stuff like. It's just a
yeah,
very
oh yeah,
iconic movie.
100%. It
No
very much
other,
is.
no other Predator, and the same thing with Alien. Like the first movies of both of those series, like the first ones are the iconic ones. Nobody really remembers the sequels, or they're not as like ingrained in pop culture memory.
I really like Danny Glover in Predator 2 though. I thought it was really funny with him in the city because it's kind of like absurd. He's like in the kind of like in the ghetto or whatever. I think that's like what they're going after, if I remember
Yeah.
correctly. But I thought it was still pretty good. Most people, I think, don't care for that one too. I know people generally like Aliens, the sequel, and that one's much more of an action movie, in my opinion. But beyond that, like I just didn't care about any of the alien stuff. There was a Predator movie that came out where he's like with the little girl, and I can't remember what that's called. It's actually a Disney flick. What's it called? And it's actually really good. People like generally thought it was pretty.
Oh, I mean, I
Uh,
guess the original Alien vs Predator, because the only
it's
thing I remember
good, but it's not
ever
a great
remembered about
film.
that was the pyramid scene, but I didn't think it was it was
Just
okay.
play the game
The
on
sequels were
Jaguar.
just kind of worse after that.
Just play the game on Atari Jaguar. You'll get your fill of it. I
But
think
it
that.
doesn't have the same staying power as the original movies do. I
Yeah.
think the only reason it has any staying power is because it was the first time they did that.
Oh, it's called Prey. That movie's called Prey. The Predator, where he's like with the girl or whatever.
Oh,
It's in the 1700s, so like Alien Predator go like way back in the history of the whole franchise, where you see him like in the Stone Age and everything like that. So this is it's in the 1700s. A really good movie, completely different type of movie. Shockingly good. Shockingly
I
good.
thought I didn't think the aliens were that old.
Yeah, they are.
They go back in Prometheus. I thought they were significantly newer.
I I had to see. Let's see. Alien movie and history. I'm pretty sure. I know at least for sure the Predator are, because I remember seeing where they were like carved
Yeah, because they're like
from the Stone
they're like
Age.
a technologically advanced race where the aliens are just
I thought the
they
aliens
just
were the
prey
same
on
way, but
technology.
I could be. I mean, I could be wrong. I thought they both went like way back, and because there's a whole Predator comic book series where they're like essentially going through history, and you see them sort of collecting heads and all like their collection over like centuries and centuries. And like it's essentially going after whatever, like I forget what like the head predator's name is, whatever they call like that Predator for that era or whatever. It, like shows all the history of all of them, like Headhunters or something. I can't remember the name is, but
It's been a
uh,
while since I've actually seen
it's very
Prometheus.
interesting. The story for both of them go at least far back in the storylines of the characters in film because there's been comic books. We're talking like 40 years of comic books, video games, like they're in like every medium, and it's pretty insane. I had to watch like this video on like backstory is crazy, especially in Predator. Insane like what all these comic books and everything have shown with them in their history. It's one of those things where I'll never be interested in like reading all these things or whatever, but I like to hear the history of these series. I'll like study the background history of these series that literally I'll never watch the films for or never read the comic books for, or things like that. I don't know what it is, but I like hearing the history of these characters or franchises, even if it's something I really don't care about that much. Like I've gone back on like some anime, gone back on like different things that got like a deep history in the lore. I always like that.
Yeah.
And like I did a thing the other day, a deep dive on Gladiator, trying to figure out why there's a Gladiator 2 coming out because I couldn't figure it out. That's interesting. There's even a deep dive on that because there's a comic book series, and it's just insane how much lore there is for these franchises. Yeah, I was trying to find Alien.
Yeah, so I guess in Prometheus, at least from some of the stuff I picked up, the engineers that were in that race, uh, they were more than a billion years old. But I guess
Okay, all right.
from a quick glance, they found some kind of vessel with the xenomorph eggs on them, and it just kind of went down from there. But I guess they're just that old because it just
So they
reproduce
are
and
they
they're just
are
that
old,
widespread.
right?
I
I
don't know if
thought
they're
they
billion
both
years
went
old.
back in history because there's for
I
sure
can't
a
remember.
comic book series where Predator had killed an alien and had an alien head, and like the character was centuries ago, 1500s or something. I
From my
can't
understanding, I
remember,
think
but
at least what happens in the movie Prometheus, if I'm not misunderstanding, happens about 2,000 years ago, or at least that's some of the carbon
yeah,
dating they did in the movie.
yeah.
But obviously, the race that used to be there was significantly older, and they were around for quite a while before they ran to the xenomorphs. And without going to super in depth on some of this stuff, it's just it's been so long. I just didn't really care for the movie to go back and rewatch it.
These are the things where I always say like go on a deep dive of the lore of this stuff on YouTube. It's just like it'll be something I'll throw on at night or whatever, trying to fall asleep
And you'll
and
still like half pay attention to what's actually
have pay
going on.
attention, finish it again when you're at work or you have free time, whatever, and you're cleaning. I do that. Like instead of listening to music, sometimes I'll just listen
Yeah.
to
So I
stuff like
verified.
that.
So the planet they run across into Prometheus was around 2,000 years ago when they established it.
Ah,
So
okay.
sometime within that time frame, they ran
I
across
thought that
those
was
xenomorph eggs.
significantly long ago. I thought those movies were like pretty like the history in the
Yeah,
movies is
like what
pretty old.
happens in the movie is recent, but what they learn about is that they're on is
Yeah,
significantly older and stuff like that.
I did not care for Prometheus at all. Not a fan whatsoever. I haven't liked anything past Aliens. I've watched every film, watched every Predator film. Like, there's a couple Predator. There's the one called The Predator that's kind of good, but it's still like generally not a great movie. But that Prey movie, you should add that to your list sometime to check out. It's way better than it should be, and you would think it is. But it's kind of cool to see Predator in the 1700s anyway, because this history like spans way before even that. So it's kind of cool to see that in a film, and like the way the movie how do I say this? It's just different type of movie than like the first Predator, for instance. Way different type of movie, but it works, and it's kind of not at the same time. It's kind of sort of the same thing in the 1700s. The main
Yeah.
character is this young girl, and it's just interesting. It's very good. You should definitely check that one out sometimes. It's really good. But I mean, like going back, Aliens, like I had like Game Boy Color game, had Alien vs Predator on Atari. I still have it on Atari Jaguar, and then there was like Alien vs Predator games on the 360 and stuff too. I don't know if you remember any of this stuff, but
None that I would have played.
the one on Game Boy Color, very very interesting, to say the least. So like there's a massive, expansive, sort of timeline of this, and then Alien Isolation. So the way that I played that was on the DS. That's the way I played it. I don't know if you've ever played
It's
that or
crazy.
yeah, that's the
No,
way
I
I played it.
haven't.
So my experience with Alien Isolation was a lot different than most people's. I assume there wasn't as many people that played. I can't remember what the Game Boy Color game was called that I had, but it was interesting. It was like an overhead, top down sort of game. Like pick up all different guns and stuff like that. Interesting.
Yeah.
Did you know there's a Superman Aliens crossover?
That sounds so weird. I did not.
H.R. Geiger created it. Uh, so the writers use the plot device of Superman's powers temporarily diminishing due to him being in a location with a distinct lack of yellow sunlight that his body requires to give him powers to make the Xenomorphs a believable threat to the Man of Steel. That's the plot.
We have to like retcon something out of our butts to make this an actual like a threat. Or else,
I know for sure
was he
aliens
gonna just punch them into out of existence?
Aliens and Predators have crossed over. I know for sure with a bunch of weird, like there's Batman Aliens ran from there's a 97 series and then they 2002 to 2003 series. So they did this twice over. Batman Aliens. Oh man. They see he's even more
Crazy.
like unbelievable with it because he doesn't have any superpowers. So he's like, how does this guy? I guess he's got all the money for the suits and stuff like that. I guess, but Green Lantern versus aliens, Judge Dredd versus aliens.
I thought you were about to say Judge Judy versus aliens.
No, not quite, but Judge Dredd is kind of absurd too.
What about RoboCop versus aliens?
I don't. Is that real?
No, I'm just pulling stuff in my butt.
I would believe it. I'd believe it.
Goku versus aliens. I mean, we're just gonna go off the deep end.
That makes more sense than Batman, but I don't know why a bunch of DC characters. But...
No, we have to let these aliens power up to complete. They have to take over the world, and then I'll fight them. I need them at their strongest.
There's 5 different.
That sounds like something you'd pull.
5 different novels for the series. Just give me the Chris. There's Aliens, the board game. There's a lot of stuff here, a lot of lore to get through. Interesting. But all right,
they definitely just a lot of stuff.
We got our Aliens Predator block in, essential for every week.
Right. Well, if you really want to get dystopian, apparently Hyundai, their new Iconic 5 in electric vehicle ads has partnered with they're using Ghost in the Shell to advertise their new car.
Oh man, why? Why does weird stuff happen?
It's Hyundai Japan and the Ghost in the Shell official page. The Japanese page have both posted like the ads for it. But it just seems so weird. But it also kind of felt on brand with that kind of universe, the whole cyberpunk-esque dystopian world where like corporations pretty much more or less do whatever they want. I just thought it was funny and stupid at the same time.
Mr. Coffee said just read the AVP Dark Horse comics. Sure, much better than the second Alien vs. Predator is so bad. But Requiem or whatever it's called.
So bad they should remake it?
No, absolutely not. No, but I did like the 360 Alien vs. Predator too. I think it was just called Alien vs. Predator. I think it's it. But anyway, sorry.
There's a game called Alien vs. Predator that came out in 2010.
Yeah, Jesus, $100. Pops up on Womp for the Alien vs. Predator Sega game. Yeah, that's not priced that much on other posts, but for some reason there was one $102 on Walmart.com. Yeah, I liked that game. I don't think it like generally got like great reviews, but I liked it. I thought it was really good.
Well, that Alien vs. Predator, at least it came to Steam in 2010. It's sitting with 13,000 reviews, very positive, and you get it for $15 right now.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Yeah,
Just the
check
base
out.
game, none of the DLC.
And then the Atari Jaguar game that a lot of people is why they grabbed the system. It's easily the best game on it. Um, most people would say there's not very many good games. Two games that a lot
Yeah.
of people will say that it's worth grabbing it for, but that one is definitely one of them. Great game. I don't know if that version has ever been ported to anything else, but it's really good. It's a first person shooter. A lot of fun.
No, I mean, yeah, definitely.
We got I guess we bring it up real quick. The Star Wars Acolyte. Did you want to talk about that?
I mean, if you want to,
Some of
I
like
don't
I
know.
guess the
I don't
stuff
I don't I
behind it.
don't I don't really know anything about it because I haven't watched it.
Well, I mean, we know the Rotten Tomatoes thing. Where the okay, so I don't know much either. It sounded like you knew more than I did. All I know is
Just what
I
I've heard in passing, people are talking
yeah, I
about,
heard in passing with maybe two
which definitely
posts.
deals with Kathleen Kennedy and some of the stuff they said in like interviews and stuff.
See, yeah, I didn't see that. I have to look it up in a second, but just to so the couple things I saw about it were people saying it was really good. These aren't journalists or anything. These were people like on Facebook that I knew, and they both said it was really good. The one person said it was the best Star Wars thing to come out since Rogue One. Um, and then that's all I saw until right before the podcast. Saw the Rotten Tomatoes scores. The critic score is at 91%. The audience score is at 32%, which is rotten. And that's because right before this, apparently it got review bombed. Uh, and then I guess you can give a little more info on whatever's going on because I don't quite know yet. I gotta look it up.
Not really a whole lot more. Just the people not liking it. They're calling it more SJW stuff. They're tagging it for both Disney and for social and political reasons. Really, the same day. Just not liking Disney.
So Yord
I
hashtag
don't know enough about
Yord
the actual
Horde.
story.
You know about this hashtag Yord Horde
No, I
memes?
don't.
I don't either. Yeah.
How do you spell it?
YORDHORDE. And apparently this is a hashtag Yord Horde on X and Twitter. Type it in. I don't know. But yeah, anyway,
What's
got
going on
review
with that?
bomb. So something political. I'm gonna type in as well. Oh, I was almost tweeting it out. I don't you tell I don't use X like that. Yeah, apparently got review bombed right before. I think it's like more political stuff essentially. And something that this lady said. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I have to see if I can pull it up.
So there's a meme on here. It says Acolyte fans forming a Yord cult, and then haters being mad about fire and space and knives killing someone. I don't know what the context of any of this is. Somebody made a meme with like the Star Wars sort of logo in space, and it says "Law and Yorder," like Law and Order.
Yeah, so I guess a lot of people definitely, from what I understand, they say critics have targeted the buzzy new Star Wars. This is by Forbes series, the Acolyte after star Amandla Stenberg and creator Leslie Headland laughed as an interviewer suggested the series is the gayest entry in the Star Wars universe and speculated whether robot character R2D2 is a lesbian, resulting in a review bombing campaign of the series and backlash from, well, they say conservatives, but people that just didn't agree with what they said.
What?
So this
You
definitely
said
feels like one of these things.
R2D2? How is
That's what came up in the interview. This definitely feels like a thing of a. Can you just not shut up about saying stupid things that make people not like you in
people
your
on
show?
now if I were Disney, I would probably be pretty mad because they just
I'm pretty sure they don't
separate.
care.
Well, see, then that's crazy because I thought they cared about money.
Is this one of those things where it's like the show could be fine, but because of stuff that you say outside of it, and this has happened in other media before, it just
like
caused people to not even give it a shot and just be like, no, this
well,
is
that's
trash.
what I'm saying. Like when you just sectioned off a large audience with you, and when you just keep talking, just saying stupid, that's dumb to me. What the R2D2 thing you just said, that doesn't even make any sense. It's a robot. I don't get it. I mean, like,
Of
I
course,
legitimately don't understand what that means because that's the craziest thing I've ever
I
heard.
can already tell where this is going because when they first this article by Forbes, the first once you actually get past the headline to the actual the first paragraph, it immediately goes after what Ben Shapiro said about the show. So
Oh god.
uh, Ben Shapiro, Brett, they essentially just attack the Daily Wire for not liking it, and that's just straight gets into politics at this point. Uh, but I mean, it's
I don't
Forbes,
get
so
it.
you cannot be surprised. But it's hard to deal with
So
culture war issues and politics. It's like one of the same at this point.
yeah, I know it's unfortunate. It's kind of
I knew, yeah,
invaded these things that we like and ruins.
and it's just people, regardless of what's actually in the show, you just come out and you say stupid. It's like you want to generate negative press for your show.
Yeah, you would think that you would just not
If you
say
think this is
things
really
like
good,
that.
just let your work stand on its own and just shut up. Like it's not that hard sometimes. Like just people can't help but say stupid things intentionally. They want to get people riled up for whatever reason, and it doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I don't get it either. I don't.
Something that
I
probably
see. I
could have
personally
been
don't
good
like
is now
this.
negative.
I don't like. See, I don't want to say like things like that. If I were to come out and I have a big TV show or movie coming out, I'd want to just address the film or the TV show and talk about what I did and
Yeah.
why I poured everything into this project and things like that. I mean, like, because I heard pretty good things about the thing itself, but I didn't know about all the stuff behind it. And I've said many times, I continue to say, I pretty checked out of Star Wars. Now, if there's something really good that comes out, and I hear a lot of people that I know tell me that it's like, okay, check this out, I'll probably check it out. But like in
Then again,
general, I just don't care about anything coming out for Star Wars.
I don't know. I think Disney's done. People are already predisposed to thinking negative because, to be fair, at least in my opinion, of what I've seen, Disney's put out more bad than good when it comes to
Oh,
Star Wars.
100%.
You
Yeah.
got what Episode 7 was okay, didn't like 8, absolutely hated 9.
Yep.
Uh,
Rogue One, I think, was and a couple of the animated series were like the
Rogue One
only
was the
good
best
things.
movie, if you ask me, they put out by far. And then I the first season of Mandalore was good. I didn't like
Yeah,
anything after
I'm
that.
with you. I
And then
like the first one as well.
I thought Andor was a really good show. I've
See,
had
I
mixed
heard that
reviews
that
on
was
that.
good, but I haven't watched it.
I liked it. It had a dark, gritty take on it, but it was okay. But then again, I didn't watch Ahsoka, which I heard was okay, and then I didn't watch Kenobi, which from what I heard had mixed reviews. I also don't have Disney Plus, so it's not the easiest thing for me to actually go down
Oh
and
yes,
watch.
a couple people have said that one's pretty good.
But I mean, obviously, and I can't say for Visions, but some of the other series that were good, some of their animated series, had been running before Disney even bought them, so they'd already had at a
That's
decent
true.
baseline.
Yeah, because they had
Uh,
technically Disney did the last season of Clone Wars, right?
yeah,
Like at least was
I'm not
like released
I'm
by
not gonna
them.
say Clone Wars was this pinnacle of filmmaking of animation, but it was a decent show.
Yeah, I liked it.
I thought it when they actually got to the whole Order 66. I think it was kind of hard to tie into the movies at times. The whole concept of disbelief, where we got to retcon a few things, but I think more or less it did it okay. Was it the Star Wars Resistance?
Oh,
I'll say
that
this:
was good. Yeah, I like
everything
that.
animated that they've done with Star Wars
Yeah,
has been fine.
Bad Batch is good.
It's their live action that has tends to have more problems than not, and usually it tends to be their movies.
Yeah.
Most of the TV shows I wouldn't say are terrible. At worst, they're like it's okay, but still enjoyable.
Let me
Uh,
ask you a question. What do you think about the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight?
I'm pulling for Mike Tyson to
So,
I'm gonna I want Mike Tyson to knock him the fuck out. I'm sorry, I had to get vulgar there for a second. It's no better way for me to say that. I
one,
think
this
Jake
is
Paul is an arrogant
obviously
asshole.
yeah, this is obviously crazy that it's on Netflix, right? Because nobody could have ever like predicted a live event like this being on
It's
Netflix, and
always like a pay per view thing. Like
it's
I'm
always a pay per
surprised.
view. I mean, I paid for the God, what's his name? I can't even remember. The the boxing match, the first like big one with dang it, I can't remember. It was like almost $100 or something for the pay per view event. I can't even remember. Floyd Floyd Mayweather and what's
Oh, the
the
Manny
MMA
Pacquiao fight.
okay, not that one.
Or are you
Sorry.
talking? Is it the the dude from the Irish dude.
Yeah, him. That's what I'm
So
talking
the
about.
only two fights of him I remember is the Manny Pacquiao and then the Conor McGregor fight.
Oh yeah, McGregor. Yeah, that's the one that I
think
paid
his name
almost
for a second.
$100 for, which is like very underwhelming, but it was like very
Never-
exciting leading up to it. It's very exciting. I was so excited.
That's the problem is like this could last like an hour. This could be like a 5-minute fight, but you're still out the money saying.
Well, this you don't have to worry about. I mean, it's on Netflix, so I can't even imagine. But I watched the conference from the other day, and Jake Paul, this is hilarious. You got to look it up and watch it too, because you got to see Mike Tyson's facial expressions to really get the humor. But somebody asks a question targeted at Mike Tyson, and Jake Paul goes, why would you be talking about Mike Tyson like that? And I think he just got very confused. He's like, what'd you say about me? Looking at like the interviewer, doesn't realize that the question was like targeted Jake Paul, and the guy asking the questions like, when are you going to stop doing gimmicky fights and like do a real match or something like that? The interviewer's asking. So Mike Tyson like goes off on him. He's like, when Mike Tyson gets in that zone, the thing about him that I have always liked, and I think most people do, he like turns into a freaking like a monster, dude, when he gets mad. Like if you go and look up like all the interviews where he's gone off on, like the interviews are hilarious. I mean, like so funny. I don't know if you know about the infamous one where I can't even really say this stuff. But he threatens the interviewer with doing some weird stuff to him. Have you ever seen that one?
Haven't, no.
You got to go up and look at like compilation of it. It's just so funny, man. Just so that conference was hilarious. He said Tyson, he was saying McGregor. I'm sorry, Mr. Coffee, I didn't have the OBS pulled up. He said also WWE going to be on Netflix next year as well as some NFL games. Oh, see, that's interesting. They're going to go the live event route too. I'm curious what that does. Because it frees up some people having to have cable, paying for pay-per-view events. So I'm curious how that affects live events like that. This is a big one. I would say this is a gimmick fight, but
because they've had some stuff. At least if you're going like the sports route with live streaming, where obviously Thursday night games are streamed on Amazon Prime for the NFL. But the problem is that, and they tested this out on some playoff games. Is if you don't live in market, you don't get on TV. You have to have the streaming.
That's the whole PSN thing.
A lot of people didn't like it. It's like, oh, so I have to potentially have like every single streaming service because you're going to spread it out. If I don't live in market for a team, I can't watch it on my local TV.
I will say though, for the thing is with that is that usually a streaming service for 1 month, if you're wanting to watch a couple games or there's just one that's going to be on there, is still cheaper than getting like a month of cable. So it's like, just get that streaming service. It'll be on for the month.
A lot of people still have cable bundled in with different things because
I don't know of any bundles. I have looked because of some sporting stuff, and it's just too much, more than I would.
If you look at the NFL season, it's pretty much 6 months. It starts in, if you want to consider the preseason, in August, and it goes till January, February, till the Super Bowl. Well, if all of a sudden you decide, hey, we're going to use 4 different streaming platforms, now you have to pay for 4 different streaming platforms, as well as your television, for like 6 months if you want to catch, all your games, and you don't live in market. So there is that potential that if you're just using one, that'd be one thing, but
if you have to get like 5, I will say I have checked because this was like a sort of like I shared a meme about it, and then I was like looking into it to see what it'd be. But they're like saying, to watch all the things you want to watch or whatever, it comes out to the same price as cable. I priced it because I was going to get it for a couple of games, and it was still cheaper to have like 5 streaming services than cable because it was still like $125.
And there's the other thing, because I know they tested it as well. If I don't know if it probably explained it, it was if you don't live in market, you have to use this one streaming platform. It's not like you can also watch it on live television as well. You have to pick one.
What about this Red Zone? He said, Mr. Coffee said Red Zone. I don't watch NFL, so I don't know anything about
that's
NFL.
like an NFL thing. I think it's expensive.
I mean, it's like cable. I personally, I haven't watched cable or had it in over 10 years.
Oh yeah, that's the whole NFL Network thing.
I gotcha. Is it still around?
So expensive. Oh, absolutely. The NFL's a moneymaker.
He said
Yeah,
it's just
it's
cheaper to
definitely
get NFL Plus to watch the games than cancel service. Yeah, I know people that do that. Well, at least even cable that will only have cable during the season and then get rid
the
of
other
cable.
problem for me is that the reason why I have to during the fall I have to have television is because primarily watch college football. That's like my go-to sport.
That's what I was
And
saying. That a
and you
couple of games I
have
was
to,
pricing it out, and that was the only
but the
reason.
problem is you have to have television because it's either going to be on Fox,
yeah, it's going to be on
or
one of the
ESPN
cable networks.
and or on ABC or something like that.
Some of
So
those have
you
streaming
have to
services
have.
that you can access.
Yeah, like
the
I'll
football
use
game.
like I used to use Hulu, but it's been getting so
Yeah,
expensive for
looking at
TV.
Hulu for like
It's
their
80,
cable
90,
package.
80, 90 bucks a month.
Very
I might
expensive.
I might look at YouTube TV or something else, but it's
I
like,
did YouTube TV. It worked. Did it for 3 months because there was a trial month, and then
yeah.
I paid for
How much
two.
did
I
it charge
think
per month?
I think it was 35. I want to say
That's
for YouTube.
significantly cheaper.
It is,
If it
but you
gives
don't
me-
get
if it gives-
all the channels for it. There was like
Well-
2 games that were not on there, so that's why I
You
didn't
see, that's
do
the
it.
problem for me. Is like, all right, does it have like ABC? Does it have Fox?
It is a
Does it have
problem.
ESPN? Because those are like the 3 main networks
Then it's not
that
cheaper
carry sports.
if you're going to get something that game's going to be on no matter what, because you're not going to miss it. It isn't
Yeah.
cheaper then, because then you got for that month YouTube TV and you're paying for whatever else you got to access.
Yeah,
so it's
I
like
would
a
just pick
ripoff.
one.
They do
Well,
this
I
on
know-
purpose.
Well, I'll say this: when I get Hulu TV and I pay the 80, 90 bucks, I get everything that I need for television to watch my sports. Unless
Yeah.
it's like a streaming only thing, which college football doesn't really do. It's just expensive for the 5 months I have to pay for it.
It is. I mean, I think it's ridiculous. So much so that I've just opted out on some of them out of frustration and just didn't, because I'm like, I'm not going to pay for both of these that month because I'm not getting it.
The problem is I've got no other way to watch these games, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know. I went down a whole rabbit hole of like trying
don't
to
have
find
a-
other means of accessing it and how to do
Like,
it, and it just like
I don't-
too much work.
Like, I don't have a B-dubs in town to go watch all my games.
I
at,
did-
or else
that's
I probably
funny,
would
I
do
did that.
instead.
For one of them because I was like, I'm not paying, and just watched it there. But he said Red Zone is a service that jumps to any game right when they close to score, and also said some cable services just offer you NFL games free. You just need to enter your cable info. That's true because some of those will ask for like your cable info login. I've seen that to access like the service, and then you like get that service by putting your information
I don't
in
know if it
there.
affects anything because I think the market that I live in, as far as the NFL, I think it's the Denver Broncos is the closest NFL team. I think I'm in their market.
Oh, gotcha.
Doesn't help me. Then again, I've never lived in market for the Dolphins that I root for, so I'm just used to not catching
Thank God,
90% of
right?
their games.
You don't want to live in that
Punch
market. You don't want to live in Florida.
Yeah. I want to live in Ohio and get the Browns and the Bengals. Dude.
I don't like it NFL at all. So not a huge fan.
I only watch my.
I mean, like I like to watch. I can't say I don't at all because I watch games with people or whatever and have people come over, go to other people's houses, and it just depends. Like sometimes I'll have some interest that season again, but I don't know what it is. It's not one where it keeps me all the time, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
For some reason, like one year I'll get back into it and then care, and then the next I don't.
No. I do remember this last season it being weird because I'm like, oh, I had to come out west to the Mountain West to be able to watch more Miami games than if I was back in Ohio. Like I had more market Miami games that I was able to watch out here than back in Ohio. Especially when they played Denver and just got the crap beat out of them by like 80 points.
Mr. Coffee said there are quote unquote sites that you can watch the games, wink wink, and then said Broncos. I feel bad for that team.
One thing about Broncos fan, I know about it. Those are some really shady sites, trust me.
We're getting college football.
I feel dirty going to those sites.
You said college football 25 looks amazing. It does look good. That's why we talked about it one week.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that game and then not buy another college football game for another 10 years because it's not gonna be relevant. I have a hard time like justifying paying $70 for this game when 4 months later it is going to be so cheap. You could wait the few months, but then again, it's like, well, I'm buying.
But then when it's not in the year, it's like not interesting.
Well, I'm not buying a new game like the sports games. Like I don't buy one. I'll buy one and that's it. I'm not buying another one. It's no.
I don't play Madden 08 still in 2025. Just don't.
I think I've got a Madden. I think I got like Madden 18 or 17 or something like that on for my PS4 that I can still play on the PS5.
I've got a bunch of old ones. They ain't worth
still
crap.
give out. There's still updates for the rosters, so that's really all you need.
NCAA 14, people have been updating those every single year. If you play like the fan
Whether it's
servers and
fan,
stuff.
yeah.
Yeah, the fan servers, they keep it up to date every single
There's
season.
there's no need to buy a new game every year. They're gonna update the rosters in game. You might not have certain features, or online play might be limited after a
I
while.
mean,
But
that's the reason that
I
game
don't
is
do
so
that stuff.
expensive. I think this is going to make it go down now because people don't have to do that. Maybe
Yeah,
if people love that core game, there's still going to be like a small audience
I'm
for
sure
it. But
they
a lot of
will.
people,
I don't know how. I don't know what. Well, I have to, I
it's like a
guess, wait and
$100
see.
game.
Are the features actually going to be worth it? Or
Yeah. I don't think I'm going to get any sports games anytime soon at launch again. I just don't care enough. I'd rather
college
either wait
football's
the
really
time or just not play it.
college football is the only reason I'm not going to get it at launch. But college football is the only game that at this point
That's the
I
only
care
thing
to
I care
buy,
about.
because we've been at it for a decade, and I'm just a really big college football fan. Like, it's my number one sport that I watch. So
Yeah, it's the only thing I just don't generally care for Madden. Like I said, there's been some seasons here and there, but like for the most part, I'm just a college football fan. There's just
I don't think I've talked.
it's
I don't
not
think
as fun when people
Yeah.
there's something about when you're doing it professionally for money that makes the sport less interesting to me.
Oh my,
There's
college
something
getting
about these
paid now,
college
but
play. Yeah, but before they were wanting, they want to get into the NFL, so they're giving it their
yeah,
all. And then once you're getting paid in the NFL, a lot of players you'll see just don't care anymore, and they're like, it's a job now, so I just don't care as much.
yeah. Well,
Uh,
then they're not going to be in the league that long. But yeah, go blue, Michigan won national champs, baby. Suck it.
he said, Mr. Coffee said I might skip man this year, and then Siphon said, "Hey guys, what's up?"
Hey, what's up, man?
All right, what
We're
else?
talking about sports for a second. Really
Yeah, I
weird.
don't. Uh, do we have anything else big that we want to hit? And there, I know you got
I guess there was like
totally
some
up to
medium
you.
stuff. The Suicide Squad Isekai anime reveals a July 5th
Don't care.
debut. I was like,
Just
it's
messing
Suicide
with you.
Squad,
Don't care.
Japan's take on it. So I guess we'll see what it looks like.
They tarnished that IP for me. Period.
Maybe it takes Japan to bring it back.
I,
And then I
maybe.
guess since we were quasi already talking sports to some degree, this is a bit more pop culture in general. It was announced for, I've mentioned it periodically. Hall Live VTubers, if you know what those
Oh
are. It's
god.
a virtual. It's an avatar used for live streaming videos and stuff like that.
That's not what
Uh,
people use them for, though.
yeah, I'm sure. The Hall Live Agency English's X account, Twitter account, announced on May 31st that 3 of its members will appear at Dodger Stadium on July 5th for a Hollow Night. So they're doing a Hall Live, and the Dodgers are doing like a, you want to call it like a collab.
That is
Um,
so strange. That is like one of the weirdest collabs I've ever heard of. Like,
yeah.
legitimately, is very weird.
It's May, so June 1st, 12 p.m. Japan Standard Time, or May 31st, 8 p.m.
Are you watching the
Uh,
new Sailor Moon movie?
oh, actually, no, I'm so stupid. This already happened this past week when they did this.
Oh, okay.
I thought July for something, but they did this little collab thing. They did. I thought it was pretty neat. It was also right around the same time that where is it at? Otani's 30th birthday kind of happened right around the same time as well. So if you don't, it's what's it? Shohei Otani's a Japanese player as well. So it's like a little, crossover essentially, because Hollow Live is a Japanese company. So
Gotcha.
yeah, man, VTubers are becoming mainstream. You just have to embrace the future. We're here.
Um, Count me
The
out.
days of having a 3D or a real person essentially
That's
streaming
what it
is
feels like,
limited.
man. I went down. Joe
Use the
Rogan
future,
had
baby.
on the guys that made Chat GPT, and it was scary. I mean, some of the stuff they were talking about. Ooh, what a conversation! That is one where like I was legitimately haven't been like this, but when they were talking about it and still working in the AI field, like they are the guys. Um, it is very very crazy and legitimately very scary. Some of the things that they reported on that the AI had said back just like creepy, and like they couldn't answer give an answer if things become sentient. They said kind of yes, like at the end of the day that's kind of what the goal is that they're going towards, and it's just freaky, man. When it's coming
That is
from the
crazy.
guys that made this, it's sketchy, and they're talking about their morals and staying within it, and rolling out the next updates and how much closer they are to getting kind of to the goal of making human lives better. That was their goal. That's not other people's
Yeah.
goals. And talking about the Chinese market, how close they are to where we're at with, it's just
Yeah, it's just coming.
scary, man.
Uh,
And in 10 or 5 years, we won't be doing this podcast. It'll be AI doing it. We're just gonna sit back and
let it go. Just think of Neurosama.
let it go.
It's our AI VTuber. Deciphon saying, what does the isekai even mean? Essentially, it's like you're transported to another world, usually because you died in this world and then you wake up in a different world type thing.
Okay.
The best way to describe it, what isekai is. Johnny was saying, hey guys, was Coffee. Not sure if you've heard, but Terry Borges and my Shirani from SNK joining Street Fighter 6. Oh yeah, no, definitely. We definitely did that earlier in the show. We talked about that.
He said AI Game Junction Podcast. Yeah, we won't be here anymore. There might be like a transition where we're, doing we turn into VTubers, but it'll be quickly turn into AI. So
also, I guess this is a minor little thing. So the Ultraman Rising, the upcoming animated CG feature film from Netflix and Tsuyubara Productions announced on X on last Saturday that the film will get a limited theatrical run in the U.S., Canada, and the UK.
I want so bad to care about this, but I just think the animation just makes me. I just don't like it.
Yeah, so obviously it's coming to Netflix June 14th, but on June 12th you can watch it if you live in New York, LA, Chicago, Philadelphia, Dallas, Atlanta, Boston, Washington, D.C., San Francisco, Seattle, and Miami. Unless you live in any of those like 10 cities, you're not gonna be able to watch it.
The thing is with this is that like the whole aesthetic of it throws me off, and then the whole I gotta take care and raise this creature, this kaiju, baby kaiju. It just feels weird to me. It feels too targeted at kids, if you will. I mean, who knows? It could be like pretty good. I haven't heard any feedback on it. I don't know if you have, but
I haven't.
the last Ultraman thing that came to, I think Netflix is what it was on, or maybe Hulu, but it wasn't good.
So I mean, it's directed by Shannon Tyndall, so it's not really a Japanese film. And his last two work was Lost to Ollie, which I know nothing about, and then Kubo and the Two Strings, which came out in 2016. Two films that I have not watched.
Me neither. Yeah, I don't know.
And then, if you want some interesting video game news, the weeks of May 20th to May 26th in Japan, this Japanese market, shockingly, Paper Mario RPG was the top-selling game that week.
Oh yeah, super shocking.
It sold 115,000 copies domestically, and I thought that was funny. In that 1 week, it outsold the total number of sales that Stellar Blade has sold in Japan.
I believe it, man. Nintendo,
which is sitting at like 95,000 total copies in Japan.
It surprises me about Japan that that's the case, but dude, Nintendo just has so much staying power in Japan.
Yeah,
it's
like,
unreal.
Of like the top 20 games, like it's consistently like at least 80 to 90% of these games are Switch games.
Yeah.
And then it was also funny because like everybody just bought that. So the top Paper Mario RPG that week sold 115,000 copies. Number two, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe only sold little over 6,000 copies.
Only. How many more people are there to sell to with that game? I mean, like, how many more people don't have it?
On this chart, if you go by top copies, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe has only sold 5.8 million copies domestically in Japan. It's beat out, at least on this list, only by Animal Crossing New Horizons, which has sold 7.7 million.
How many people are even in Japan? That feels like the whole population.
There's a few dozen million. All right, we'll Google this.
So, okay, like
Japan
half. That's
Japan
crazy.
population.
Okay.
There's 125.1 million people in Japan.
That's not, yeah, that's
2022.
Okay, all right.
There's still plenty of people to sell. There's like at least over 100 million people you can still sell.
It's just insane that this game that was on the Wii is still selling like this. It's just crazy to me.
I mean, yeah, the fact that 6,000 copies in a week is like number 2 in the Japanese market.
Yeah,
Mario Kart
that's
8
crazy.
Deluxe always seems like it's a top 10 selling
Always.
games. Then again,
Always.
it's not surprising that the Switch just dominates the Japanese market.
No, not at all.
For that week, the only non-Switch games is number 6 Stellar Blade sold 4,300 copies. For the PS5, Earth Defense Force, because I'm not reading that massively long Japanese name, sold just shy of 3,000 copies. And then I guess there's 2 other PS5 games. Wise Memoir, The Oath, and Fangal sold 2,300 copies, and then Final Fantasy VII Reborn only sold 1,800 copies.
Dang.
You know what's crazy?
What?
Considering this is Japan, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, since it came out in February, has only sold 332,000 copies in Japan. In a single week, Paper Mario RPG hit like a third of its sales.
Dang. That's wild.
Like, it wouldn't surprise me if Paper Mario ends up outselling Final Fantasy Rebirth in Japan, which I think is just crazy. I guess
it is pretty crazy, but it's like, yeah, I mean, it's so hard to. Mario Kart's on there almost every week, man. It's just crazy. All sales charts throw me off because it's the same way
I
here.
don't. I mean, Anime News Network always compilates like the video game and anime sales. So I always pull up the video game sales for the Japanese market, and I just find it interesting because if we had something similar for the U.S. market, it would look nothing like what the Japanese market sees.
Oh,
like
yeah.
Nintendo Switch games would not be at the top.
Well,
if it wasn't like Mario or Zelda.
Yeah, I mean, Mario Kart, I feel like is in Japan and here is like always a top seller. Like it's the same here, except usually more. So I don't know.
It still blows my mind. And maybe it shouldn't for when it came out. The Animal Crossing,
yeah,
at least on this list, is just sold.
Because I feel like the popularity for that Mario Kart popularity is the same, right? Like it feels like it is, but Animal Crossing feels like it was a COVID thing.
I mean, Ring Fit Adventure is sitting at number 4. It sold 5,100 copies. It sold 3.5 million so far since it came out in 2019.
That's actually $30 on Amazon right now. I wonder if it got discounted there.
I feel like nobody that I know has ever played Ring Fit Adventure.
I have. Bought it. I got the big box.
I guess I've known one other person that bought it when it came out.
It's fun. It's fun for what it is. I got tired of the concept pretty quick, but
it's an exercise game to some degree.
It is.
Well, I mean, I guess I know you're a big Sailor Moon fan.
Oh yeah.
So Netflix is going to stream Sailor Moon Cosmos films on August 22nd. So it's the 2-part anime film.
Okay.
From the Shadow Galactica arc of the Sailor Moon manga.
I don't know what that is exactly, but something I haven't seen.
I only remember Sailor Moon from like the 90s version that was on Toonami.
This one's called Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon, so you pretty much counted me out of that one. Kind of ruined it for me.
Too big. Oh, actually, I gotta pull this up on Amazon because I saw it and I ended up not getting it. Because technically it's cheaper on Amazon, but there is a Cardcaptor Sakura manga.
Oh yeah.
I think it's like a collector's edition, so it's like a fairly decently big, but it's hardbound. But it also was I think it came with some kind of like card or a handful, one or like a few cards like in this book. It's like it's on sale for like $28 on Amazon. Amazon Prime right now. But I was like, I saw that and you're like the first person I thought of when I saw that Cardcaptor Sakura book manga hard copy they had was of you, because I know you're a big
yeah, I'm looking.
Or you used to be a big Cardcaptor fan.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's cool. You said it was like a big collector's edition?
Yeah, so at least the first one it advertised
I see it.
with like some extra card, but as of right now, Amazon collects it's the complete 9-book volume collection set, and they're all hard copies you can get now for $230. Which isn't terrible when you're paying about $20 to $30 a piece for each collection, and it's I think it's at least a few volumes, and it's
there's 4 collector's edition compilations.
Yeah, but these are all hardcovers as well, so that obviously
there's
adds more
actually
money
more
to
than
it.
that. I lied. I see
but
collector's
the hard
edition 5.
Yeah, the hard covers tend to protect better than a paper cover.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's
I didn't
manga
realize they
paper
were
covers
still.
are always like pretty flimsy.
Yeah, but I didn't realize they're still pumping out manga for
I
this.
didn't either. That's crazy.
So apparently the first collector's edition came out in 2019 when they first started publishing them,
Dang.
and then they released the complete 9-book collection in 2021.
Okay. Interesting.
So if you have
That's
some
pretty
extra
cool.
money you want to spend,
Yeah, I might have to grab one. See how
I
the
just remember
first
seeing
volume
that and I was
looks.
like, oh, I thought about it.
Johnny said I haven't watched Sailor Moon for a very long time.
Yeah, they're still pumping out Sailor Moon surprisingly. For
Oh
I think they
yeah,
took a break for a while, but it's still coming out.
I told you about it, but that New York New York special cover, the one that makes it look like a GameCube, is going for hundreds of dollars on eBay right now, and it's just the slip cover.
So what is it again?
It's a Nintendo New York exclusive. It's just a cover for Paper Mario. All it is it makes it look like the GameCube release. And that's it. And it's apparently going for hundreds of dollars on eBay. I saw somebody talking about
Oh, I
this
saw
earlier in
one.
the week.
It's what, at least the one that I saw was going for what, $200 right now on
Yeah, it's
eBay.
ridiculous. Yeah,
It's got
it's
10 bids on it.
literally a paper cover. Crazy.
But people really want that. God forbid you just print off your own.
Which they have on Nintendo Rewards website. There is that option. So they give you the thing to print it off yourself. So if you want to put it on some good glossy paper.
It's a neat cover. You don't need like the exact one that Nintendo themselves sold.
Yeah, I think that's just absurd. But not surprised at all.
No, not really.
Yeah. Craziness. Anything else you want to hit?
No, I think we got pretty much most everything.
All right. A good
One
episode.
last thing. No, yeah, definitely. It's always a good episode.
Where you meant
I know obviously the Summer Games Fest is going on, so if you missed it, we definitely talked about it like up front, but this is going all weekend long, so definitely gonna have some stuff that to talk about definitely next week.
Oh yeah.
We get a lot more reveals. At least I expect, as well as
because the Xbox
showcase.
Yeah. There's gonna be plenty coming up. So
yeah, next week's gonna be a really big week on news when it comes to that aspect with the games coming out.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure there's
Good,
gonna be
the
some
bad,
other
the ugly.
cool stuff shown off this weekend. And I guess we'll have to see what comes of the Xbox stuff. That seems like it potentially is maybe one of the bigger things for next week. But who knows? News never stops pouring out. So, all right. Well, we appreciate everybody watching, listening, however you are accessing the podcast. If you are listening on any of the audio platforms, you can leave us a review. You can follow on some of the platforms. And if you're watching on YouTube, be sure to drop a subscribe. Helps out a lot. And anything else?
Just appreciate it. Stay safe. It's getting warm. Make sure you drink water. Don't drown your goldfish. Don't forget to tip your waitress.
Tip your waitress. You heard it here first. See y'all later. Have a good one.